with my COVID announcement. Oh, actually, I should start off with calling the meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. And this meeting will be conducted in accordance with State of California Executive Order N2920, dated March 17th, 2020. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for the item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 962-8355-5295. Any emails received by 5 p.m. today were forwarded to the City Council. Emails received after 5 p.m. will not be read during the meeting, but will be entered into the record. Votes will be taken by roll call vote. And tonight we will have Spanish and Mandarin interpretation services for agenda item 8.1, the oversized vehicle parking on narrow streets item. When this item is called, please follow the prompts on your Zoom screen for interpretation and select the language that applies. And now I'm going to ask our interpreters, we'll start with Lena and then Ivy, if they could provide those instructions in Spanish and then Mandarin, please. Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos, mi nombre es Elena García y estoy aquí para proveer o voy a proporcionar interpretación en español esta noche, pero solamente va a haber interpretación en el artículo 8.1, que es el tema de estacionamiento de vehículos de gran tamaño en calles estrechas, y una vez que lleguemos a ese tema, se habrá la oportunidad de escoger el idioma en cual ocupen interpretación y pueden escoger el español. Gracias.
Gracias. And then Ivy, could you unmute yourself, please?
Thank you. 大家好，欢迎大家来参加今天晚上的市议会的会议。我们将会在之后的第8项的议题，关于超大型车辆在狭窄街道上的停车位的这个问题，提供中文翻译。那么会在是这个议程的第8.1项，欢迎到时候大家再进来听。之前是只有英文，那么之后您可以选择中文，在下面有一个翻译频道的地方可以选择中文。谢谢。Thank you.
Thank you. Now, if you will all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, we'll get the flag up. There you go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll now go to item 2, roll call. City Clerk, if you wouldn't mind doing the roll call, please.
Absolutely. Councilmember Clark?
Here.
Councilmember Hicks?
Here.
Councilmember Matichak?
Here.
Councilmember McAllister?
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Here.
Vice Mayor Kamei?
Here.
Mayor Abikoga?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All members are present. We will now go to item 3, presentations, and we will start with item 3.1. This is usually it's around the end of the year where we say goodbye to some long-standing city employees. We had one last week with Shelley Woodworth, and this evening, I think I'm very sad, but happy for his retirement. We will be saying goodbye to our police chief, Max Bozell, at the end of this month, and we wanted to present him with a proclamation. Max has been with the city for 25 years, I believe. I came in 2007 when I think he was just promoted to captain. So I've had an opportunity to work with him for quite a while and see him in action, and just always been impressed by his dedication to our community, his real compassion. He is super smart, and really just a great leader, and has led our police department with excellence. And I often say, whenever I get the opportunity to say that we have the best in show in terms of our public safety, I try to say that. And Chief Max has really been a part of making our police department at the top. And so he's also a resident, a resident of Mountain View. So, he knows our community well and has really dedicated himself to making our city a safe place. So I will miss him. I know we will all miss him, but it sounds like he has some new adventures ahead. And although we are sad to see him go, we want to wish you the best in your next adventures, and I'm sure we will see you around in our community. But I wanted to open this up for other council members, if you'd like to say some words, and then if you don't mind, I will actually open it up to the public, see if there's any public comment, read the proclamation, and then if Chief, you'd like to say a few words at the end, we'd appreciate it. So any council members, would you like to speak? Yes, Councilmember McAllister.
Well, Max, there's a small fact that people aren't aware of, that Max always wanted to play professional baseball, and that he was a security guard at a baseball field, and he saw what it took, and he said, it's better to be a security guard on the sidelines than actually get in there. But Max, one of the things that Max is going to do in his retirement is he had this dream of, the build it and they will come. Well, Max always wanted to be a catcher in baseball. So now he's going to take his dream and make it a reality. And he's going to go to wherever they take old folks and let them suit up and play baseball. And he's going to be a catcher. Now, in his league, it's more that they can't throw the ball. So it's like bocce ball. So he'll roll it back to the pitcher. And I wish you the best of luck in your new career opportunities. And it's been a pleasure knowing you. I got to know Max later on, but everything I said was true. So let's go with that. But Max, you've always been open. You've always been fair to me. And I know the community. You've always been accessible. You always dress impeccable. Blue is your color. I understand your wardrobe. Your wife said we're not changing. But it's been professionalism on yours, and you've always responded in a way that I could understand, and you're just a pleasure, and we do admire you for what you've done. You really stress the idea of the community service type of a deal, and I just want to thank you for it, and I look forward to seeing you out in the field on your knees, rolling the ball back. So congratulations on your retirement. Looking forward to it.
Thank you for that visual, Councilmember McAllister. We go to Councilmember Hicks.
Hey, Max, I just wanted to say, first, I'm sorry we don't get to do this in person. It's I have to say, a little odd to be saying goodbye to you on my laptop in my living room. But hopefully I'll see you on the streets because you're one of our neighbors. It was great to get to know you when you were our briefly our city manager. And I'll also divulge something about Max that people may or may not know. He went to the same middle school as Dan Rich. So we've had in San Francisco. So I really envision that after you retire, you and Dan put up photos of yourself side by side at the middle school, and inspire middle school students to go on and become city managers in Mountain View, I suppose. So thanks again for all that you do, and I hope to see you in person sometime.
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So Chief, I am really excited for you for whatever comes next, but I'm pretty sad for us as you retire from the city. It really has been an absolute joy to work with you. I appreciate all that you've done for the city, and as the mayor said, Mountain View is at the top of their game, and we are definitely looked to be a leader and something that other cities aspire to. And the police department's focus on the community as well as continuous improvement, I think, has a lot to do with that. Mountain View residents should feel really good about the safety of our community. And we have you and every other member of the police department to thank for that. I guess the good news here is that you're leaving the department in really good shape with incoming Chief Sean as well as Deputy Chief Nowacki. They'll be great at the helm. And I really do wish you all the best in whatever you do next. And as others have said, I look forward to seeing you out and about in the community. I often run into the chief and his wife and his dog in Shoreline. They like to get out there and walk in the morning as I do. So thank you again, Chief, for everything you've done for the city, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you. We'll go to Vice Mayor.
Let me lower my hand there. Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you for your decades of public service, Chief. I mean, you have had such a, as somebody who started out in the public sector, you've been exemplary in terms of your commitment to community. And I was, I think what people don't maybe know is how thoughtful of a leader you are. Before other communities were doing 21st century policing or doing body-worn cameras, you were piloting them. You have appointed as your successor the first Asian American police chief that our city has ever seen. And we're also seeing the first female deputy police chief in our city. And we owe that all to you and to your leadership. And I think, I don't see you rolling bocce balls, but I do know that you are a runner like myself, and have always appreciated your commitment to running and always being out in the community. There isn't a time where I haven't run into you, whether it's downtown or on Stevens Creek. And it's been a pleasure knowing that you not only serve our community, but you live in our community, and how special of a fabric that's been. So I am thrilled that you will be retiring and enjoying your next adventure after your tireless service to all of us in our community. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Clark.
Chief, most of it's already been said, so I won't repeat what others have said, but I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you so much for all you've done for our community, for our city over the years, and it's been a pleasure working with you. I know it's been great to work with someone who is both so talented and knowledgeable just about management generally, including people. Let us not forget your stint as interim city manager, in addition to police chief. And I'll just end with saying that it doesn't seem like it was all that long ago that I had the opportunity to swear you in, and I really wish I had the opportunity to say goodbye in person right now. But I did happen to pull up this photo, which is impossible to see because of my virtual background of the swearing, and I didn't plan for that, obviously. But anyway, I just wanted you to remember I hadn't forgotten about that, and I really enjoyed working with you, and thanks again for all your service to the city, and best of luck for whatever's next.
Thank you. And Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. And like Councilmember Clark, it's hard to add much more than what's already been said, but I did want to highlight a couple of things. So I think Councilmember McAllister had mentioned your accessibility, and that's something that I've always appreciated about you. I remember going way back when I was on the Human Relations Commission, and you presented to us, and you were always very diligent about responding to the questions that we had, and just helping us understand the work that the police department has done. And ever since then, I haven't had as much of an opportunity to work with you as many of my colleagues, but when I've had questions, when it was important to better understand some of the work that you're doing, or while you were interim city manager, you were always very accessible, and I think that's a great quality among many others that my colleagues have described that I think you've demonstrated. And then Councilmember Matishak and the Vice Mayor had mentioned the great work you've done with succession planning in MVPD, and I'm excited to see the work that Chris is going to do, and I think he's got big shoes to fill, but I think he'll do a great job. And I think it takes a very good leader to think so far in advance about how we're going to fill those gaps as they come about. But thank you for your service to the city, and we'll miss working with you.
Thank you. And we'll go to our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Max, I wanted to thank you on behalf of the entire city organization and your fellow department head colleagues for everything that you have done for not only your department, but the city. And I think many of the council members stated that your calm and steady and thoughtful leadership has really served us well over all these years, and obviously over these last several months. And a lot of folks have mentioned that you were the interim city manager prior to me being hired. And so just from a personal perspective, I have really appreciated your thoughtful counsel and advice over that transition. And clearly you were able to give that to the council members as well. And some people may not know you also served as interim assistant city manager years ago. So you have certainly had a lot of stints in the city manager's office, which I think speaks to the amount of respect that you hold in this organization and throughout the city. And so I wanted to thank you for that and acknowledge that. A couple council members have mentioned the things that you've done that have really pioneered policing in Mountain View. And so I know the Vice Mayor mentioned President Obama's 21st Century Policing Plan and all of the different efforts that we implemented, many well before other agencies in our region. For example, the body-worn cameras that was just mentioned. And then I also wanted to acknowledge your willingness to step outside the box and think outside the box this year. One of the things that we've done that we are aware of, the only agency in our region to hire a research fellow to really come in and look at our police data and really understand the story. And so I want to thank you for that, for MVPDX, creating that dialogue between the police department and the community. So I really think that with that sort of thoughtful leadership and willingness to be transparent and open, you really have set the bar high. And just on a personal level, I greatly respect you, appreciate everything you've done, and I think that just speaking on behalf of everyone, you have made your mark here at the City of Mountain View. And the many years that you've been here, over 25 years, I know that you have touched a lot of people and you've left your mark on a lot of people. So I just wanted to thank you for that, and of course wish you well in the next step of your retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to go to the public. If there are any members of the public wishing to comment and you're in the attendee box, please hit the raise hand button at the bottom to raise your blue hand. And if you're on the phone, please hit *9. And I see Alex, and I'll mention this again, but in light of our long meeting this evening with many items, I will be setting the public comment time to 1.5 minutes for every item. So we'll start with Alex Brown. Please unmute yourself to speak. see, Alex.
There it is.
There you go.
Bye, Max.
All right, we'll go to Valerie Fenwick. Please unmute yourself.
Hi there. I just wanted to say, Max, a big, huge thank you. While I am on the VPAC, I am not representing the VPAC, but I have had great pleasure of working with your all of your team and officers and doing ride-alongs and seeing how you have implemented de-escalation techniques and how kind your team is with the public and the whole community, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to comment? Don't see any, so I'll close public comment and bring it back. And please indulge me. We have a very long proclamation, but well deserved, and I'd like to read it. So, whereas Max Bozell was appointed as a lateral police officer in December 1995 and is retiring as police chief in December 2020 after 25 years of service to the city. And whereas Max previously served nearly 4 decades in public service as a volunteer with the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, as a community service officer and dispatcher with the city of San Carlos, as a paramedic in the San Francisco Bay Area, and as a peace officer for 6 years with the city of Millbrae. And whereas Max distinguished himself as a patrol officer, field training officer, SWAT team member and commander, bicycle patrol instructor, crime suppression detective, explorer advisor, and accreditation officer, was promoted to police sergeant in 1999, working patrol and personnel and training, was promoted to police lieutenant in 2002, and police captain in 2007, leading all the department's divisions, including investigative services, during a record number of homicides in the city, and served as interim deputy police chief and acting assistant city manager with significant financial challenges to the city during the Great Recession. And whereas Max received numerous commendations, including from residents for leaving them feeling safe and cared about, and for his calming influence and professionalism, by the city attorney for being impressed with his skill and professionalism, and for testifying to dismantle sex trafficking enterprises by the Millbrae police chief, for his assistance following the murder of Officer Dave Chetcucci, by sergeants for de-escalating an armed and violent suspect and apprehending a burglar following a foot pursuit, by a deputy district attorney for exemplary effort put forth in a felony assault case, by neighboring agencies for various mutual aid responses, including providing great assistance to resolve a violent robbery and attempted murder and assuming logistics command for the response to an officer killed in the line of duty, by the United States Secret Service for assistance in implementing a security plan, by Captain Barcy with praise from the Drug Enforcement Administration for work on a task force, for modernizing the FTO program, motivating and mentoring officers, for taking necessary action to bring a critical incident to a successful conclusion, and for developing drug abuse recognition training, by Chief Vermeer for great proactive police work and teamwork, receiving a command staff commendation for the manhunt of a robbery suspect who shot a police officer. Certificates of appreciation from Alcoholic Beverage Control, California Operation Military Kids Project, Stanford Blood Center, Alta Vista High School, Scouting's highest council award for his service to youth, a certificate of special congressional recognition for outstanding and invaluable service, the department's award of merit, and demonstrating dedication by never having called in sick during his tenure with the city. That's quite an accomplishment. And whereas Max was appointed as the city's 10th police chief on August 4th, 2014, and during his tenure as chief, the police department adopted its first policing plan that improved transparency and modeled 21st century policing pillars, implemented officer-worn cameras, became an early adopter of drug and alcohol diversion alternatives, formed a cyber crimes unit, expanded youth programs, introduced employee wellness initiatives, enhanced traffic safety, deployed life-saving naloxone, embedded fire department paramedics for tactical responses and emergencies, embraced innovation as demonstrated in his efforts to upgrade technology, modernize facilities and equipment, implement regional radio interoperability, engage in unprecedented succession planning that enhanced diversity in the department, and began a partnership with local academia to research police contact and service demographics, among other initiatives. And whereas under Chief Buzel's leadership, the department has strengthened community collaboration by expanding online outreach and added to the portfolio of engagement programs such as speaker series, podcasts, Coffee with a Cop, National Night Out, the innovative hashtag #SheCan Women's and Girls event, the MVPDX Executive Experience, policing workshops, rape assault defense training, document shred events, Shop with a Cop for students in need, and participated in the Spanish Leadership Academy. And whereas Max actively contributed to his profession, including president of the Santa Clara County Police Chiefs Association and California Police Chiefs Association board member, and holding positions on a number of boards and committees addressing a variety of public safety topics at the local, state, and national levels. And whereas along with academic credentials that include a baccalaureate and graduate degrees, Max was the police department's first graduate of Leadership Mountain View in 1998. He completed renowned leadership programs at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government and the Federal Bureau of Investigation's National Academy, to name a few. Has been conferred all 6 professional certificates from the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training, and maintains the State of California EMT and paramedic license. There's your second career, Chief. And whereas Chief Buzel served as the City Council's request as interim city manager, and City Manager Kimber McCarthy called him a tremendous asset to the community, a critical member of the city's senior leadership team, and a trusted advisor during the COVID-19 pandemic and over months of social unrest. Now, therefore, I, Margaret Abikoga, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, city staff, and community, do hereby express gratitude and appreciation to Max J. Buzel on his retirement and for his dedicated and selfless service to the City of Mountain View and the community. Signed and sealed this 8th day of December 2020. Thank you so much, Chief, for everything. You've definitely left a legacy, or leaving a legacy here in our community. Congratulations, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And thank you to the council for your endearing words. They really touch my heart and are very much appreciated. I do have to set the record straight. I never did work security for a baseball team. And while I do wear blue for police work, black and orange are my colors for baseball. So I just want to make sure Councilmember McAllister's words weren't recorded in the record inaccurately. It's a bittersweet moment, and I'll just thank you as well as my colleagues here at the city. It's been a true honor, and I'm very grateful for having had the opportunity to serve the vast majority of my career in such an exceptional organization. There's no mistake in terms of it being exceptional. We had great city managers, Kevin Duggan and Dan Rich, another Presidio Panther, and now Kimber McCarthy. And it's been an honor to be able to report the great work of the police staff here at the department, as well as work with my colleagues in other city departments, human resources, the manager's office, and elsewhere in the city. And I'll just conclude by acknowledging also my family, my wife of 25 years as well, and for all the support that she's given to me throughout my career. And I'll be looking forward to spending more time completing her projects and her strategic plans as she directs me in my endeavors in the future. So I'm truly honored. Thank you for the kind words and very lengthy proclamation, and it's been a great opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and yeah, we'll look forward to seeing you around in the community. All right. We will go now on to item 3.2 is our COVID-19 update from our city manager, Kimber McCarthy.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to share my screen now. Okay, sorry, it looks like I have a lot of other items open here, and I'm not seeing my presentation. This is the first time I think now I'm having technical difficulties here. Hold on just a moment. All right, I just realized I unmuted myself here. Can you all see that? There we go. Okay, now can you see it?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay, now?
No, I don't.
No. All right, I apologize for this. I'm not sure what is happening. I'm trying to share my screen and it's not working here. There we go. Okay, works now? Great, I'm seeing head nods. Sorry about that. If that's the first time I've had technical difficulties with my PowerPoint since March, I guess I can think that I'm doing all right. All right, you'll notice that we have a new picture of our wonderful holiday festive looking Civic Center Plaza. And so today is not going to be too different from last week, just in terms of the update. And I think that most of you all know, not only council members, but members of the community, most of you all know the situation that we're in right now with COVID and just the fact that it has become an increasingly more concerning situation. So as you can see in terms of the county's numbers, these are numbers as of yesterday. There were 1,450 new cases yesterday. This is extremely alarming. Just last week when I presented, there were 384 new cases. So clearly we are on a trajectory that is quite alarming in our county and obviously across the state. In Mountain View right now we have 35 new cases just from the previous day. So this is as of December 7th. Again, this is yesterday's count. And just a few months ago, weeks ago, we were at around 2 to 3 cases a day. So we are tracking on the same sort of trajectory that we're seeing countywide. So what this means at this point is that there is not necessarily separate areas or hotspots in the county where most of the cases are coming from. It is clearly widespread community transmission that's happening. In terms of the state, we're seeing the same thing. The number at the top left of the screen, we are at 1,366,000 cases statewide. Again, in the middle of the screen, you'll see the age ranges of most of the cases. And what we've been talking about these whole last several months, last several weeks, is that the case counts do continue to be driven primarily by the younger age group, the 18 to 49 age range, in particular the 18 to 35 age range, where there's around 800,000 cases statewide. So this is an 8.4% positivity rate, meaning that of all the tests that are done, 8.4% are positive cases. And just this last report out last week, it was 6.2%. And then last month, when I reported out in November, the positivity rate was 3.7%. So it has tripled in a month, the positivity rate. So what this means in this picture, I've been showing this every week, really a snapshot of all the different tiers that the statewide counties are in. So we are still in the what's considered the purple tier. We are doing better regionally just in the Bay Area as far as what's happening with hospitalizations. However, Santa Clara County in particular is actually doing worse. than all of the other Bay Area counties. So just as of this past weekend, we were already at less than 15% intensive care unit beds, so ICU beds. And this was actually a metric that the governor was using to determine the more restrictive shutdown. So once a county entered into a 15% ICU bed capacity, the county would be triggered into the more restrictive tiers. So what we saw happen this weekend was actually the public health officials from all of the counties in the Bay Area, except for San Mateo County, proactively decide to enter into the more restrictive tier. And something that the health officers decided was that they didn't want to wait several weeks to hit that 15% capacity. But here in Santa Clara County, we actually did hit that 15% capacity over the weekend anyways. So as I mentioned, we were at 14% this weekend. So we would have had to move to that tier regardless, even if they didn't proactively make that decision this weekend. We are also seeing other counties across the state that are under that 15% tier. And actually, Southern California, their ICU bed capacity dropped to just 10.3% on Sunday. So that is pretty alarming. And then in the San Joaquin Valley region, their ICU capacity was 6.6% on Sunday. That is very alarming. So what you see here in this snapshot, and I know it's a lot of words on the screen, but it's essentially a snapshot of where we are at right now with the county, what different modifications we have from the state. And I think the biggest changes now from where we were at in the prior tier is that, at least from a city perspective, all of our playgrounds are now mandated to be closed. Hair salons, barber shops, personal care services have to be closed. And for our restaurants, outdoor dining is no longer allowed, although takeout and delivery is allowed. So those are the biggest changes. There is a 20% capacity now for all retail, so that would include any malls, or grocery, pharmacies. And this order is in effect until January 4th. One of the other more stringent things is that teleworking is really encouraged whenever possible now. So for all businesses, it really is a focus on teleworking. And so from the city perspective, this is also what we will be focusing on. As far as the update on the vaccine, so right now, none of the vaccines have been approved yet. Pfizer is meeting on December 10th with the FDA for approval, and Moderna is meeting on December 17th. As far as Pfizer goes, there's 17,550 doses that have been ordered for Santa Clara County, with more on the way. And those doses have already been prioritized to go to our healthcare workers in very high-risk jobs. And then the second priority tier is for those vaccines to go to people that are in long-term care facilities or nursing homes. So the top line message for this, though, is that we actually don't have enough vaccines to cover both of those categories yet. But the county is saying that more vaccines are on the way. The hospitals and the county have purchased the ultra cold storage facilities that's required for these vaccines, and all the different healthcare providers will be vaccinating their own folks. So I think the other biggest thing to know is that it is going to take some time for the vaccine to roll out to the rest of us. So we are looking at spring or summer in the best case scenario of 2021. So what all this means is that we have to continue to use these preventative measures that we all have been talking about over these last many months. So obviously wearing our face coverings, making sure that you're washing your hands, keeping your social distance, not being around other households, and also doing things as much outdoors as you can instead of being indoors. So as we see the cases going up over these next several weeks, this is going to be all the more important. So also important will be continuing testing, as it is very widespread now in the community. Currently, we have provided around 11,400 tests since mid-July. This is an increase of 716 tests since last week. I do want to note that there are ongoing appointments at El Camino Hospital that are offered Monday through Friday from 7:30 to 7. And we do have our next appointment-based testing opportunities at our Center for the Performing Arts on December 15th and December 23rd. And that testing is from 9:30 to 4. You can sign up for an appointment to get tested at sccfreetest.org. So pivoting now to the rent relief program update, I'll turn your attention to the yellow highlighted column in the middle. You can see that so far we have expended around $3.4 million in funding, and we have about a little over $500,000 remaining funding available, and the average assistance per household still remains around $2,000. I also wanted to take the opportunity to talk a little bit about the progress so far on our project Homekey. So as a reminder, this is a project that we have partnered with Life Moves and Ceres Regis developer, where we applied for and received state funding to essentially provide services to folks that are homeless. And what we will be doing is actually building modular units and putting them on the site that you see here in this picture on Leghorn Avenue. And the big thing about this is that this funding opportunity was just announced by the state a couple months ago. So we have turned this around in about 2 to 3 months, and are working literally day and night on this project, not only to finish the construction, but also to get people into these units. So right now there are expected to be around 100 doors, which means that we could potentially serve up to 300 people a year, because once people are in these units, they are expected to hopefully get housing after 90 to 120 days. So there could potentially be 2 to 3 cycles of people living in this. So that's why we expect that we could serve up to 300 people. And right now, the move-in is expected to be early 2021. And people may contact our community service agency if they are interested in this. And we are taking a very aggressive community outreach approach in letting people know about this in both English and Spanish. And we are very happy that we are going to be able to do this for our community and really turn something, as you can see, that had industrial storage and different buildings on it into homes for people who need it. So with that, the past several weeks I've been acknowledging the work of staff. And what I want to do tonight is take a moment to recognize the Project Homekey team that really has been very committed to lifting this project off the ground in a very short time frame, which is very unique, as you all know. Turning a project around where we are actually doing a construction project in around 3 months is unheard of. And one of the things that I think we're aware of as staff is a lot of the Project Homekey efforts across the state have been turning existing hotels or apartment buildings into housing, but we're doing something different here in Mountain View. We are actually building Project Homekey. So what we're doing is unique, and it also is more work and takes a lot of time. So I do want to acknowledge all the staff that have worked on this. In particular, I want to acknowledge Wayne Chen, our Assistant Community Development Director, and Kimberly Thomas, our Assistant to the City Manager, for leading these efforts. And if you'll indulge me, I also want to thank all of the other staff who've worked on this, because I want to give you an idea of the sheer amount of time and number of staff that have been working on this over the last couple of months. So also led by our Community Development Director, R.T. Shrivastava, and our Public Works Director, Don Cameron. The entire team that has been helping them consists of Shelley Woodworth, Nina Bizjack, Anish Murthy, Katrina Cristobal, Tanner Wingo, Ed Arango, Quinn Byrer, Susanna Valencia, Stephanie Williams, Nicole Wright, Harsha Ramchandani, Shonda Ranson, and Scott Nelson. I want to recognize all of the staff for everything they've been doing, and just let them know how much we appreciate this. That this is going to be a big project for Mountain View, and something that I think we can all be proud of once it's done. So with that, this is the last slide, just showing some snapshots of people in the community wearing their masks. So you will continue to see us promoting this. And really just, we want to encourage everyone to do what they can to stay safe and healthy and continue to wear their face coverings. So with that, I am finished and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, City Manager. We have some questions. Councilmember McAllister.
Hey, what's going to happen with Castro Street? Will it still be closed, or will it be opened up for traffic?
That's a great question. Thank you, Councilmember McAllister. So right now the plans are that it is still going to be closed. We've talked about just the logistical aspect of taking everything down now, only to potentially put it back up January 4th. As you know, we have bollards there, we have tables out there, we have a lot of restaurants and businesses that have modified their area outdoor, and it would take a lot to just take it down to then potentially put it back up. So right now the plan is to keep it the way it is, with the hopes that outdoor dining will be allowed after the holiday break.
Any other questions, Councilmember McAllister? Are you good? Okay, thanks. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. Just one question. On the slide about rent relief that CSA is managing, has the $500,000 that we recently allocated been included on that chart, since we didn't specify it had to go to rent relief, that CSA could use it for several different programs?
No, that number is not included on that chart. So I think you're correct in that council did not specifically allocate it to rent relief, and I believe that CSA is determining how that funding will be appropriated, and I'm sure that some of it may go towards a rent relief program, and as the next few weeks go on, I think they'll have a better idea about what's happening over the holidays, but no, that does not include that extra amount that you all allocated.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
So it's sorry, not a question for the city manager, but what I heard from Dr. Cody today was that the county's now at 9% capacity, and something like 35 beds left. And so I just wanted to share that information that I heard in her update to the County Board of Supervisors today, just to kind of emphasize what you were saying in your report, city manager. It's increasing at hourly, minute by minute, it sounds.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? I just want to echo my thanks to staff for their incredible work with Project Homekey. Usually housing projects take years in the making. This is a new concept with the modular style, and the hope was to get it up and running much more quickly. And clearly, when we're being able to do this in months and weeks, that looks like it's coming to fruition. But it is a tremendous effort, and where other communities are turning down their project Homekey projects or threatening to sue the state on them. Our community has embraced this, and so I just want to offer my thanks to staff for all of their hard work, and to all of you, my colleagues, for taking the chance and saying yes to this beta project. So thank you to everyone. I'll go to public comment. If there are any members of the public wishing to comment, and you're in the attendee box, please raise your blue hand by hitting the raise hand button at the bottom. And if you're on the phone, please hit *9. And again, because of our length of our meeting today, all public comment will be at 1.5 minutes. And I will start with Steve Chesson. Please unmute yourself to speak.
Thank you, Council Member and Mayor. My name is Steve Chesson. I live over on Lloyd Way. And I had some questions about the Project Homekey. You talked about 100 doors, and it made it sound like it's one person per door. And I was wondering how that would accommodate families. And second, I also wanted to know what happens if a Homekey dweller cannot find housing in 3 or 4 months. Do they get evicted? And I appreciate answers to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak? And then we'll bring it back, and I could probably ask staff to respond. I don't see, oh, I do. Trey Bowman, please unmute yourself.
Hello, guys. Sorry I got here late, and I just wanted to, I'm not sure if it was covered, but one of the discrepancies I see against medical advice just going around town is if restaurants or places of public gathering that are closed, when they reopen and are allowed to have outside seating and dining, if they build a tent and they have people in it, is that really suffice with the medical mandate? It seems like it's kind of just creating outside or inside outside, and just because it's outside on the street, is it actually safe? That's it.
Great, thank you. We'll go to Eva Tang next. Please unmute yourself.
Hi. So I first of all want to show some appreciation for the COVID-19 measures that we've had in place. Just because my next question is about something that is not here anymore, and so I, just want you to know that there is appreciation. I have been looking around for COVID-19 tests, and I'm noticing that the Shoreline Athletic Fields testing site is no longer available for, at least they said, the rest of 2020. I was wondering if that's going to be coming back in 2021, or if that's just not going to be there anymore. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comments? We'll try to answer the questions that were raised. So if not, I will close the public comment and bring it back. And City Manager, would you mind responding?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. I'll take the last question first. So as far as the testing at Shoreline Athletic Fields, that was provided by the county and Planned Parenthood Marmonte. It was for a fixed period of time, and we we're hopeful that we might be able to extend it, but at this time it doesn't appear that that is going to be possible just to their staffing capacity. But we are obviously still providing all of the opportunities at the Center for the Performing Arts, and El Camino Hospital has their daily appointments Monday through Friday. So we do hope that people sign up for that. Our Center for the Performing Arts, I believe, takes around 700 tests at least. So I would encourage people to sign up for that very quickly, because those spots are now taken very quickly within, I believe, 2 or 3 days of them being available. So we are continuing to provide as many opportunities as we can, and hope that we'll be able to add more. In terms of the question about Homekey, I would turn to our Assistant Community Development Director, Wayne Chen, to answer the question about the units as far as individuals versus families. But yes, it will also serve families. He can provide further details about that.
Yes, thanks so much, Kimbra. So regarding the question for the duration of families and seniors or other individuals. So first, the Project Homekey has a focus on seniors and families because we know that there is an importance to address that vulnerable population. It is 100 doors, and several of the units can occupy up to 4 persons. So in terms of working with Life Moves, who will be the operator of the site, we have been estimating about 124 persons who might be on site at any given time, but it could be a little bit less than that, or it could be a little bit more than that because of the up to 4 persons for some of the units. Now, the operational process for Life Moves would be based on their expertise in working with this client population. Typically, it is between 90 to 120 days in terms of case managing and working with the households. There is flexibility to go beyond that, though. So there isn't necessarily a durational limit where folks have to leave the units. Life Moves will work with and provide services to any of the households, and if they need more time can be provided. If they need more services can be provided. So there is that flexibility.
Great, thank you. And the last question was about outdoor dining and the tents. Are you able to respond to that?
I would ask our community development director or public works director to assist with that question. I don't have the answer to that, so that might be something that we'd have to get back to council about, unless it looks like our public works director is going to be able to answer that.
I'm sorry, they were transitioning me halfway through the question, so I missed part of it. Could you re-ask the question?
I believe the question was when we reopen outdoor dining, some restaurants have been putting up the tents, and is that conducive to the medical or the health concerns with the pandemic?
Thank you, I appreciate that. Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. The county public health directive for outdoor dining does allow, when there are outdoor tents, for the tents to have 2 sides, no more than 2 sides. They've indicated that that should now allow enough airflow through the tent for protection. They also state that you can have the 2 sides down, but if you have any other barriers, they can't be any higher than 4 feet high in order to maintain airflow.
Great, thank you very much. I think those were the questions, so thank you, staff. Anything else on this item? If not, we will move on. Thank you to item 4, our consent calendar. And these items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of resolutions will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Councilmember Hicks?
Yes, I would like to pull 4.7.
Thank you. Any other members wishing to pull an item? If not, I will open this up for public comment. If there are any members of the public wishing to comment on any item on the consent calendar, please raise your blue hand or press *9 if you're on the phone. And again, it'll be a minute and a half. And we'll start with KD. If you can please unmute yourself to, hold on a second. I lost my, there we go. KD, please unmute yourself. You can start speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, this is Corinne Dillon. Hello to you all. I live in the Cuesta Park neighborhood, and I am very excited that to see item 4.4 regarding the exercise equipment in Cuesta Park. I know that you're only voting on funding, which I fully support, but I also wanted to just ask the question. When I reviewed the plans, I was very surprised to see the prototypes. They look like a playground. And my concern is just that if whoever is designing this could consider making sure that it's clear it's an exercise area versus a playground. because we wouldn't want, kids to be playing on it and then people trying to exercise and having confusion there. So I fully support this. I think it's a wonderful idea, but the renderings just really kind of I was taken aback because it looks very like a children's playground. So if somebody can address that, that's great. Otherwise, somebody hopefully can take that into consideration when designing it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to David Arnone. Please unmute yourself to speak.
Hello.
Hi there.
So I'm not sure if it's in order or not in order to kind of re-pull what Allison pulled. So
you can speak on that item or any item.
Okay, then here we go. So we've got some crises going on. We have our own declared shelter crisis. We've got this renewed COVID health and income crisis, and we've got looming evictions. And so given those crises, I'm here to request that the decision regarding the rent reduction for Live Nation be pulled from the consent calendar and opened up for discussion by the community and the council. And specifically, I'm requesting that given the crises, we negotiate with Live Nation for more safe parking spaces at Shoreline. And I recognize that renegotiating will affect schedules, and I also recognize that it can be uncomfortable. But I want to implore us to advocate for those in our community that are suffering under these crises. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. We'll go to a phone number, last 3 digits, 870. If you could please unmute yourself to speak. See if I can do it again. Having a little trouble unmuting.
Hello.
There you go.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, my name's Carolyn McCormack. I'm a resident of downtown, and I know I'm not in order, so I'm going to talk about downtown again. As the city has decided, management has decided at this point in time not to remove the barriers and open Castro Street, and I understand that's a huge logistic problem, I was hoping the city could put forward on the calendar to put balustrades in Castro Street, like Sunnyvale has, so that it would be easier to block the street and unblock the street as needed. While there's a limited traffic going through the area, I think it would be a great time to have a motion to fund putting permanent ballasts in Castro Street for the future and for our COVID crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder again, this is about on the consent calendar, comments about consent calendar items. We will have oral communications on non-agenda items later on in the agenda.
Okay. So can I talk about one other item on the calendar? And that would be 676 West Dana Street. I was surprised that it was 4 stories high, given.
So that's actually an item. It's a new business item, so we'll get to that later, and we'll open that up for public comment. So
thank you, Margaret.
All righty, thank you. We'll go to Valerie Fenwick. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. I'm Valerie Fenwick.
Oh, we just lost Valerie. Let's see. Okay, looks like we just lost Valerie, so if she calls back, we will bring her back in. So let me go. Oh, here we go. Valerie?
I'm still here. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
Great. Great. I was going to say I'm a member of BPAC, but not representing BPAC at this time. Valerie Fenwick. Just a comment on the Shoreline Amphitheater. I appreciate council taking that effort to provide rent reduction for one of our big businesses that we have here that has obviously had a huge impact to their regular business plan. But I would like to the council to please consider asking them to add more safe parking spots, particularly with everything that else is going on right now with the extended shelter in place. Having more safe parking would really be a benefit for our broader community here in Mountain View. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Alex Brown. Please unmute yourself.
Zoom is really acting up tonight, huh? All right. Hi. Live Nation is a predatory monopolist with a market cap of $15 billion. If you're going to give them money, you should demand concessions. We could allocate those funds to serve the citizens and residents of Mountain View. Why give them to a corporation with a history of manipulating like smaller businesses and taking advantage of captive markets? Also, everyone deserves playgrounds. They provide a good workout for the body and soul, regardless of your age. And we don't need to be prescriptive about how any given equipment is used because everyone deserves to play. It's fun.
Great, thank you. We'll go to Cheryl Ho. Please unmute yourself to speak.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Ho, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors for Move Mountain View. And I just want to say that we are open as an organization for renegotiation with specific regards to the Live Nation issue on 4.7. Since the pandemic, Move Mountain View has opened up 3 lots that serve 68 vehicles, 148 individuals, and we are now actually in the process of opening an additional site in Palo Alto. And I just want to say that we partner with a number of community organizations to provide meal distribution, medical services, surveillance COVID testing, as well as supporting the families and children for educational support. And so the community has really been invested, and we want to be part of the community efforts to really reach our neighbors. And so we support the effort to potentially open up additional parking safe lots at the shoreline area, and we would be ready to renegotiate anything for that.
Great, thank you, Jason. Welcome. Please unmute yourself to speak.
There it is. Hi. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jason Welcome. I'm here actually representing Hope's Corner, a nonprofit I anticipate a number of you know. We provide meal services to a number of those people in need across the Mountain View community, and are based right here in downtown Mountain View. I just wanted to reinforce and comment on the 4.7 as well, and just talk a little quickly about the numbers that we're seeing, a significant spike in the number of meal services that we need to provide. We went from a base in January of roughly 220 unique individuals that we were serving. There was a drop off obviously when the pandemic hit, but quickly came back, and now we're serving more than 660 unique individuals. And it's really what we're seeing is that the need for safe parking has grown, and just wanted to reinforce what David and a number of others have said, that it would be really good to see a renegotiation as part of the renegotiation with Live Nation, the opening of more safe parking spots. Really could use that, and appreciate consideration on that topic.
Thank you. We'll go to Lenny Siegel. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. The City Council, others in the city have been trying for weeks, months to get private property owners to open up their lots for safe parking, and they have not obliged us in general. Cisco, Google, no one stepped up. Yet here we have a large swath of city-owned land that could be used for safe parking. It's where I taught my son how to drive. It was so large. So there's an opportunity in the negotiations with Live Nation to get more space, at least as long as there are no concerts available for safe parking. And in particular, I'd like us to look at Lot C, which is the submerged area where no one on the streets would have to see people living in vehicles, but it has facilities like bathrooms and other facilities that would make it better able to serve people who are in great need of service. So please consider opening up the negotiations so there's a quid pro quo, if you excuse the expression, for lowering the rent. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Eva Tang. Please unmute yourself to speak.
Hey, it's me again. I am also here with other people who are advocating for if you're renegotiating the contract with Live Nation to negotiate more parking spaces. It's not like they're using it anyway. What kind of concert are they going to be throwing? and also our homeless problem, not homeless problem, the problem of more people becoming homeless is getting worse and worse due to, you know, things that are going on, like the world being on fire. And so I think it's at this time that we really need more of these parking spaces so that people can access services and feel safe, and so that we can get them into more permanent housing. And so please consider negotiating for more safe parking out there. Thank you.
Right. Anyone else wishing to speak? Trey Borman, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi, I'd like to speak on this as president of the Santiago Neighborhood Association, that the only residents on the North Bay Shore. We are completely welcoming to bring more, the people that have been kicked out of other neighborhoods because of the new restrictions on outdoor parking, they are more than invited to come to North Bay Shore. But I would like the city to just kind of reflect of what happens here. When there's a problem, you push it to the North Bay Shore. These residents are part of other neighborhoods right now. They are part of the community. And I think we really need to open our mind, and why aren't the open places being created in these neighborhoods where they currently live? Why is everything being pushed to the North Bay Shore? I think we should reflect on that question and how we truthfully answer it. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak on the consent calendar? Don't see any more hands, so actually I do. George Duque? George, please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is George Duque, long-term, lifelong resident of Mountain View, and I'm a mental health provider with the County of Santa Clara County. And so I just wanted to echo what everyone was saying in support of opening up more spaces, negotiating or whatnot for more spaces, and just considering, you know, the impact, the trauma impact on the families, the individuals that are facing evictions or having to find a new place, could cause long-term effects, which would cost us even more, cost the county even more. So as a mental health provider, I'm definitely in support of providing folks more spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call. Anyone else wishing to speak? Please raise your blue hand or hit *9. I don't see any more hands, so I will close public comment and bring it back to council on the consent item. So I'd like to take a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar other than 4.7. Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to move the balance of the consent calendar, including 4.2, adopt an ordinance of the City of Mountain View amending the zoning map for the properties located at 2645 and 2655 Fayette Drive from the R3D multifamily residential zoning district to the P40 San Antonio Precise Plan zoning district to be read in title only, further reading waived. 4.3, adopt an ordinance of the City of Mountain View approving a development agreement for 600 Ellis Street and 636 Ellis Street, Mountain View, California, to be read in title only, further reading waived. 4.5, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View reciting the facts and declaring the results of the general municipal election held on November 3rd, 2020 for the election of 4 members to the City Council, and for ballot measure C to be read in title only, further reading waived. 4.10, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View reappointing Nicole Vaught to the Library Board of Trustees, appointing Sharon Sue as an alternate to the Library Board of Trustees should a vacancy occur before the annual recruitment process, appointing Haynes Dempsey to the Environmental Planning Commission, appointing Sandra Summer to the Parks and Recreation Commission, and appointing Robert Cox as an alternate to the Parks and Recreation Commission should a vacancy occur before the annual appointment process, to be read in title only, further reading waived. 4.16, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View supporting the community plan to end homelessness in Santa Clara County 2020 to 2025, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And 4.18, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing the Human Resources Director or designee to access criminal history information for prospective employees, volunteers, or contractors through the Department of Justice, to be read in title only. Further reading waived. And I'll also note that I'll be recusing myself from the Visual Arts Committee appointments under 4.10 to avoid the appearance of bias. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
I was just going to second.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Ramirez, seconded by Councilmember Hicks. And Vice Mayor, do you have comments?
I did. I just wanted to take an opportunity to provide comments on 2 items before voting. Excuse me. The first is 4.4, which will be known as Youth Wellness. I know that in February of this year, the council prioritized this as a council goal, and I just wanted the opportunity to thank not only staff who has been working on this tirelessly since February, but also all of our community partners who came and let us know about all of the resources. And we have short, long, and future considerations, and so more to come on this item, and so just wanted to speak to that. And then for item 4.6, the community plan to end homelessness, I know that this has been something the city's been working in tandem with other efforts. Just want to, similar to the comments about Project Homekey earlier during the city manager's presentation, just wanted to thank staff. I know that they've been working with nonprofits like Destination Home and with the county on these efforts, and just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Great, then thank you. Any other discussion on consent calendar other than item 4.7? I would just add my thanks to the Vice Mayor for leading the Youth Services Committee through the process of looking at youth now wellness, and it was very informative and educational. I was really quite impressed by the amount of services that are actually out there in the community, and I think the effort really we can focus on is to provide that information more widely, make some connections between the various providers, and just amplify what's being provided already, as well as I look forward to working on finding the gaps and seeing what gaps that we can fill. And so with that, City Clerk, if you could do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Mayor Bikoga?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go on to item 4.7, and I believe Councilmember Hicks, you pulled this, so would you like to start us off?
Yes, well, members of the public kind of stole my thunder on this, and I want to apologize to the council and city manager, because normally if I would bring something up like this, I would consult with people ahead of time. But given that we're in uncharted territory with the pandemic, that is moving very rapidly, like the Vice Mayor mentioned, the hospital bed capacity kind of changing by the hour. I'm wondering, so I'm feeling more, I mean, like she said, it's changing even by the hour. I'm feeling more this evening than I did even this morning, that we need to take pandemic planning more seriously maybe than we have been taking it seriously, but we need to take it even more seriously. And with some of the other items on our agenda tonight, plus the eviction moratorium ending in January and long-term unemployment skyrocketing, I'm feeling like we do need to talk about the possibility of more safe parking. So my first thing is a question, because I would prefer to prepare for this a little ahead of time, not right as we sit here right now. What would it take to renegotiate with Live Nation to get more safe parking? Is that something? How far along would we have to get tonight? Give me a little background.
Good evening, John Marchant, Community Services Director. So the discussions to date with Live Nation have not been about the addition of safe parking. There are a number of things that need to be taken into context. Number one is the number of parking spaces that they do utilize during a regular concert, and I understand that there may be some time before a capacity concert comes to fruition based on COVID. However, based on their current agreement, they do have access to a certain number of parking spaces. They did come to the table and gave us the additional parking spaces for the current safe parking program, and they made adjustments to their parking at that point. So if council would like us to look at that as part of the negotiation process, we can do that, but I don't think we can necessarily take the action tonight as though it's tied to the rent modification. I think we can take the sentiment of the desire for additional safe parking and take that into consideration as we move forward. However, I'm not sure if we can, as of tonight, really make a commitment to adding the safe parking as part of this negotiation.
So if I understand what you said, we could accept the accept 7.1 as is and also direct you to go back and talk to Live Nation about the possibility of additional safe parking?
That is correct, and that's item 4.7 tonight.
Okay, then I would like to make a motion.
The city manager would like to step in.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. Thank you, Mayor. So just to provide further context for the safe parking piece, I think there are other considerations besides the negotiation with Live Nation. So just as a reminder, Council did in September add additional parking spaces at the Shoreline lot. So currently there are 29 spaces, and 4 spaces were added in September, and also 15 passenger vehicle spaces were added in September. So there were 19 spaces added in September. Just for context, beyond the spaces there, I would remind council that this area is on a site that used to be a landfill. So the city has to go through several environmental checks through the county. We have a post-closure maintenance plan that we work on with the county, where they come out and actually review the site and take measurements and look at it from the environmental perspective. We would also need to evaluate the capacity of the provider to expand for a certain number of vehicles, as we are aware that they are hiring new staff right now. So I think that's something that we would need to take into consideration. And the other part of it is just that we don't know what's going to happen with COVID in the concert season next year, and we are under contract right now with Live Nation. So I think that although we could go back and talk to them about negotiations, it is a little more. It's a little more to do than just adding extra spaces there. So there are considerations for that, but I am open to hearing council feedback. But I do think that having the full picture with where we're at right now is important for council.
I'm not sure if her hand is still up, but I did see Kimberly Thomas in the attendee box. Kimberly, would you like to further answer the question? I don't know let's see if I can find her and promote her. Oh, there she is.
Yes, if it's feasible with the city manager McCarthy, I wanted to just amend one modification that 4 spaces were added for passenger spaces were added for the shoreline lot, and then 21 were added to the Evelyn lot. So just a slight bit of update there for you.
Could I ask, are those in operation now? Because I keep 70, but I thought when we added them to 103, so I don't know if that's just misinformation out there, but I keep hearing we're still at 70.
Yeah, all of the parameters that were needed to update the lot. So actually the final round is happening with painting on the 11th, this coming Friday. And then Move will begin to place clients in those passenger vehicle spaces. So that's increasing the passenger vehicle capacity. And you are right, that will take the city's overall capacity to 101.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hicks, did you have any other questions or comments?
So my intention was to make a motion to pass what staff had put on the table, what's in our report tonight, and then also to ask that they explore it, explore all the questions that that the city manager and other staff have laid out. Not that we commit to a certain number of spaces or commit to opening those spaces. So I hope that's clear.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a second on that motion? Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you. I guess I don't have a problem with it. Explore sounds like a place to start at least, and I think this is an issue that's going to continue to come up. I guess it's a question for staff. Have you already spoken with Live Nation about adding, I guess, expanding the physical footprint? Is this a fairly innocuous direction that we're providing? What discussions have already occurred?
So they were made aware of some of the communication that we had received about safe parking, let them know that we had been receiving that communication. And as the city manager was saying, this is not only a Live Nation consideration, we have to look at a number of the operators, how much capacity are we looking for? There's a number of other opportunities that need to come together for this to come to fruition. And so, yes, they were made aware of the discussion. However, we haven't gotten into any details at this point.
Thank you. I guess, they could always say no. Personally, I don't see harm in asking. And if they say no, we know there's no further work that will need to be done. And then if they do say yes, I think having a full evaluation of what the costs and the workload capacity or workload impact would be valuable. But personally, I think just asking the question formally doesn't hurt. I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak. So we do have a motion and a second, which is to move staff recommendation and add an exploration of negotiating for more spaces at the parking lot. Councilmember Matichak?
Sorry, so can I clarify, is the motion just to start by asking Live Nation, or is it also to look at all of the other aspects of opening a safe lot? Because I want to understand the impact of that broader project on staff resources to even explore it, because I feel like we've talked about this in the past. And I don't think it's a small project to explore it. But if it's just asking Live Nation, that's a different activity or effort.
Councilmember Hicks, would you like to answer that?
And I'm sorry, I'm having Zoom problems too. Every time I mute myself now, the video is disappearing. So I'm not trying to disappear. But yeah, I think that to start by asking, this is something that I see, you know, in particular as the eviction moratorium possibly expires or probably expires, and we see what goes on with unemployment. I actually don't want to be by far the largest provider of safe lots in the county, but over the long term. But I would like to ask that question of Live Nation, and I would like to, and then, you know, depending on what comes out of that, if things I would like to keep that option open and if need be, explore it further. So I don't know if that was clear. Yes, for right now it would be Ask Live Nation.
Any other comments, discussion on this item? I would say I will not be supporting this, and frankly, I think there is a lot more to it than just asking Live Nation. You can ask, that's easy, but it's going to have to come back to us again, and then we, you know, have to explore all of the other facets of expanding our safe parking program. And I just don't think that with all of the projects that we are doing, my priority really is to get Project Homekey up and running. There's also a potential another project that we may be looking at the end of January. And these projects to me are much more, what do you want to call it? If you want to call it stable housing opportunities. You know, I believe when my intent with safe parking was that it would be a temporary situation until we had other solutions. And we now have other solutions. And so, you know, we only have so much capacity with staff and resources. Frankly, you know, I keep coming back to this, but we are doing 101 spaces. You know, we finally got Palo Alto's finally doing, I think it's 20. It can't just be on Mountain View. So I would just ask other communities to step up so that we can focus on Project Homekey and these other solutions that we are also working on. So it's really about capacity, and you know, I'm sorry to say, but we just can't do it all. We are running on all cylinders, and I think we're just at capacity, like at the limit. So I would like for us to focus on the projects we have and get them done and up and running as soon as possible. So I'm not interested in expanding safe parking at Live Nation lots at this time. So I will not be supporting this motion for that reason. Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, you know, I was talking with our city manager today, and we were talking about what happened when I was mayor in 2015, how we started looking at safe parking at the churches and the faith-based people to help us get this going. And it's an interesting observation after 5 years where we're at in this process and how difficult it is for people to step up and help us out on this one. And one who's been championing it all along and always been pushing on our various corporate members around the area and the faith-based people. You're right, it is a hard challenge to get people to go. But I'm going to support the motion. We need to ask every opportunity we have to find a location to do it. I know we're taking on a burden, and you know, it's a tough one, but we seem to be having to do it better than anybody else around. And if we can put in a few more spaces, with a simple, if I understand the motion correctly, is that can we say, hey, can you look at this? Are you open to it? I think the council should take a look at it and hear the information, because we have been trying for 5 years. And I know we were having a discussion that I'll probably bring up a little bit later on, but we got to start thinking outside the box. If you're looking for solutions for all this homelessness and RVs and apartments and displacement, and if we don't keep pushing the envelope, we're never going to get the answers or the solution. So I'll support the motion.
All right, any other discussion? Oh, Vice Mayor?
Sure, thank you. So I too will be supporting this motion. And I think something that I'd like to put that there as well is it had been my hope that Live Nation could have attended our meeting, could have been here. And I hope that when council is talking about items like this, we can, have our community partners join just in case. I think that might be helpful to part of the process as well.
No, actually, they are here. Do you want to hear from them? Do you want to hear from them?
Well, if we're going back to ask them the question, would it be more streamlined if we just ask them the question now? That was what my point was going to be. I'm not sure. I didn't hear that they were here. Apologies.
So we have the general manager of Shoreline Amphitheater here. I don't know if he's going to be able to speak for Live Nation on this item specifically and talk about long-term changes to the agreement, but if he would like to join the conversation, he's more than welcome.
Mr. Rakowski?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to review this item and as it relates to the safe parking program, definitely open to having a further dialogue as it relates to what the ask is, I think. Certainly everyone is in need and there's a demand that's out there. And I think just understanding how that interacts with our business and what opportunities there are to take advantage of the existing spaces is, what we'd like to do. So I'm certainly open to it, and we'll see where those discussions go. And as John had mentioned, and also the city manager had mentioned, there's a lot of moving pieces to this, and we're one piece to the puzzle. So we're just happy to support it and review that conversation.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Rakowski? Yes, Councilmember Ramirez.
Oh, sorry, Mayor. No questions, but thank you for being present and for responding. But I do want to echo something that the mayor said, and that's we do have other projects that I think are very high priority that I would want to emphasize, should be prioritized above, any additional work on safe parking. So asking a question, I think, is good, and coming back to the council with that answer, and then we could decide if we want to invest a lot of time in that money into this. But I would like to emphasize that Project Homekey and delivering that project, and then another opportunity that may come up that is definitely higher priority because that is longer term and I think provides a high quality of service that will really help us meaningfully address the problem.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak?
Thank you. So I feel like we just asked, and they said they're open to talking about it. So to me, that is a fairly significant discussion that happens that involves the same people who are working on, as the mayor mentioned, Homekey and other opportunities that might be before us. And I am concerned about having an impact on those other projects when, as was mentioned, they are more stable housing and probably a better opportunity for us to focus on than adding more safe parking. So I feel like I've kind of gone back and forth on this. If it's just asking the question, okay, but we just asked the question. So now it's a bigger project. So I'm really wondering from staff's perspective, will this have an impact on the other projects we're working on? Because it is the same folks that are city staff that would be working on it.
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak. Yes, it will have an impact. I think you all heard me thank the staff at the beginning during my COVID update. So the same staff that are working on Project Homekey, and as a couple of the council members have mentioned, we are also actively working on another potential project right now, not one that is still at the discussion stage, so not available to necessarily talk further about it, but another very exciting opportunity where we would be able to provide housing for our homeless residents or those that are unstably housed. So those are the same staff that are also working on our safe parking program. So I think that we can certainly have that conversation, and as we just heard, they're open to that. But we are definitely focused on our Project Homekey, getting that up to speed, this other potential opportunity that will hopefully be coming to council in January. So I think, we can have this conversation, but I think that it's going to fall in line after those other projects.
Can I get a point of clarification, since this item is actually about rent with Live Nation, and it sounds like we're actually getting into whether to open or expand our safe parking lot program or not. Are we really able to discuss that this evening under this item, City Attorney?
There is some latitude in this item to provide other direction to staff in the context of this rent abatement action, but it's not agendized for a larger safe parking discussion or initiatives, but adding a portion to the motion to explore safe parking opportunities with Live Nation, if they are willing to entertain those discussions within this context of rent abatement, that's appropriate. But beyond that, it gets farther away from what is agendized tonight.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Clark?
I'll let the city manager speak. I was just going to offer a friendly amendment to get this moving, but if the city manager has a suggestion, that's fine too.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Clark. I did also want to mention that we will be using the shoreline lot as storage for the modular units before they get installed. So there's also just that lift for the storage that's there, and then also figuring out the temporary parking. So it would be a significant impact on staff, and also we'd have to come back for the funding piece of it. But I did want to mention that piece about the storage because I did forget that.
Councilmember, thank you. Councilmember Clark.
So my friendly amendment would be basically modifying the motion to be approve item 4.7, authorize staff, if they feel it's appropriate at some point in the future, to approach Live Nation about additional spots if they feel the timing at some point in the future is right, and it makes sense given all the other goals that they have, but it's not a requirement that they do so. So that way they have the ability to do that if they feel it's a good part of the strategy. If in the future they have future conversations with Live Nation about additional rent reductions or something like that.
All right, thank you. Is there a second on the? It sounds actually like an alternate.
I'm trying to make a friendly amendment, and if that fails, then I'll do a formal motion to amend.
All right. Well, so then the Councilmember Hicks, the original motion maker, will you accept?
Yeah. So I accept that friendly amendment. And the other thing is, all of my raising hands and video are not working well. So if I raise my hand like this, and if I disappear, it's not what I mean to do. But yes, I accept that friendly amendment.
And Councilmember Ramirez, do you second?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Any other discussion on this motion with the friendly amendment now? So that's not a requirement that, but authorizing staff to explore potentially expanding spaces at the Live Nation parking lot if and when they deem appropriate. It's that.
Or future negotiations.
Under future negotiations. Okay, with that, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matachek.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Bikoga.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you very much. So that completes our consent calendar. We will now go to oral communications from the public. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for 1.5 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. If you are a member of the public and on the attendee box and would like to speak on a non-agendized item, please raise your blue hand. And if you're on the phone, please hit *9. And we'll start with Tim McKenzie. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, I'm Tim McKenzie, resident of Montaloma for 5 years, 5.5 years at this point. I want to continue the conversation from last week about the Public Safety Advisory Board. If you recall, the upswell in the community happening in June with regards to racial justice specifically asked about the budget and its relation vis-a-vis the police. We were told at the time it's too late in the budget process to redo anything. We need to wait until next year. And last week you mentioned a report out in 1 year from the Public Safety Advisory Board that would once again miss the budgeting process. I'm sure that was an oversight on the part of council and not a bad faith effort to give the appearance of listening to the community while actually doing nothing. So I request that you ask for a report out within 6 months from the Public Safety Advisory Board, and so that it can engage with the budget process. If you think that will just fade away because there's the lost public outrage, we're still continuing to hear things. The 23-year-old Casey Goodson was shot in the back 3 times by police in Columbus, Ohio on Friday. I don't actually enjoy coming to tell you about all these people who are being killed by the police. Please, let's do something. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. We'll go to Lenny Siegel. Please unmute yourself to speak.
So I know later, can you hear me?
Yes.
So later tonight, you'll be discussing narrow streets. I want to talk about the wider streets, particularly those streets in Mountain View that have the no parking between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. signs. As you know, the entire city is covered by that ordinance, but only certain streets have those signs. They've been arbitrarily placed there by staff with no council approval. They aren't listed any place. The city attorney says that's fine. Well, I'd like you to, in the future, to consider removing those signs. Those streets, many of which are suitable for parking by oversized vehicles, particularly motorhomes, and would not go against the will of the voters in making those spaces available. Again, those were never approved by the council, and a lot of those streets are like along the walls of public storage, commercial streets. They're plenty wide. Many of them have few curb cuts, so those would be entirely suitable. Again, I'm not expecting you to act on this tonight. You're working on narrow streets tonight, but I would like to see the city work on this, evaluate those streets before it decides where to put the signs for the narrow streets ordinance. Let's find a place for people to go before you try to kick them out. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Joe Ho M. Please mute yourself. See, let's try it again. If you can unmute, there we go.
You can hear me now?
Yes, hi there.
Hi, this is Yoho, Mountain View resident. I want to second the points that Tim McKenzie made about the Public Safety Advisory Board. The timeline of that board would miss the budget process, so we should change it to be 6 months from now instead. It's really crucial that we look at all aspects of policing, and that includes looking at the budget. Earlier tonight, we heard extensive comments praising the outgoing chief and the department, but we're looking at, a city where if you look at the police scorecard for Mountain View, it doesn't look good, right? About 60% of arrests for the scorecard are of Black and Latinx people. The proportion of the population is 1/5 Black and Latinx. That's racist, and I think we really need to look at the racist nature of policing as it is actually happening, and look at whether the money needs to be spent elsewhere and whether we're actually harming our communities by carrying out policing in this way.
Great, thank you. We'll go to Saba Munawar, and please unmute yourself to speak.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Adekoga and council members. I just wanted to speak to remind the city that the eviction moratorium for California is set to expire at the end of January. And in the next few months, the vaccine won't solve many of the problems that our community is about to face, such as displacement, people falling into homelessness, and small businesses closing due to no federal aid. I urge you to look at the city budget, rainy day funds, and explore how our city may help its community members. Cities across the nation are gearing to pass grant funding for restaurants and other small local businesses and more rent relief. I urge our city to do the same and be prepared when our city hits these issues in the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Eva Tang. Please unmute yourself.
Hey, it's me again. I would just like to back up Tim McKenzie's comments about the Public Safety Advisory Board having a 6-month check-in as opposed to a year. I mean, I think he brought up some pretty good points that I actually hadn't thought about, so I would just like to put some support behind his comment. Thanks.
Thanks. Let's go to Scott Hayden. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, I am Scott Hayden, Mountain View resident. I wanted to +1 to the people that proposed we move the budget for the police, or the police thing, to 6 months so that it could be as part of the budget. One of our illustrious mayor said that one of the reasons we couldn't expand safe parking was because the city lacks resources. So I was thinking maybe it could be useful to look at whether or not we should move funds out of the police department and into other important projects such as Homekey and safe parking. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go to Alex Brown. Please unmute yourself. Alex, you should be on. Alex?
Okay. Am I good now?
Yes.
All right. I just want to say what Tim, Yoho, Eva, and Scott said about the PSAB. I think that we need to speed up the cadence and check-ins. I think that this is something that needs to be addressed sooner rather than later, and that we need to pick up the pace. Thanks.
Right, and we'll go to Trey Bornman. Please unmute yourself.
Unmuted. Hopefully it's working. I didn't even know this was a thing. Yeah, it's a no-brainer. Get the data before you make the decision, right? I think everybody can agree on that. Why are we talking about it? I'd like to move on back to North Bayshore, where I'm the president that represents the citizens. We're warm and welcoming to bring people in. People are already in communities. I love Lenny's idea. Open the roads that are bigger than the mandate that you just passed to kick people out. It's the holiday season. We need to do some soul searching. And who are we really as a city? Are we kicking people out of the city people? Or are we warm, welcoming, whatever religion you are, I'm sure it says, be kind to your brothers and your fellow humans, right? So let's think about that as, you guys go on break and recess. But not to lecture, I wonder about the legalities too. When you take the downtrodden, the most impoverished, the hungry, and you concentrate them into one area of your city, you're basically segregating them. And is that legal? And you guys need to think about that. I know you guys get in legal troubles all the time. Also, the obvious solution is for people that are in this situation to upgrade to affordable homes, which would be your mobile home stock, but you have yet to protect it. So it's not a great option. I wouldn't advise them to do it. It's not protected. So think about all the solutions in the correct chain. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to comment on non-agenda items? I don't see any more hands, so I will close oral communications. And let's see, let's do a time check. Let's see, can we get through item 6.2 and then maybe take a break after that? Actually, before we go there, I know we're not supposed to act on non-agenda items, but I did want to clarify my understanding of the check-in with the new police commission. We have yet to call, or public safety commission, was that it would be like our other advisory commissions. They would be making recommendations throughout the year, and the check-in was really just to check in with them to see how they're doing as a body, and whether there was any need to tweak or change the body. And so I just wanted to clarify, that was my understanding. So in terms of the budget, the commission, once it's up and running, is free to discuss it, look at it, make recommendations to the council. But the check-in at the year mark is to just talk about how the commission is doing. Is that correct? Could staff help me with that?
Mayor, yes, that is accurate.
Great, thank you. So it doesn't have to be aligned with the budget process. All right, let's go then now to item, 6.1. We go to public hearings, and item 6.1 is the residential development at 325 and 339 Franklin Street. And do any council members wish to make disclosures such as contacts with the applicant or site visits? I don't see any. Oh, yes, Councilmember Matichak.
Sorry. I did visit the site on my own over the weekend.
Thank you. I did also look at the site on my own. Anyone else? Councilmember Hicks?
So I don't know if this counts. I love a legal opinion. I visited the site on Google Earth. Do I declare that or not?
Sure, that's in the spirit of disclosure. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, I did that.
All right, great, thank you. Then we will now go to the staff presentation by Deputy Zoning Administrator Rebecca Shapiro. Welcome, Rebecca.
Thank you, Mayor. Just taking a moment to share my screen. I'm being told that the host has disabled attendee screen sharing when I click on it. Okay.
Is it working now?
Yes. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. As you noted, Rebecca Shapiro, Deputy Zoning Administrator, and tonight I'm also joined by Stephanie Williams, our current Planning Manager and Zoning Administrator, to present a residential development proposal at 325 to 339 Franklin Street. The request before you is for development permits to construct a 15-unit residential development on a roughly 1/2 acre property located on the east side of Franklin Street between California Street and Dana Streets. The project site is comprised of 4 existing parcels on which 3 existing buildings contain 13 units. Currently, only 6 of the units are leased and occupied. The site itself is located at the edge of the downtown precise plan in a transitional sub-area between the surrounding lower intensity residential neighborhood and more dense residential and commercial development located to the east of the property, closer to the downtown core and Castro Street. The proposed units are spread across 7 buildings that are situated around the central courtyard and above 1 level of underground parking. The 3 buildings along Franklin Street are 2 stories tall and are designed to appear as single-family homes, and they function as single-family homes. Buildings 4 through 7 are located towards the middle and rear of the property, and each contain either 2 or 4 units within 3-story building forms where the third level is tucked within the roof form, so the structures themselves appear more like 2-story buildings, which is required by the precise plan. The courtyard, shown in the rendering on the screen, includes amenities such as a barbecue and social area, fire pit, seating and landscaping, as well as a pedestrian stair and chairlift, providing access between the podium level and underground parking. Vehicle access for the underground parking is provided through a single garage ramp to and from Franklin Street, and that's located in the southwest corner of the site, which is in the lower left-hand corner of the site plan shown here. All of the proposed buildings employ traditional architectural styles, which can be found throughout the older neighborhoods of Mountain View and certainly in the downtown itself. Here you can see the 2-story homes located along Franklin Street, which provide a good representation of the proposed project architecture. The architectural styles, materials, the prominent porches with direct access to Franklin Street, as well as landscaping in the front, are all features that are intended to both comply with precise plan regulations and also help the project fit into the immediate context of the neighborhood. And the applicant has worked extensively with staff and the DRC to refine this design. And as noted in the staff report, the DRC has recommended approval of the project with certain design conditions for some further refinements between the applicant and staff through the building permit process. The zoning administrator and the subdivision committee reviewed the project last month at a joint public hearing on November 10th. Ahead of this hearing, the applicant voluntarily updated their tenant relocation proposal to incorporate current TREO regulations versus the 2016 regulations in effect when the project was submitted, as well as to extend relocation assistance benefits to all existing residents regardless of when they moved into the project. The zoning administrator and subdivision committee found that the proposed project complies with applicable general plan and downtown precise plan regulations, subdivision and landscaping regulations, as well as tenant relocation assistance requirements. And these bodies also determined that the project is categorically exempt under CEQA as an infill development project. As noted in the staff report, there was no public comment on the project at the hearing itself, but staff did receive emailed feedback ahead of the meeting, which was generally positive and supported project approval. In conclusion, staff, the DRC, the zoning administrator, and the subdivision committee have reviewed and recommend approval of the project with conditions of approval as per the language noted on the screen. And this concludes staff's presentation. The applicant, I believe, is also prepared or is ready to make a brief presentation and is joined by the property owner, and they're both available for any council questions in addition to staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to make a presentation? You don't have to, but you're welcome to.
Yes. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, council members, staff, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Johnny DeRosa with DeRosa & Associates, the applicant and also the project designer. First, I want to thank staff for all their hard work and patience help us to design this beautiful project. My client owned the property for a long time. They are local and very familiar with the area. They are looking for the best fit redevelopment design for this property because it is such a prime location. So we don't want to make any mistake for this project. Besides meeting the housing demand, more importantly is to align with the downtown neighborhood, maintain quality of living to sustain in the long run. So I'm here to answer any question from the council or the public may have. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions from council members for either the applicant or staff? Yes, Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, question for the applicant. At any time, did you consider approaching the city to buy the property?
No, not really.
Okay, okay. Thank you for that one. Staff, I had a question. I put in a question about how many BR units are required, and could you clarify the answer? Because as I read this, maybe I'm reading too much into it. It says Therefore, the phase one, it has a BMR requirement. The developer has a choice of whether to provide an in lieu fee or on-site units, and is proposing to pay the fee. And then down below the next paragraph, they're going to pay $720,000. And then there's a second paragraph says, under phase one, the on-site requirement is 10% of BMR requirement, would result in 1.5 BMR units for this 15-unit project. In this case, the developer will provide 1 unit and the balance in lieu fees. So what is it? Is it paying in the lieu fees or giving 1 unit and paying the difference?
So I believe that particular question was 2 parts. The first was asking what the number of units that would be required under the BMR program, and then the second part was information on the fee amount. And so the answer came to you in reverse order. So the answer was if they were providing units on site, that's the number of units that would be required under the phase one program, but the applicant is proposing to pay in lieu fees in this case under the phase one program.
So no units, pay the fee.
Correct.
And the total fees collected is $720,000.
That's our current estimate. As the answer to the question references, the BMR program indicates or requires the in lieu fee to be equivalent to 3% of the sale price of the units. And so that fee is collected as the units are sold. So the actual fee that we collect will be based on the actual sale price of the units. The estimate there is just based on the information we were able to gain from the applicant at this time on what they expect the sales price, the average sales price of the units to be.
Oh yeah, probably higher. So, okay. So this is still under I know we changed some of the requirements that we require developers to provide the unit. So is this one of the units, one of the projects that got in early and so they're not required to provide a unit?
Correct.
Okay. It's amazing. I was mayor when this was first started. How time flies. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak?
Thank you. I just had a question about the courtyard. So when I look at the plans, it is a little bit hard to tell, what's really going on there, because on some pages it looks like the trees are really big and kind of lush. But when I look at other pages, the courtyard looks pretty stark and kind of mostly concrete. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about, what does the courtyard really look like? Is it a place where people might, if they're young people, might play? If you could just talk a little bit about what it really looks like, because it is hard to tell from these plans.
Okay, basically this is like a common social area. So it's not really for a huge party or something like that. When people come down to pick up their mails, they can have a light conversation. And if you can see that we have a small area in different locations, they have like small group. We encourage like a small conversation, if you want to have even though if people want to work from home, they want to bring the laptop out to the courtyard to do some work, that's the whole point, for them, instead of staying home all the time, so encourage them to come out a little bit to have a social there. So that's why we put a fire pit, hopefully that will kind of gathering more people to, I'm talking about the residents, not anybody from the outside. So more in a social reaction, interaction.
So is the only place where there is grass in the very front along Franklin?
There is some setback. Well, we have setback in the front, so we have some landscaping in the front for the 3 single units. It's unfortunately we have to do all the landscaping on top because we have parking on the ground. So they're sitting on concrete. So that's why we've been working together. a long time with the landscape architect, how to bring it a more not too kind of a concrete forest, instead of make it more into blend into the nature, so that's why, so the landscape, they put it up, the landscape architect was really sort of soften the concrete in general. So,
and if I could add, to be clear, the entire property is ringed by in-ground plantings, and so all of the setback areas are not above the parking level, and so we anticipate that all the landscaping in those locations will grow fairly well. The courtyard and areas between the buildings are all above the underground parking level, and so landscaping in those locations has to be in some combination of modular planters or constructed on podium planters. And the landscape design sort of concentrates the larger landscaping in the center around where these gathering spaces are planned, and then there are smaller planters scattered around all of the units, so that every unit on this site should have some views to green, but the primary gathering spaces are in the central courtyard, which is limited in the type of landscaping that can be constructed.
Okay, so the area along Franklin that is grass, is that considered private, so to speak, open space for the units along Franklin, or could children play there if they live in the complex?
Actually, I mean, it looks like private, but actually it's a common area, for the residents. But because they're really, I mean, the front 3 units, the whole idea is to make it looks like a single family home, so to blend with the streetscape. So it looks very private, but in title that every common area is all it's for common.
Yeah, and the only thing I'd add to that is, like many projects, there's a pretty sizable utility requirement and other civil infrastructure that's necessary to comply with various regulations. So there are portions of that frontage that are landscaped, but will include above ground utility equipment like backflow preventers, and I believe certain portions as well may be bioretention areas that are landscaped but may not be as suitable for children playing.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yeah, I have some similar and related questions, but first one that's a little different. I'd like staff to answer a question I have about the kind of wide and deep driveway that leads to underground. I don't have, I guess generally I'm more supportive of those for stacked flats that would maybe have, 1 per block. And less supportive if there are multiple of them on a block, because I think they really make it hard for people to walk down the street. And they're unattractive, frankly, if you have one every other block. I mean, every other lot. So I'm wondering, my question is, the design guidelines and for the area, do they really allow, could we see those popping up, every several times or multiple times on one block? Is that something that could happen in the future if we continue to go with this particular configuration of housing?
It's theoretically possible. I think the thing that tends to limit, particularly in this particular sub area, that from happening is that the average property size is fairly small, and a lot of the existing development, although there are some smaller triplexes and similar buildings like occur here, but a lot of the existing development pattern is more single family in nature, and so it would require assemblage of parcels across a block to see it happen frequently within a block. For this particular sub area, other sub areas like even the sort of the half block over all along Bryant Street is a sort of more dense. And you see more repeated pattern of row house or stacked flat style development based on the densities that are allowed there. But on a block like this in a sub area like this, it would require assemblage of parcels. And so what we've seen so far is that those conditions don't tend to result in what you've identified as a concern.
Yeah, and so then my second concern related to Councilmember Matichek's concern is that, and again, for me, this is kind of fine when we have stacked flats because you're serving more people and you have more space, but in a smaller configuration like this, to have it, podium planters and mostly covered with concrete. I just think as we review what we allow in this area, I don't think that's something that I would like to proliferate. It's kind of neither fish nor fowl. I would prefer to either decide we're doing stacked flats and go with some of the things we're seeing here, or decide we're doing duplexes or something that allows us to actually, have landscaping, larger trees, permeable ground, and not turn much of the downtown into concrete. So that's my hesitation as a one-off. I'm fine with it, but those are kind of my my reservations for going forward with more of these in the future. And I imagine that what you said previously is probably true, that you would need parcel assemblage to get those to be kind of stamped out one after another all the way down the block. So I won't worry too much about that, but those are my concerns.
And if I could just, add one more thing. I think the other thing to remember is that this project is only 15 units. What that actually means is that this is a 30 dwelling unit to the acre project, which starts to sort of edge into sort of stacked, the very bottom edge of stacked flat. It doesn't really pan out typically from a financing perspective at that density, but it starts to get into that land, no pun intended, where this type of parking configuration is necessary to meet that density.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I was curious about the history of this project. How long is an application allowed to remain inactive before it expires?
So there's nothing in the code that limits the length necessarily that a project can be in the pipeline. There certainly are regulations that encourage expedient processing of complete applications, but once approved, there are limitations on how long the entitlement stays live, but there's nothing in the code that specifically says that a project has to be finished necessarily within a certain time frame.
I could submit an application, get comments from staff, respond, 9 months later, and you'll have to treat it as if it were, I had responded in a week.
Generally, yes. There are sort of newer state regulations that are sort of changing the landscape of review, but for this particular project, what you've characterized could be true, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Don't see any, so I will open this up for public comment. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak on this item and you're in the attendee box, please raise your blue hand. And if you're on the phone, please hit *9. And we have Tim McKenzie. Please unmute yourself.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, thanks. Tim McKenzie, resident of Montaloma. Councilmember McAllister and I disagree on many things, but I would really like the question that he asked at the start. Did the city look into buying and developing the land? This is something that there's a housing crisis. I feel like since I've moved to Mountain View, I continually read things in the Mountain View Voice about affordable housing projects being torn down and then replaced by fewer units and or fewer affordable units. I like the idea of the city looking into doing that and running it not for profit, but to provide stable housing to people in our community, which is very clearly sorely needed. So Councilmember McAllister, even though you and I may disagree on a lot of things, I thank you that you've continually brought this up. And though your voice will be gone from the council soon because you're terming out, I hope that this thing that you've championed does not fade away. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to Alex Brown. Please unmute yourself.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm also all for public housing, and that starts with the city having property available on which to develop said housing. So yes, please go, John. Let's do it. And I know it's the last meeting. Come on, this 2021 public housing in Mountain View. Buy all the land, buy all the property. Just make it happen. No more begging developers for affordable housing. No more meekly asking concessions. Just let's do it ourselves. We can. Yes.
Great. We'll go to Valerie Fenwick. Please unmute yourself. Oh, I think I lost Valerie. Oh, there's Valerie. Welcome back, Valerie. You should be able to unmute yourself. There we go.
Hi there, this is Valerie Fenwick. I'm a member of the BPAC, but speaking as an individual. I am a resident of Mountain View. I think I really like that there's some additional units going in here. I'm taking advantage of the space. Not thrilled that we're just getting in lieu of fees, but I do want to just really call out the pedestrian aspects of that driveway. Some of those driveways can be installed quite steeply, making it difficult for drivers to visually see. A lot of times they will pull up onto the sidewalk and then look both ways. So please make sure you take that. It's a very walkable neighborhood, and please take that into consideration, that we don't decrease the walkability of that street or introduce any dangers for the children or the seniors that are living there now. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to MB. Please unmute yourself, MB.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
My name is Mary Beth Bird. I'm a Mountain View resident. And I noticed from the plans that there, and I don't know how many because I looked at it quickly, but the removal of both heritage and street trees. And I was pretty disappointed to see that. I don't know the condition of the trees, but I can tell you that you can get any arborist to pretty much say what you want to get rid of a tree. And I just would like staff and the city and the council members to really look at saving our trees and not taking down our heritage tree, especially our heritage trees and our street trees. It's important. And a lot of you mentioned that, it looks like a mass of concrete. And when you take down those trees, that's what happens, because it takes 20 years for those trees to get big. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to Trey Bornman. Please unmute yourself.
Hello. Just a quick observation. I didn't hear anything about the size of the street in front of this property, if it could be expanded, and or safety precautions could be taken so a mobile vehicle family could live in front of this as well. That's it. We should consider that for all these projects.
Anyone else wishing to speak? I don't think I see any more hands, so I will close public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation. And oh, actually, I'm sorry, I just saw another hand go up. We'll go back to public comment. Joe McDonald, go ahead and unmute yourself to speak. Joan, can you unmute yourself? Oh, okay. There you go.
I understand that the original affordable units that are going to be demolished were numbered 16, and they're being replaced by 15 condos, which are ownership. So they are not affordable. So here we are, not only having a net loss of 1 unit, but we're having a net loss of 16 affordable units. That, to me, flies in the face of the goals of this council, and it's very disturbing.
All right. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Last call. All right. I will close public comment, bring it back to council for deliberation and possible motion. Let's see, Council Member Clark.
Yeah, so I appreciate the work that's gone into this with the and just reading that there may be some further revisions as part of the building permit process. And seeing this is complies with the downtown precise plan, there aren't any exceptions requested. I think I'll go ahead and move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a planned community permit and development review permit to construct a 15-unit residential condominium project over 1 level of underground parking, and a heritage tree removal permit to remove 3 heritage trees at 325 through 339 Franklin Street to be read title only for the reading waived attachment 1 of the council report. And 2, that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a tentative map to allow a 1-lot condominium subdivision for 15 residential condominium units at 325 to 339 Franklin Street to be read in title only for the reading waived attachment to the council report.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember McAllister?
Okay. I'm learning. My last meeting, I'm now learning how to unmute myself before I start talking. Which is going to make the meeting about another 20 minutes longer now that I figured that out. So I'll make a comment then so I brought up the purchasing.
I'm sorry, could I get a second on the motion first?
Oh.
If there's someone else who'd like to second it.
I'll go ahead and second it.
Okay, thank you.
We'll get it going. So I brought it to 6 more and Tim, just give me a chance. You'll get to know and love me like everybody else does. The reason I asked that question is because I've always thought about we buy the property, so forth and so on, keep maintaining the thing. It's going to come up again in 6.2, and it's going to come up again later on 7.1 is the ability for the city to buy property, maintain it, keep natural affordable housing, and it's something that we talked about last time when Homekey came along and you guys were saying, hey, we can do this. You got to look outside the box, as I keep saying this, that to find the answer. And here's an excellent opportunity. I mean, it wasn't there at the time, but it's something that the council may want to consider going forward, is to look at the opportunity if something comes up. And we talked about it once before, first right of refusal, that the cost is available there. The prices got to be lower now than ever before. And so I would have personally liked to have seen the unit. I mean, where are you going to find a unit for $720,000 in the city? Where are you going to find a condo? Where are you going to be able to buy something for $720,000? So yes, everybody says, yeah, we can leverage that $720,000 and do something else. But, you know, sometimes you got to take the baby step and start requiring it. And going forward, the new council, the next council, maybe they'll take up the mantle. I know Councilmember Ramirez is hot to trot and get this thing going better. But, you know, that's my comment. I mean, I appreciate the project. I like projects like this. But it would have been nice to say, you know, had the opportunity going forward next year or whenever. These are projects that the city should seriously look at of buying, maintaining, and keeping our natural affordable housing. Thanks.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be supporting the motion, and I appreciate your remarks, Councilmember McAllister. I know we will be continuing that work over the next couple of years. Just a couple of things that I am a little concerned about. It bothers me a little bit that a notice of intent was sent out, and there's been almost complete turnover, and several of those units were turned into short-term rentals, Airbnb units. I would imagine many people voluntarily vacate upon receiving that notice, believing in good faith that the project will be redeveloped. And that was many, many years ago. And I don't know if there's a policy solution to that, but and I appreciate staff's note that that's something that we don't often see. But it does concern me. I don't want to see that, becoming a trend as others discover that may be an option. Oh, great. Airbnb could potentially be a more, a viable source of revenue that's easier to deal with because you don't have to contend with CSFRA and all of those things. So I just wanted to flag that as a concern. But I think, it's a code compliant project. I think, I'll be supporting it. I have no other comments about it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Great, thanks. Appreciate the comments from Councilmember Hicks and Matichak about kind of the design of the project. Councilmember Ramirez's comments about kind of the short-term rental issue, and Councilmember McAllister talking about opportunities for city to purchase. I think for me, I'll support the motion. What gives me reluctance is the BMR and LUFI payment. I think the city has made it pretty clear with the adoption of Phase 2 BMR that we prefer BMR units included in projects. And so for myself, I don't think that it can be added as a condition of approval, but I'm going to have the same issue with the next project we see for Dana Street. This is the direction that council is moving in, and we talk about our housing crisis, and part of it is, having the projects include those units on site. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Councilmember Hicks?
So I will be supporting this project, with some reservations that I've raised. But I did want to also highlight that I agree with other comments that other council members have raised. And particularly want to say, Councilmember McAllister, I will be bringing up your desire to buy buy naturally affordable housing as we go forward.
And Councilmember Matichak?
Thank you. So I also will be supporting the motion, although I think this project could be better. I am concerned about the starkness of the courtyard, and I appreciate the comment about the driveway. And if we can make sure that cars don't drive up and then stop on the sidewalk, it'd be great if there was some space there that they could stop beforehand. Because that's definitely a pedestrian safety concern for me. I actually am okay with the in-lieu fees. I think we can use in-lieu fees from ownership units and get more rental units. And I'm about getting more units than anything else. And so if you can get more units with the in-lieu fees, I think that's fine with me. So I'm okay with the in-lieu fees on this one. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? Any other discussion? If not, the motion is from Councilmember Clark, seconded by Councilmember McAllister. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Bikoga.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and take a break since we have a few more items afterwards. So let's say until 9:15. If folks could be back at 9:15. 6.2, a mixed-use project at 676 West Dana Street. And again, do any council members wish to make any disclosures, such as contacts with the applicant or site visits? Yes, Vice Mayor.
I did a site visit. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I did a site visit on my own. Thank you.
Councilmember Hicks.
I did a site visit.
And anyone else? I also did look at the site on my own. So with that, we have a staff presentation by Associate Planner Krisha Penneler. If I pronounced that correctly. Welcome.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Krisha Penolyar, Associate Planner, and I'm joined by Stephanie Williams, current Planning Manager / Zoning Administrator. The item before you is a mixed-use project located at 676 West Dana Street. The applicant is proposing a planned community permit, development review permit, and a tentative map. The proposed project is located on the northeast corner of West Dana Street and Hope Street. The project site is 0.25 acres in size and is currently developed with a one-story commercial building and a small surface parking lot. Immediately north of the project site is a public parking lot, and to the east of the site is a one-story commercial building. Other surrounding uses of the project include residential developments that range from 2 to 4 stories in height, as well as 1 to 2 story commercial buildings. The general plan designation of the project site is downtown mixed use, and the zoning is downtown precise plan. The site is also located in the parking district. The proposed project itself includes 7 residential units on the upper floors, as well as 4,540 square feet of ground floor commercial uses, as well as 2 levels of underground parking. And as you can see on the site plan, the driveway access to the underground parking is located on the northwest portion of the project site. The office and residential lobby main entrances front West Dana Street, and the retail main entrances are located on the southwest corner of the building. The project also includes a second floor common open area available for the residents. The common open area on the second floor includes an outdoor kitchen, water feature, as well as some seating. There's also a small plaza area on the ground floor adjacent to the corner entrances of the retail tenant. So this is a view from the intersection of Hope Street and West Dana Street of the project. The project is a Spanish Revival architectural style, which is consistent with the more traditional architectural styles you can find in the downtown. The project itself includes smooth stucco, low-pitched roof forms, arched windows and entryways, as well as some metal and wood architectural features. The ground floor is further accentuated with heavy recesses, trim detailing, as well as metal and glass awnings, which help improve the pedestrian environment and is consistent with the goals and policies of the downtown to create a more active streetscape. So the project was reviewed by the Development Review Committee on May 6th, as well as September 11. During the September 11 meeting, DRC recommended approval of the project with design conditions. The applicant has since then made some of those design recommendations, but additional design issues remain as conditions of approval. The project was then approved by the Administrative Zoning and Subdivision Committee on November 10. The city did receive 1 public comment of support for the project, but no one actually attended the public hearing. Overall, staff reviewed the project and finds that the project is consistent with the general plan, precise plan, city subdivision ordinance, and subdivision map act. Staff finds that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15332 in full development. Based on this analysis, recommends conditional approval of the project. Do you have any additional questions for staff? The applicant is also here to do a brief presentation and can also help answer any additional questions you may have.
Great, thank you. And would the applicant like to make a presentation? Let's see, is it Poco Klein and let's see, Poco Klein 1 and 2. Would you like to make a presentation? So if you could just unmute yourself, please. Nope. Oh, let's see, Poco Klein 2, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Oh, hello. Hi. Actually, I thought it was going to be William Maston.
And I think,
hello,
am I here now?
Oh, yes, I hear Bill Maston's voice.
Okay. Sorry about that. I must have been pressing the wrong button, but good evening. The easiest way to summarize the building that's before you this evening is that we worked a lot with staff with the recommendation that we further a style of architecture that was consistent with the residential project around the corner, knowing that in the future the surrounding immediate corners would probably pursue different architecture at that time in the future. So we're very comfortable with the outcome, and it is a little bit more urban in nature than the project you just had before this one, as it is a mixed-use ground floor retail. We are providing the 2 floors of parking underground, and I'm here just to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions from council members for either the staff or applicant? I guess Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. The question I have is about how will people know that the underground parking is available for folks going to the retail or the office space? And I sent that question in, and the answer was by the metal arch there, as well as some signage. But given this is right next to a surface parking lot, I guess, you know, I want to feel more comfortable that people will know that there is public parking here. So will the arch say that, or is it just people recognize a metal arch as indicating it's public parking?
So to answer that question, staff did relay the concern to our office, and we're happy to work with staff to add signage that's very specific to, you know, directing parking for our guests to that area downstairs. And that was actually one of the reasons why staff suggested the archway being created in the first place, was so that it would be a lot more obvious that the parking was there to be used by that building.
Okay, yeah, I think it could be more clear. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any, so I will open this up for public comment. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your blue hand if you're in the attendee box. And if you're on the phone, please hit *9. Don't see. Oh, here we go. So it's a phone number ending in 870, last 3 digits. Please unmute yourself to speak. Let's see here. There we go. Should be able to speak.
Hello. During the comments, it was said that it was similar to other residential areas in that it was 4 stories high, but none of the other residential areas that are 4 stories high include mixed use. They're just singly residential. And I was wondering if, because it's a 4-story building with mixed use, if there would be condensers and air conditioners and the like on top of the building that would subject noise to the neighbourhood. Thank you. That was my only comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other members of the public wishing to comment on this item? If not, we'll close public comment, bring it back to council. Could staff also respond to the member of the public's question?
Hi, so currently no HVAC units are proposed on the roof. Actually, solar panels are proposed on the rooftop instead.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
So I will be supporting this project, but I just wanted to make a comment that, and this comment could actually apply to the previous project as well. When we look at, in the future, when we look at making buildings in the downtown and I suppose elsewhere architecturally compatible, I feel like we have a kind of outdated and small number of styles that we continually refer to. And I don't think this is just Mountain View that does this. When I worked in San Jose, it was kind of the same problem. In fact, we did a lot of Spanish style architecture as the typical way of fitting in the neighborhood, to the point that some of the planners I worked with joked that it was tan Jose. It was, you make the building tan and call it Spanish, and council will approve. That was some number of years ago. Maybe they've moved on since then, but I'm hoping that we, in reality in our downtown, we have a lot more. I see staff reports constantly referring to craftsman and Spanish style architecture, and I really think our downtown grew over a much larger period of time and has a much wider variety of architectural types that we could allude to, including simple farmhouse, not for this particular building, mid-century modern, and a number of other styles. So I hope when we take a second look at our downtown precise plan that we include a larger architectural vocabulary. And I also think that it's important, like best practices are not to try to copy styles from 75 or 100 years ago, because, for example, the key to being a craftsman bungalow is that it be a bungalow, that it be small, and that it be handcrafted. And we're doing neither of those now. I mean, that's just not the way we build housing. So I would like to relook at some of these issues in the future, but I will not be voting against this project for that reason. Thank you.
That's Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a planned community permit and development review permit to construct a 4-story mixed-use project with 7 residential condominiums, 4,540 square feet of ground floor commercial and 2 levels of underground parking at 676 West Dana Street, to be read in title only. Further reading waive attachment 1 to the council report. 2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a tentative map to create 9 condominium lots and 1 common lot at 676 West Dana Street, to be read in title only. Further reading waive attachment 2 to the council report. And had a comment or two, so if someone's going to mention, second it, or I'll make a comment.
I'll second it. Great.
Okay. I like this project for a couple of reasons. 3 reasons. It's a Bill Mattson project. I always like his projects. They're always good, always housing. Second, I like it. It's more importantly, I like the mixed use. I've been stressing mixed use. We have to start doing more of it. If people come in for buildings, you know, office buildings, I always get disappointed because I like to see mixed use housing. I mean, office and then housing on top. That's really got to do. And the real kicker I really like about this one is that it provides all the parking. And we don't have to stress out the rest of the city that all the parking's provided going forward. And I think that's a great way to approach these projects. We're getting crammed downtown, and it's going to be, we had a conversation about lot 12 and parking, and it's going to be a long time before a parking structure ever comes around in town. And this is great that they were able to provide their own parking. So obviously I support it, and I look forward to getting it built.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So while there might be parking for this project, we are losing on-street parking. And I do have a concern about that. They are paying in lieu fees for it. But when you look at all of the parking we're losing downtown, I feel like we keep on chipping away at it. So I was the one who sent in the questions about how many parking spaces are we losing. And the other significant area where we're losing parking is along, I guess it would be Evelyn, when we build the ramp up to Shoreline. And I think that was in the 70, 80 parking space range, and that's a lot. And so I am concerned that we are chipping away at our on-street parking in downtown. I do agree that I like that it's mixed use. When I started reading the staff report, I thought, oh no, we're losing some of our commercial space. And I thought, oh no, we're not. That's good. So happy to see that. I was looking at the ramp based upon the previous project. This one looks like there might be a little bit more space there, which looks good, but I'd want to make sure it is safe for pedestrians. And then my same comment about the in lieu fees. I'm okay with taking in lieu fees for ownership housing because you can get more apartments for the money than you can ownership units. Not necessarily in terms of the number of bedrooms, but the number of units you can. So I'm okay with that on this project. And I will be supporting the motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? I would just add that I will also support this project. I appreciate the mixed use aspect of it. And I just was thinking, I was on council when we did the other residential project on the other side that looks the same Spanish revivalist project. And back then, I can't remember when it was, but that was, it was I guess a unique style at that time, and actually, many of my colleagues then did not like it, but I think it turned out well, and I appreciate it. I like the look of this one as well, so I appreciate the design. So with that, if there are no other comments, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Bikoga.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. We will now go on to item 7, new business 7.1, the Eden Housing NOFA proposal at 1100 La Avenida. And again, do any council members wish to make disclosures such as contacts with the applicant or site visits? Yes, Councilmember Ramirez.
I'll disclose that I spoke with the applicant.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark?
I visited the site. I've met with the applicant pre-COVID, and then again, I believe, in preparation for the NOFA committee meeting, or at least chatted with them.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Kamei?
Yes, I met with the applicant virtually and visited the site.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak?
I visited the site on my own, and I did have an email exchange with the applicant where I was asking questions that I also submitted to staff. Thanks.
And Councilmember Hicks?
Sorry, having an unmute problem. Yes, I met with the applicant and visited the site on Google Earth or Google Maps, whichever.
Thank you. And I also visited the site and received an email from the applicant. Did not have a chance to respond, but did leave the email. So with that, we will have a staff presentation by Project Manager for Affordable Housing, Vera Gill, and Senior Planner, Clarissa Burke. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Vera Gill, Project Manager for Affordable Housing, and Clarissa Burke, as you mentioned, is also Senior Planner, is also here to assist with any planning-related questions. So it's my pleasure to be here tonight to present this 100% affordable housing development funding proposal from Eden Housing. And I just wanted to provide a little background on the NOFA process. Most of you know already that we began this NOFA process in February 2014 when we had 15.5 million, a rather small amount at that time, and we released a NOFA for that 15.5 million. The city now has about 60 million in affordable housing funds available, combination of housing impact and below market rate in lieu fees. Eden Housing is requesting $15 million for 100-unit affordable development, which includes 2 manager units. Wanted to provide a little context on affordable development costs. Rising residential land costs in Mountain View, even during this COVID-19 shelter in place, the land costs have not dropped that much. Really, there's a lack of available sites for affordable housing developers. They're competing with market rate developers for these sites, and we're looking at sites that are probably about 13 million per acre or more. The sites that are available for development are less than optimal, so they need to be rezoned, which adds additional costs, or they are oddly shaped, which is why most of the market rate developers will not compete for them. And then there's prevailing wage requirements that add about 10% to the project cost. But what really does add to the project development costs or the tax credit financing syndication costs, which could include a lot of legal fees, a lot of other fees that are paid to the state as well. Give you a little background on the project site. It's located out in the North Bayshore Precise Plan area. It's on the corner of Armand and La Avenida. It's nearly an acre in size, and Eden Housing was able to purchase this land for about $12.2 million. It is close to a VTA bus line 40. It's close to the ACE Orange line, which is the ultimate corridor line, and MV Gown Mountain View community shuttles also serve that area. We expect, as other properties develop in the North Bayshore Precise Plan and infrastructure is improved in that area, that additional bus or transit lines will be available. So as I mentioned earlier, it's 100 units total, 63 studio units, 18 one-bedroom, 19 two-bedroom units. That includes the 2 manager units. They fall in there. Eden Housing is applying to the County of Santa Clara for Measure A funding, and their application is for the Type 2 scenario. So that is the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, which is 1/3 permanent supportive housing. The other third is extremely low income, and then the final third can float up to 80%. So we're expecting, and it really depends on whether the county rounds up or rounds down. It's about 32 to 33 permanent supportive housing units. So the project financing for this will include both state and federal low-income housing tax credits. So they'll apply for the state as well as the federal programs. Federal Home Loan Bank Affordable Housing Program funding. As I mentioned, County Measure A, $19 million. City of Mountain View NOFA funding for $15 million, and if there is a gap that develops, they will seek other state funding if necessary. And it looks like that might be the state multifamily housing program or MHP program. I know that this chart is a little hard to see here, but it's also in your council report. It basically shows Eden Housing at the top of the chart compared to the last few projects that we have funded. And really, the most important part is that when we evaluate these developments, we're looking at the per unit subsidy. And with the $15 million subsidy from the city, it kind of is a median project. It's all right in the middle when we're looking at these projects. So it's not at the high range, not at the low range, and I think it's Eden has done a very good job of trying to leverage funding. I think it's hard when you compare it to a project like Eagle Park, which it still remains to be one of our best leverage projects in the city. Just wanted to highlight on the range high and range low. So those numbers, when I'm picking the high range and the low range, it really is the subsidy per unit that we were looking at for that low and high range. We had a neighborhood meeting via Zoom webinar on November 12th. 26 neighbors and interested parties attended that. Santiago Villa was notified, and there were residents from Santiago Villa who identified themselves at the meeting, and most of these attendees were very supportive of the project. There were a few questions about the architecture, what the approval timeline is, resident screening process, and building security, whether security would be provided 24 hours for the residents. Overall, it was a very positive meeting. And right after we had that meeting, we went to the NOFA Review Committee on November 18th. And the committee is comprised of council members Clark and Hicks and Ramirez. And Councilmember Ramirez serves as the chair for this committee. They discussed the target population and the different financing options and the finance leveraging. And they voted unanimously to send this proposal to the council for reservation of funding, which is why we're here tonight. They also asked the staff to work with the developer to see if they qualify for an SB 35 application. So the next step, if the council chooses to reserve the funding, staff would work to evaluate whether the applicant is interested in or qualifies for the SB 35 application. If the applicant does not qualify or is not interested in that, they would submit an application to the planning division for design review. We would have conduct a parking study if necessary, and we would conduct additional neighborhood meetings and then go on to the public hearings. If they choose to or they qualify for the SB 35 application, there is a different process that would go through, and planning staff is here this evening to discuss that if necessary. The NOFA Review Committee recommends that City Council reserve $15 million in below market rate or BMR funds for Eden Housing for this project. And the staff is recommending that Council appropriate $1 million in BMR funds for pre-development costs, and that the city manager be authorized to enter into the agreement for the pre-development funding. We're also requesting appropriation of an additional $300,000 in BMR rate funds for staff time, environmental, parking, and other special studies for this project. Both appropriations require 5 votes, and the applicant is here, Eden Housing is here to make a presentation this evening. As I mentioned earlier, Clarissa Burke, Senior Planner, and I are both here to answer questions that you may have as well.
Great, thank you very much. Would the applicant like to make a presentation? Mr. Nolan?
Hi, yes, I'm here. We also have Joel Millar from David Baker Architects and Daniel Simon Simons as well. So if Daniel Simons could be promoted to a panelist. And then we also have Linda Manolini, president of Eden Housing as well. So she's also on hand to answer questions. So if she could be promoted to panelists as well, that would be great. And Joel also has a presentation, so he'll request to share that with you all. I'm not sure how that process works on your end, but I will get started. My name is Jared Nolan. I'm the project manager for this project, and I want to start by thanking you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members for considering La Avenida Apartments for funding support. I also want to thank staff for their collaboration and hard work to get our project to this point. So I'm really excited to discuss this project with you all. So I'll start by going over some of the project details, and then I'll hand it over to Joel and Daniel from David Baker Architects to go over the project's design. I'll run through this quickly since we are getting late here. So the next slide just tells you a little bit about, next one after this, tells you a little bit about Eden Housing and our mission, which is to build and maintain high quality, affordable housing communities long term. So we continue to own all of our properties, and we have internal property management and resident services departments to make sure that they have really sustainable communities. And here's a sense of our portfolio. We're Bay Area focused. So the next slide shows you our other project in Mountain View, Studio 819 Apartments. This was completed in 2015. There are 49 studios in this development, in addition to a small retail space that currently has a Tacomania in it. You know, in our design process, we really strive to make our developments indistinguishable from market rate housing, if not look nicer. So the next slide also has some interior shots of a unit on the left, and then the on the right is the community room at this development. The next slide gives you a sense of affordability in Santa Clara County. So these are the three income levels that are proposed at this project: 30%, 50%, 60% AMI, and the income levels for household sizes. So ranges from 33,000 a year up to 80, 90,000 per year in this development. In addition to the supportive housing units that are being reserved with County of Santa Clara support. So on the next slide, the County of Santa Clara is providing support for the permanent supportive housing units through Measure A that are going to be referred from their coordinated entry system in this Housing First model. So these will be the 33 units that Vera mentioned for formerly homeless households. And these are primarily studios in the development, but we're which is the bulk of the queue are for individuals, but we are also setting aside a couple 2-bedroom units for homeless families as well. So the next slide shows the management plan. So there's 3 components of the management plan. There's Eden property management staff, which will consist of a community manager, assistant community manager, and an after-hours front desk clerk to ensure that the property is well managed and secure, all hours of the day. There's also a resident services team that Eden will provide for programming for the entire building population, and then the county will provide supportive services staff for the formerly homeless units that will be case management and other services to help these households adjust back to their new housing. The next slide has the project location in the North Bay Shore, and then zooming in on the next slide, you can see a little the site in a little more detail, and this shows the nearby transit options that Vera mentioned that I think we'll also continue to approve and connect residents to additional transit in downtown Mountain View and Amtrak in Santa Clara as well. So the final slide for me before I turn it over to the architects is the project timeline. So here we are at the end of the year. We had our community meeting, we had our NOFA commitment, and City Council's meeting now. As we were laid out, the traditional process would take up to 9 to 12 months for entitlements, but as we also mentioned, we're exploring the SB 35 streamlined process, which I think we could complete in less than 6 months, but still working through that process, what that could look like with staff, but that could save the project time and money, and also city resources as well. So after we make it through the entitlements, it'll take about another year to get through the kind of plan check, building department review process, and finish assembling all the financing necessary to build the project, and then we'll start construction, and it'll take about 1.5 to 2 years to build it. So we should be open, in 2024. So I'll turn it over to the architects now. Thank you.
Just a quick time check. It's a total of 10 minutes. So, City Clerk, where are we at right now? Did you unmute yourself?
We're at approximately 4 minutes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm Daniel Simons, principal at David Baker Architects, and I'm going to briefly just talk about our work in the Bay Area, and then Joel Millar from our office is going to talk more specifically about the project that we're proposing here in Mountain View. Next slide. So we've been in the Bay Area for 35 years. We focus heavily on affordable housing. We've designed over 7,000 affordable homes, and we really approach it with an eye towards design. We've won over 450 design awards. We really feel that affordable housing should have really high quality design. Next slide. This is a project that we recently completed in Palo Alto, 100% affordable. Next slide. I think one of the things that we always focus on is the sense of entry and coming home, the front door being something that's really welcoming and feels, like I said, like a place that you want to come home to. Next slide. This is a project we recently completed in Sunnyvale, where we sort of stepped down to the scale of the neighborhood. Next slide. And we always try and think about the services that are going to be provided on site and how we can design spaces that accommodate them. In this case, it was an after-school program for kids, and designing a really safe space for them where they can play and also learn. Next slide. So now Joel's going to talk a little bit more about the project that we're specifically proposing in Mountain View.
Great, thanks, Daniel. I'm Joel Millar. I also work at David Baker Architects, and I'm managing the design team. I'll be presenting the details of the building and site. So the project team proposes to build 100 new homes. These range in size from studios to 2 bedrooms, and they're supported by a central common area and a generous common courtyard. In addition, there will be 44 parking spaces and 110 new bike parking spaces. Let's look at some of the neighbors. Santiago Villa, a mobile home park, is just beyond the site to the north. Across the street on La Avenida is the Microsoft campus. It's currently under construction. The VTA bus yard is just down the street, and closer to Shoreline Boulevard is an office building with surface parking lots. These lots will be the site of the 1255 Pear Avenue mixed-use development. And finally, closer to the site are small businesses, which include a theater, yoga studio, sheet metal shop, and offices. This is the street view of the existing site. Currently, there is a 1-story office building with surface parking out front. So now that we've looked at the surrounding site, let's look at the building. This is the starting point for the building. The first adjustment was a step down and away from Santiago Villa, creating an open space. This open space will be used as a courtyard. The community room, the mail area, and other common rooms will open onto this courtyard, providing light and air and a space for informal gathering. at the corner of the building will also step down, accentuating the corner and creating a focal point. The massing is then further broken down with 2 slices through the building. These allow for light and air to flow through the interior of the site. They also provide views into and out of the project. To create additional interest and to further refine the scale of the project, bays are added. These reinforce the residential scale and neighborhood feel of the project. The driveway to the parking garage is located mid-block on Armand. The approach and driveway are highlighted here with the yellow arrow. The orange arrow indicates the pedestrian entry. This connects directly to the common courtyard, not unlike the image that we showed earlier, providing a pleasant view and sense of open space from the street. This is the ground floor plan. La Avenida is to the left and Armand is along the bottom. Highlighted here are the ground floor residential units which wrap the corner of the building. They are buffered from the street by planting areas and patios. The parking garage is in the middle of the project, pushed away from the street and placed behind the other program. And the common areas are on the north side of the site, gathered around the courtyard. This is a typical upper floor plan. These are all residential units. There's not really any common area on the upper floors. And these are all studios to 2 bedrooms. Next, we'd like to show you a few street level views of the project. This is the approach along La Avenida. This is the first view that most people will probably get of the building when driving or on foot. You can see the residential character of the ground floor with entry patios, seat walls, and overhead canopies. There'll be generous plantings in the front yard, and the existing city sidewalk will be moved away from the curb and widened for a safer and more pleasant experience. This is the intersection of La Avenida and Armand. Here the building steps down and there's a change in material to accentuate and mark the intersection. And as I mentioned, when we looked at the ground floor plan, the residential units continue around the corner. This is the view along Armand towards Santiago Villa. This area has the same elements as along La Avenida, the residential entries, patios, and generous planting areas, all of which should make for a more pleasant experience. That's it for our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to council. Are there council members with questions for either staff or the applicant? Councilmember Hicks.
So I apologize because I got I believe an email, Jared, I believe it was from you when I was on the NOFA, which stands for Notice of Funding Availability Committee. I asked about the common areas and whether they could be used by anyone besides the residents in any way. I have a strong belief that it's nice to not build gated communities, whether they're upper income or lower income communities, that kind of the more opportunities we have to share those spaces, the more when we walk down the street and get to know each other, the better things are. So I think that you sent me an email answering that question and I flagged it and lost it. So I'm wondering if you can now answer that question for everybody.
Sure, yeah. So what we've done before is definitely open up the community room for community groups, neighborhood associations to meet there, and that's something we would be willing to do. And then your question on the NOFA committee was also about opening up some of the services. So I heard from our VP of Resident Services that we have when we have a community group come in to make a presentation to residents, we've had neighbors come into that as well. So we're open to that as well, to make sure we are connected with our neighbors in our community.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Don't see any hands, so, late hand, Councilmember McAllister.
So we're doing this partnership with the county, I understand. How much is the county putting in?
Eden Housing has requested $19 million from the County of Santa Clara.
It's been committed already, the $19 million? They're already committed.
So the total project's going to be about $33 million to build, I gather there. It's on the chart, I guess, here, so I guess I should just look at the chart.
We wish it was just going to be 33
Oh, no,
million.
it's $78 million.
Sorry.
Okay, so
that would win your contest for most affordable project on the list.
That's right. Where's the other money coming from?
So the rest of the money comes from the low-income housing tax credit program, and we're also hoping to apply for some funding from the state of California.
Okay, so this project isn't fully funded yet.
No, all of the other funding sources at the state require us to be through our entitlement processes. So for us to move this forward, we have to get through this next step. And we also have to have all of our gap subsidy from the localities secured, because that's leverage points for the tax credit program.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Any other questions? If not, I will open this up for public comment. If there are members of the public wishing to speak and you're in the attendee box, please press your raise hand button and raise your blue hands. Again, we will go 1.5 minutes. And if you are on the phone, please hit *9. And we'll start with Ray Bramson. Please unmute yourself. Hi, Ray.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Ray Bramson, Chief Operating Officer, Destination Home. On behalf of Destination Home, we're here to provide our strong support for Eden Housing's La Avenida project that you have before you tonight. Earlier this evening, we're very grateful that you unanimously approved the community plan to end homelessness. This reinforced Mountain View's longstanding commitment to addressing the needs of its most vulnerable neighbors. This project represents another fantastic opportunity not only to build 100 units of high-quality affordable housing with a top-notch affordable housing nonprofit developer, but also to create incredible leverage by using city dollars with county Measure A funding. We're excited to see the opportunity come before you. We're hopeful that you do consider staff's recommendation of pursuing SB 35 and streamlining legislation, because we all know we need this type of housing as quickly as possible. Thank you very much for your consideration tonight, and we look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you. We'll go to Tim McKenzie. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, thanks for giving me a moment to speak. I want to echo what we mentioned earlier. I'd love to see city funds used to purchase and develop housing, but it seems like this is already pretty far along, and housing is a crisis. We need to do things that'll take action. I love to see affordable housing. That's great. More affordable housing instead of tearing down affordable units and replacing them with non-affordable units, and then transitioning to public-owned housing. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Trey Bornman. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, Trey Borman, president of the Santiago Villa Neighborhood Association. We would like to lend our support to this project. They are right outside of our gate. The city needs this. I don't think there's going to be any other neighborhood that's going to say, bring this project right next to us. They've been very transparent and forthcoming in all the information, and have worked with us on things that we're worried about the building being too close, looking into people's over the fence line. So that's why things have been bumped back. There's already been modifications to this project that suits our needs. I think the only thing that's changed since when they presented this to us like a year ago is they've eliminated some of the retail space because of COVID and added more units. But honestly, we're going to need them. The things that I would add here, other than our support for this, is the transition from homelessness into a project like this into a possible trailer at a safe zone to a mobile home is all being kind of contained in this area. So there's opportunity there, but all of those opportunities are not protected. We need to work on that to protect all those. And it would probably also make sense to have the Mountain View Community Shuttle include us as part of the community, and because right now it doesn't come to us. We're not part of the Community Shuttle program. So as we move things over here, we need to be more inclusive with the services that are provided to the more affluent parts of the city. Thank you.
We'll go to Valerie Fenwick next. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Valerie Fenwick, a resident of Rex Manor,
on the BPAC, but not representing the BPAC. I wanted to speak in full favor of this proposal. I have a friend that lived in her vehicle for, unfortunately, many years after suffering a traumatic brain injury in an automobile collision here in the Bay Area, and she has found permanent supportive housing at Villas in the Park in San Jose, and it is an incredibly life-changing experience for her and all of her neighbors. The fact that it is permanent supportive housing is makes this really ideal for a lot of folks that suffer from medical conditions, or our seniors, or some of our permanently folks that are in permanent poverty for other disabilities. So I really appreciate this and full support for this. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Salim Demirji. Please unmute yourself.
All right. Yeah, this project is amazing, like everyone else has said. Thanks to Eden Housing for getting this project rolling. I'm really glad that the project's using Measure A funds. I also think that given the amount of support we're hearing from public comment, it makes even more sense to use SB 35. The neighborhood associations on board, the Eden Housing has already been really responsive to concerns about it. So we should just streamline the process. There's no reason for it to take any longer. It saves the city money, it saves them money, and it also sets a good precedent for the future, because it's easier to have affordable housing development when the city will be a good faith partner to get it done in a way that makes it feasible. So rather doable. So thank you, Eden Housing. Thanks to the city and the city staff. It's a great project. I hope you use the SC35 streamlining. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go to David Watson. Please unmute yourself. David?
Hi.
Hi there.
I'm David Watson. I'm a resident and homeowner in Rex Manor, and also a member of Mountain View Unity. And I'm really excited about 100 units of 60% AMI or below housing. I think that's really great, and I think it's also great that it's so cost effective from the city's perspective. At I think $150,000 per unit. That's really an efficient use of the city's money, given what it generates. I'm also excited to see homes getting built in North Bay Shore, where they'll be near a lot of the jobs once the pandemic is over. So thank you very much for working on this project.
Thank you. We'll go to Paying Lee next. Please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi. Okay. Hi, City Council, staff, and applicants. Thank you so much for your work on this project. Definitely echoing all the previous commenters. I think especially, in the pandemic environment, homelessness prevention strategies are important. I know there's growing research, recent research from UCSF on how extremely low income housing actually helps with affordable housing options. So I really appreciate that in reading the report about this Eden Housing. I also like the considerations towards, the generous planting and canopy in their future vision. So yeah, I just want to express my appreciation for everyone involved in this project, and I hope we move forward.
Thank you. And we'll go to Alex Brown. Please unmute yourself.
Am I lost?
Okay. No, you're not.
You all know just how excited I am for more residential development in North Bay Shore, because I want more neighbors. Eden Housing came to us in Santiago Villa early on in the process and has been incredibly responsive to our community's requests. Special thanks to Dan and Susie. I kind of like the idea of ground floor commercial space or retail, but all affordable housing is a hell of a compromise. We need housing. Let's build housing. Maybe streamline it for faster housing. Also, credit to the architects for not just making another ugly cube with articulation and mixed materials, although I do kind of wish it looked weirder. We need more weird buildings. All right, thanks.
Thank you. And finally, Eva Tang, please unmute yourself.
Hey, Council. I echo a lot of the sentiments and the support for this project that have been already said, or that has been already said. I'd also like to put in some appreciation for the design of this project. It really seems like there has been a lot of care taken into the design. As someone who has been previously unstably housed, it's really nice to see the care of building something that really feels like home to people where home hasn't been super stable. And so I just really wanted to put an appreciation for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak? I don't see any more hands, so I will close public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation and a potential motion. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thanks, Mayor. Very briefly, so the NOFA Review Committee had the opportunity to evaluate the project, and we unanimously recommended reservation of the $15 million requested. The project is code compliant. It provides deep levels of affordability. It's well leveraged, and it enjoys neighborhood support. And I think for those reasons, I hope that every member of the council will support the recommendation. So I'll go ahead and move the NOFA Review Committee recommendation and staff recommendations 1 and 2. The only other thing I'll add, I appreciate the staff discussion of SB 35 in the report. I think, and the other members of the NOFA Review Committee are more than welcome to correct me or make additions as they would like. But I think Councilmember Clark had made a good point that we can neither require nor prohibit the use of SB 35. It's sort of the discretion of the applicant to determine whether that's an appropriate process. But we certainly would encourage its use if it does meet the criteria identified under state law. And we appreciate I'll speak for myself here. I appreciate that the applicant has worked very well with staff over the past couple of years that it's been in review, and I'm excited for this project. So I'll end there and invite my colleagues on the NOFA Review Committee to add anything else, but I really hope that we advance the project. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was a motion from Councilmember Ramirez. Is there a second? I'll go to Councilmember Hicks. Your hand's up.
Sure, I'll second it. And I basically agree with what Councilmember Ramirez said. And I just wanted to call attention to one other reason that I support the project, which is, I first heard of David Baker Architects, I don't know, almost 20 years ago when I was working in planning for the city of San Jose, and they're one of the affordable housing architectural firms that I admire the most, and I've long been wanting them to have one or hopefully more projects in Mountain View. So this is kind of a long-term dream of mine come true. And I hope to see more from the firm and from Eden Housing as well in Mountain View in the future. But I just wanted to call attention to, they kind of modestly said the number of awards they've won. They're really, the top, one of the top, if not the top, affordable housing architects in, I don't know, California maybe. So thank you.
Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, I'm going to support the project. I think it's great, and I really appreciate Councilmember Matichek spearheading getting this chart. It's a really good, this cost analysis chart. I really love it, because I've always talked about, hey, cost of money, cost of room, and there's one column over here, subsidy per bedroom, really helps if it's a 2-bedroom, so forth, because as you guys know, I'm always pushing to buy our units, and take, the 15 minutes or whatever. So it goes back to 6.1. Did we have the opportunity? I'm looking at a website called LoopNet, and there's an apartment building in Mountain View for 25 units for sale for $12,500,000. Now, that breaks down to $500,000 per unit. And this is something the council should think about, because, hey, it might be a good deal. But here's an executive summary that they write in this, and this is the scary, well, it depends on how you look at it. Tremendous opportunity to potentially redevelop to single-family homes upon approval from the city. Potential to convert the subject property to a condominium map complex. And this is what's happening out there is these projects, if we want to maintain, you know, I'm a big believer of ownership. I'm a big believer of all types of diversity. But yet we keep complaining about, well, we need affordable housing. Here's a property that is naturally affordable. It exists right now, and it's up for sale. And they're advertising it to tear it down and put in these other projects. And that should be a little bit of a eye lightning, you know, scratching your head that says, okay, we need to start taking a look at these opportunities. And that's when I was talking about, you got to look outside the box. You know, I've been here for 8 years, and we've always been complaining about affordable housing, or subsidized housing. And yet we keep going, well, let's leverage more. Well, it got to the point over these years that we got so many units, and the demand for it and the desire for it, it's just starting to, I think people are starting to get the idea that this is an important deal. Because we were concerned about this project right here is that the county is going to be able to bring in people from outside Mountain View. And one of our goals has always been, hey, how many people from Mountain View can we provide housing for? But now we're going to have to, we lose some control of the project. Well, if we bought this project for 25 units, we have complete control of who stays there, what we use it for, what the rents are for. And it's something that, council, I hope you start to consider. Because we'll get the income from the rental, we maintain the affordable housing, we can do rapid rehousing, we could do, you know, long-term housing, supportive housing, all these different things. So it's another pitch that whenever time I see this, like at 6.1, I know it was before its time, that if you have an opportunity to buy something, do it, because you are making progress. And you're not taking a naturally affordable unit out of the process. So this is my last public meeting. So I'm giving my last pitch for this thing. And hopefully someday, you know, this will come about. You guys will think about it. I mean, we were talking about the safe parking. That started 5 years ago. And it's, you know, it's slowly, it looks at where we are. So all I can say is sometimes persistence works. And hopefully I'm being persistent on this, and you guys will start thinking about it down the road. And Councilmember Hicks and Councilmember Ramirez, I hope you hang in there and consider that. So that's my pitch. Thank you all, and I'll support the project.
Hey, thank you. Let's go back to the project. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I do want to start by thanking staff for including the subsidy per bedroom, as Councilmember McAllister said. I've been calculating that on my own for the past, let's see, 11 years. And so I was really happy to see that in the staff report. I feel like we've been asking for that. I want to encourage you to keep on including that. It's very, very helpful. I did send in quite a few questions and had an email exchange with both the applicant and staff, and the questions are included in the council questions. And I appreciate the folks from Eden and staff working with me on those. And I was pleased to learn that this will, I think we've got the agreement in place that rather than having this property go to the county, it would go to the city. So we would own it, and it would be affordable in perpetuity rather than just 55 years, which is part of the financing arrangement. But I was pleased to see those two things, and if it's different than that, I'd love to know before I vote. I also appreciated that we could have a live-work preference for the non-permanent supportive housing units that are not subsidized by Measure A, because it is important to, I think, work with folks in Mountain View who previously lived here and are now in a oversized vehicle, or folks who currently work here, to have them continue to stay in Mountain View. So I appreciate that we can do that for the non-permanent supportive housing units. I'm glad we're doing a parking study, because it looks like, this is kind of underparked from my perspective, because there, right now at least, although the vision is changing in the future, there aren't a lot of services in North Bayshore, not a lot of retail, and so the folks are going to have to be able to get to where they can, be able to shop, and odds are they're going to take a car. So I'm glad we're going to do a parking study. I appreciate that they're doing puzzle lifts rather than stackers. I think those are more user-friendly. And just in case this goes the SB 35 route, I want to add my comments on the architecture, because this is our one chance to do that. I agree with the statement that we should have high-quality design for affordable housing. I very much agree with that. I do think this is a very nice looking building. The one thing that kind of caught my eye is I feel like the west side is kind of dark in comparison to the other sides. And if we could lighten it up a little bit, I would appreciate it. I like buildings that look good from all sides, and this side feels a little heavy and dark to me. And let's see. I want to add that I appreciated during the presentation, starting with the drawing of the block and then the progression of how it changed. That was incredibly helpful to see what you thought about and how that changed the design of the building. I wish every architect would do that when they come and present to us. That was really, really helpful. So I guess I just would ask that my understanding about this would be city-owned property, and that we can have a work-live preference, and that it's affordable in perpetuity. If staff could just confirm those, that would be great. Thank you.
Could staff respond, please?
Absolutely. We are working with the County of Santa Clara so that the city would take the fee interest ownership of the property. That is something that we would need to discuss further with them, because they would have to go back to the Board of Supervisors and mention that that is a change that's going to be made. But again, this is a conversation we've been having with the county for over a year, and the county is more than happy to work with us. Consuelo Hernandez is here this evening. If you would like to have her speak, let me know. But that's the discussions that we've had with the County of Santa Clara.
And the other questions were about in perpetuity.
And it could be affordable in perpetuity rather than 55 years, and that for the non-permanent supportive housing units, we could have the work-live preference.
Mm-hmm. As I mentioned in response to your questions, we always include, for the non-permanent supportive housing, we always include language in our regulatory agreement, which, to the extent permissible by law, that we that the property manager implement the live-work preference. So that's common language that we have in our standard regulatory agreement, and we always push for that. There may be a case where, because of the funding source, we're not allowed to do it, but whenever we can legally do it, we do push for that. As far as the in perpetuity, it's the reason that the county has asked with Measure A funding that they take ownership of those properties. So as the property owner, you basically are controlling the affordability of that property. So although we would not there might be some financing reasons why Eden Housing couldn't commit to in perpetuity, but they could definitely commit to 55 years. And then we would be the owner of the property, and we would ensure that if for some reason after 55 years they need to exit, that another affordable housing developer could come in and take over.
Can I just add to that that Eden has been committed to long-term, permanent, affordable, and we're 52 years old, and our first project was 72, and it's still affordable. And every time we've refinanced, we've extended our affordability covenants. We share that value with you. We think it's incredibly important for us to do that. So, and I think the ground lease is the way that either the county or the city controls that, but I think we're all collectively aligned on that value of long-term and permanent. And the only reason we can't put it on the that kind of restriction on the building is there's a quirk in financing law that makes that challenging. So it's really the ground lease that would help make that happen. So, but you have a lot of control as a lender. So every time we refinance, you have a lot of control points as the city.
Okay, great. And if the mayor is open to it, I would like to hear from the county that they're working with us to have the city be the property owner. That they're willing to continue that conversation.
Yes, that's fine. Let's see. Is Consuelo Hernandez? Can we promote her, or should I could just allow her to talk, unmute her. If you could unmute yourself, Ms. Hernandez, we should be able to hear you.
Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. I appreciate the question. And I'd like to confirm that the county is working with staff actively to address this issue or concern. And we will continue these discussions. One thing that we did note to staff is the county has provided the resource based on us acquiring the property. If the city would like to take that portion of our responsibility over, it may require an additional investment of resources from the city. But again, happy to continue the discussions with staff and then bring that back to the council when appropriate. And I also should clarify, our report back to the board doesn't necessarily require a formal ask. It's just a function of if we are looking at the resources slightly different, we just report back to them either off agenda, which means that they don't discuss it at the board meeting, but we notify them that there has been a change in the financing for the project.
Okay, I appreciate the comment. I guess that does make me wonder if this is going to go forward, if it requires an additional investment from the city. Any sort of idea of how much that additional investment might be? That might be a staff question.
I don't think it's something that we could provide for you tonight, but again, this is just a reservation of funding. We would most likely have to come back when we appropriate the full loan amount, and after negotiating with the county and looking at other funding sources, we would have a better idea of what it would take for the city to purchase that property and include it in the amount needed.
Okay, thanks. I guess I have a strong preference for the city the city owning the property.
We do as well.
Okay. All right. Was that it, Councilmember Matichak? Anyone else with comments? We do have a motion going back, because I believe it was Councilmember Ramirez and seconded by, is it Councilmember Hicks? Okay. All right. I don't see any more hands, so could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. We will now go to item 8, unfinished business. And we have 8.1, the oversized vehicle parking on narrow streets item. And so we will have Spanish and Chinese, Mandarin Chinese interpretation services for this agenda item. And
现在开始讲
thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think a motion would be in order to continue the meeting after 10.
About that, yes.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Vice Mayor. So this is a motion and like Councilmember Clark signed by the Vice Mayor to continue past 10 p.m. Any discussion on this? If not, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Matachek?
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister?
I normally take a different position on anything past 10 o'clock. But tonight, what do we got to lose? Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
In honor of Councilmember McAllister, no.
Oh my goodness.
Vice Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga?
Aye.
Motion carries with 6 council members in favor and 1 negative. That was Councilmember Ramirez.
Great, thank you. So we will move on to item 8.1. So we do have translation, and I'm going to ask our interpreter to share directions. Interpreters. We have both Chinese, Mandarin Chinese, and Spanish interpretation, and also for the panelists. So for us who are in the boxes right now, we also will need to pick English. So you should see a interpretation button showing up at the bottom of your screen. So please.
Sorry, this is Roger. The interpretation button won't show up until we hear the instructions in Spanish and Chinese, and then I'll turn interpretation on.
Great. So then if you can hit the button, you'll see choices of English, Spanish, or Mandarin. Please pick which language you would like to hear. I'm going to assume it's English. So yes, you should see that button once the interpreters provide the instructions in the 2 languages. So would Yelena, if you are on?
Buenas noches.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Buenas noches. Vamos a seguir con el artículo 8.1 de estacionamiento de vehículos de gran tamaño en calles estrechas, y va a haber interpretación en español. En unos momentos que expliquen cómo va a ser la interpretación, van a ver un icono que dice interpretación abajo de su pantalla. Tienen que seleccionarlo y escoger el idioma que van a querer. Va a haber español, chino o inglés. Gracias.
Gracias. And Ivy, would you mind providing directions in Mandarin?
OK， 谢谢大家坚持到现在。我们现在开始有讨论这个议程的第8项，是关于大型车辆停放在窄街的问题。那么大家可以到屏幕的下方选择您的语言，可以选择中文，在里面有个 Chinese， 可以选择中文这个选项，你就可以听到中文的翻译。谢谢。Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now you should see the button, the interpretation button, and please pick your language. And then with that, we can get our presentation, staff presentation going, and our Public Works Director, Dawn Cameron, will be presenting. Welcome, Ms. Cameron.
Thank you. I'm setting up screen share. If you could confirm you can see my screen, I'd appreciate it. Excellent. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I am Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director, and with me tonight is Lorenzo Lopez, our City Traffic Engineer. We're here tonight to present an implementation plan for the ordinance, excuse me just a moment here, I'm sorry, for the ordinance that prohibits parking of oversized vehicles on streets less than or equal to 40 feet wide. This ordinance was adopted tonight upon the council declaring the election results and is effective in 10 days. However, there are two additional steps the city must take in order to enforce the ordinance. First, the council must adopt a resolution designating the narrow street segments. And second, the city must install signs on these designated streets. Therefore, before you tonight is a resolution listing 444 narrow street segments. The list of streets in the resolution determines the streets covered under this ordinance. The map that was provided in your council report is for illustrative purposes only, and it was put together rather quickly. In doing a cross-check between the streets listed in the resolution and those on the map, we did find that there were two short street segments that are not showing on the map. They are Bay Street between El Camino Real and Park Lane, as well as Linda Vista Avenue, a short segment of it north of Terabella Avenue. However, these street segments are in the resolution and they are subject to the ordinance. In terms of sign installation, we estimate we will need to install approximately 2,600 signs across the city for the 444 street segments. This is based on an estimated of 1,035 blocks that would need to be signed. It will take at least 2 signs per block to make the ordinance enforceable on that block. That's 1 sign for each side of the street. The longer blocks and blocks that are going to be divided between narrow street and non-narrow street will require 3 to 4 signs. There are 3 major work efforts that will be involved in installing these signs. The first is to procure the signs themselves. We will need to put this out to bid and select a vendor and have them manufacture the signs. We estimate this will be an approximately 4-month process. The second work effort involves our traffic engineering staff. They will have to go out and find the specific locations for each of these signs. The locations must be set up in a way that they are visible and unobstructed in order to be enforceable when they are put in. As well as we estimate about 2/3 of the signs will require new signposts. So our traffic engineering staff must also determine where in the right-of-way a post can be installed such that, again, the sign is in a location where it is enforceable. The third major work effort is to install the signs themselves, and we are proposing to hire a contractor through a public works construction contract to do the sign installations. It will take, again, approximately 3.5 to 4 months to go through the bidding, the advertising process, and to award the construction contract. Therefore, as you can see in the schedule shown, if we pursue all 3 of these work efforts in parallel, it will be April before we're ready to start installing the signs. And that is a fairly fast-track implementation schedule. Once we start installing the signs, we estimate we will be able to install all signs citywide within 5 to 7 months, and therefore the project would be completed before the end of 2021. For implementation, the most time-efficient and cost-effective method would be to systematically install the signs from one end of the city to the other. We are planning to implement by neighborhood areas to take advantage of communication groups already available to keep the community informed of the work as it progresses. And we plan to start with the Monteloma, Farley, and Rock Street neighborhood area and work our way around the city clockwise using the neighborhood groups. The schedule and neighborhood rotation plan does include plenty of time for advanced notification of the sign installations. We will be undertaking extensive neighborhood and city communications as the project progresses through the city. In addition, well in advance of us placing signs on any particular street, there will be individual noticing for any oversized vehicles parked on these streets, including providing information on resources available for those vehicles being used for habitation. The cost estimate for installing the signs is $980,000. This does include the cost for procuring the signs, the sign installation work itself, as well as all the city staff time involved from engineering and project management to inspection to city administration. In the council report that you have, some implementation alternatives were provided, but these are not recommended as they will place a major strain on staffing resources and will likely increase the total implementation costs. Also, when the council approved the ordinance first in 2019, the council provided direction for staff to take a couple more actions. One was to return with an analysis of existing restricted parking on streets over 40 feet wide, and the other was to return with recommendations to address parking adjacent and along parks. We will proceed with this work as soon as the narrow streets sign placement engineering is complete. It takes the exact same traffic engineering staff to do all of these tasks, and they cannot do all these tasks at the same time. Therefore, staff's recommendations are to adopt the resolution designating the narrow streets, create a mid-year capital improvement project for $980,000, approve the plans and specifications for sign installation, authorize the bid, and award of the contract. In terms of funding the project, staff did further research on funding availability and determined that council could choose not to use construction conveyance tax and appropriate $970,000 from the transportation reserve, along with $10,000 from the shoreline fund, without having to defer any planned projects. So that is a funding option council can consider. With that, that concludes staff's presentation, and we're prepared to take any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions from council members? I see Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. So first, the funding sources. Can you provide some additional, so thank you for responding to the many council questions that were submitted. Can you provide some additional information about the implications of using the construction conveyance tax over the transportation reserve and, I guess what each of those pots of funds could be used for?
Certainly. For the construction conveyance tax, we typically use that funding for a variety of projects because it's not as restricted as many of our other CIP or capital improvement program funding sources are. So therefore, you will typically see in our capital improvement program us using construction conveyance tax for pavement maintenance work, resurfacing work, bike and ped improvements, any kind of transportation improvement you can think of, as well as a lot of our major facility work. We do have a lot of older city buildings, including here at the Civic Center, and we are using a good amount of that funding. In fact, we just committed some of that funding for, as you know, replacing the HVAC system here at City Hall. So those are the types of uses we use construction conveyance tax. The issue with committing $485,000 of that funding source to the project is that that money would not be available for planned CIP projects for next year. Now, we are not able to say to you which or how many projects might be affected if construction conveyance tax is used, because next year's projects, it's all still preliminary, and it's not until we do the 5-year CIP process in the spring before we know which of those projects we thought we were going to do are really ready and need the money. Also, how much of our other funding sources are available. So we see a lot of shuffling around when we do the 5-year CIP. But I will note that the list of projects that we provided in the council question and answers, when you do add up the construction conveyance tax, it actually does exceed the amount of money we expect to have available for construction conveyance. So there was definitely going to be some shuffling around of the funding sources. The transportation reserve funding was initially seeded with $4 million from council from general fund surplus funds in the last couple years. But it is now being added to by 80% of the business license tax that is generated from the Measure P increase to the business license tax. Therefore, it is sitting currently with a fund balance of $3.6 million. It is due to receive an additional $3 million next year, and then when the business license tax is fully implemented in 2 years, it is estimated to receive $5 million a year into the transportation reserve. We do have plans for that transportation reserve. We are expecting to use it to fund our community shuttle operations starting in 2024. And we have selected certain key projects such as the grade separation projects and some bicycle and pedestrian projects to be funded at least partially with the transportation reserve. However, when we looked at it, we saw that if the council were to choose to commit $970,000 from transportation reserve now for this project, given the timeline and when we were planning to tap into the transportation reserve for the shuttle operations and the other projects, it will not affect that. And part of it is because it currently is a healthy balance of $3.6 million and will be receiving $3 to $5 million a year over the next year and the year after, and so on.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And then I think there were members of the public who asked by email or suggested moving forward with Alternative 3. In your presentation, you had mentioned that that might be more costly for the city. Can you help explain why that might be?
I believe the alternative you might be referencing is to just use our street staff to install all the signs. And as we did an initial estimate of what that would cost in staff time, it was starting out fairly equal to the $980,000 by the time you added up all the materials costs and so on. But we realized that our staff costs increase each year, rightly so. Our compensation levels increase and so on. So when you start to account for that, that starts to make it more costly over time. Also, it was a bit of I'll have to admit to you, we really don't know how many years it would take to deliver it using our street staff. I looked it up today. We only have 7 street maintenance workers, and then we have a couple other people on our street section that are operating the street sweeper or doing heavy equipment work. And this would have to be very low priority for them because their first priority is maintaining our streets, our sidewalks, our street lights, our curbs and gutters, our parking lots. And for us, it's a real guess of if they were only to do it on time available, it will fluctuate from year to year in terms of how much time would they have available to install all these signs. So that is another key reason that we're saying we have concerns about suggesting that staff should install these themselves. I'm not even sure I could guarantee they could be done in 5 years.
Thank you. 2 more questions and I'll be done. First, I think the staff report had indicated that the Project Homekey site is expected to be fully occupied by March of next year. Do you know when occupancy will begin, roughly?
My understanding is they hope to start occupancy in a month or so and ramp up to full occupancy. I do not know the exact current status of that. I also know that one of the reasons we're moving so quickly on this project, and I see Kimberly's come online, she can help out, is because in order to receive that state funding, that project has to be completed, by March. So we have a lot of motivation to keep that project moving forward and get it completed as quickly as possible. Kimberly, do you have anything you want to add on that?
Staff would just add that early 2021, that first quarter is our current estimate, and that's the clear indication that we have as of this time. So it's not going to be in December, but it will be within that first quarter of 2021.
Great, thank you. And then the last question, can staff provide maybe some commentary on how you would anticipate providing outreach to occupied vehicles? So is there going to be like a citywide information campaign, even before the projected beginning of the signage installation, or are you only going to begin enforcement around roughly the same time signs are installed to impacted areas? How are you planning to approach the outreach component?
Well, since we do have Kimberly online, and she really is far more expert in how we will approach this. Kimberly, do you mind if I call on you to help respond to that?
Sure. Thank you, Dawn. Kimberly Thomas, Assistant to City Manager. Yes, we will be, the staff team has begun meeting on what the rollout plan will look like and the communication plan, both from our communications division working on it from a citywide perspective and our team working on it from an on-the-ground outreach perspective. It will be, multi-channel and using all of our CBOs and others to do outreach. And, we've even begun the outreach, frankly, already, in that it's a reoccurring item that we've communicated on. When the bike guidance went in, we've done a canvassing and providing information to all of the windshields of our living and vehicle residents. So it's something that we do routinely, and we will ramp that up for the communication on this.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Hicks.
Okay, several questions. Quick one first. I've gotten some comments from residents saying that signs have been installed kind of not mid-sidewalk, but pretty far in. I'm wondering what the sign installation would be like. There's some concern that it obstructs walking, particularly on narrow neighborhood sidewalks. So I guess we have narrow streets and narrow sidewalks. So any comments that you might have on that would be helpful, where the signs will be installed on sidewalks, and particularly narrow sidewalks.
Lorenzo, would you please respond to what you look for in placing the signs?
Sure, thank you. Lorenzo Lopez, City Traffic Engineer. We typically would try to place the signs either at the back of walk, if it's a new installation, or on an existing streetlight pole. The location that you mentioned, we can go out and it's easily movable if it is impacting the walkway. So there may be locations where somebody installed it in the sidewalk and it was not quite on either edge of the sidewalk. So that's an easy fix. We can relocate that if needed.
Okay, that's good to hear, because I've also heard people complain that some of the signage on El Camino and other things are obstructing sidewalks. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that wasn't an ongoing factor. And then I also wanted some clarity on the Homekey project. I know that one of the things that we on council say is that we want, we would far prefer people to be living in housing units than in oversized vehicles. I'm wondering how much control we have over the Homekey project. We say that there'll be 100 doors, and I'm wondering whether. So maybe I'll put it this way. When I last met with RV residents, they said that they have trouble qualifying for some of those when they make out the qualifying forms called, I guess, the VSPDOT, that they're kind of often not considered vulnerable enough, so they don't qualify for those housing units. And I'm just wondering, and that other people on the county list would qualify. So I'm wondering, it seems to me that it may not be as simple as saying, we're going to have 100 units within the next quarter and people can just move over in that way. And I'm wondering if I can have some clarity on I'll actually also add a second half to that question, which is we expect our eviction moratorium to end in January. So I'm wondering, with the possible influx of new housing vulnerable people, a lot of housing vulnerability in Mountain View, what control do we have? We're really referring to that particular project a lot to house people, and I want to know how much control we have to actually move housing vulnerable people in Mountain View into those so-called 100 doors.
Kimberly, is this something you can respond to?
Yes, Kimberly Thomas, Assistant to the City Manager, and also Wayne Chen, our Assistant Community Development Director, might like to comment on this project. As Councilmember Hicks highlighted, it is not as simple as saying 100 doors and correlating that to a particular segment of the overarching homeless population. So it's each project is looked at and each client is looked at based upon their need. I know some information was provided to the council regarding, I hate to use that, there's an acronym that is used for that vulnerability index, and that vulnerability index has certain indicators, and that is what is incorporated into the county continuum of care. That will be the same process how individuals will be referred to this facility. So it's a complicated process, and there are challenges with each individual what matching for each individual facility. So it is a really complex process, and it is not as simple as saying that the number correlates to this particular facility.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. And I guess I can get back, I'll ask this as a question, but I guess I can get back to it in comments as well. I'm wondering if there's, I think we're really in an unprecedented place with a lot of moving parts in terms of the pandemic we're in. We're certainly not in the place that we were in when council originally voted for this ordinance in September of 2019. There was no pandemic on the radar at all, as far as I know. And then also when voters voted in November, we were not in the purple zone and with 9% hospital capacity and so forth. So I'm expecting events, hopefully events will get better, but we do have the eviction moratorium coming up, ending in January. I personally, I haven't been able so far to predict the way the pandemic played out, and I don't think I'm going to be able to in the future either. So I'm hoping that we can have a check-in, and I also don't know how many people we can house in the project Homekey, the Homekey project. So I'm wondering whether we can have a check-in at some point, whether there would be a way to structure that. A check-in to see how we're doing with all these moving parts, say in March, kind of a council check-in on how the moving parts are going. And I don't know if any staff has comment on how that might be structured.
I'm going to ask City Manager to respond, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Hicks. So to your previous question and a question you just raised about the eviction moratorium. So yes, the state law is set to end at the end of January. However, the new legislative session was back in session today, and a bill was introduced today to extend the moratorium through December 31st of 2021. So the way that the bill has been introduced now is it would forbid landlords from evicting renters that are harmed from the pandemic, and renters would still currently have to come up with a quarter of the back rent they've accumulated since last September in order to avoid being evicted in 2022. So that's the way the bill is currently, and as I mentioned, just introduced today, but this is, I think, one of their top priorities for the legislature to address. So I'm sure that we'll be hearing more about that. And then one of your other questions about the funding piece of this. So for right now, the primary source of funding did come from the state. So at this point, we are not aware of restrictions on making sure that we can put Mountain View residents in it. And we also have a lot of private donations that we have been able to secure, as well as funding from the city. There is a county match as part of this, but it is not Measure A funds. So we are hopeful that we will be able to prioritize Mountain View residents for this project.
Okay, so then there's also a federal fair housing law. But that's hopeful. Thank you. And then I'm also wondering if there's a way of structuring some sort of council check-in to see how this is working.
Councilmember Hicks, yes. So I think once we actually roll the project out, hopefully by March of 2021, I think we would certainly come back to council and provide an update. It might not be a formal update, but certainly we would provide information to the community and to council, and definitely give a check-in on how things are going, how many people have been housed, just some of the data and some of the statistics. We can absolutely do that.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to add, I got an email today, so as City Manager mentioned, AB 15 and AB 16 by Assemblymember Chu addresses the extension of the eviction moratorium, as well as a framework for rental assistance. So those are have been introduced at the state legislature. So I am hopeful that they will move forward, as well as I read an article, I believe the federal stimulus package that they're looking at, the next one, the COVID relief package, does include rental assistance as well. So I think there are some opportunities coming forward. Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, so I got quite a few emails concerning the delaying the project, but from what I understand hearing you guys, that this project, even at its best, would be starting in April, and then it would be a rollout from there, and that could take a couple of years.
The schedule that we presented is, yes, the earliest we could start installing signs would be in April. That because we need the time to do the traffic engineering and the bidding process and to get the signs manufactured. It would then take about 5 to 7 months to move through the city installing all the signs.
Okay, okay. And then I guess you guys also answer the question about this process will not affect the Homekey project, because it's going to be, the Homekey project's going to be done, so one doesn't affect the other with staff time?
It's not an issue of staff time when it comes to the Homekey project. Traffic engineering is not needed to work on the Homekey project. I think the timing we're being asked about is that Homekey will be online and available for occupancy before we even start installing the signs.
Oh, okay. Nope, that's my 2 questions. Thank you.
And Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I just had a clarifying question. So I was looking to the city attorney for this answer. Council received quite a few questions about the cost associated with the measure. Why, and if, why it wasn't included. And if you might be able to share with the public kind of what happened there.
Sure. Just the overarching principle is health and safety ordinances such as this do not require a detailed cost analysis. Neither is it required in the impartial analysis that accompanied the matter on the November ballot. However, as was pointed out in the council questions, when this ordinance was introduced in September of 2019, there were general cost estimates provided with the ordinance, but over time, with additional analysis, those estimates have increased, and also getting accurate cost estimates were complicated further by COVID-19 and also the referendum process itself. So in short, there's no requirement that an accurate exact cost estimate accompany a referendum measure, but there were initial estimates that increased over time.
Thank you. And then another question I had was related to timing. So some of the feedback we've been receiving, is moving out of the purple tier. I was wondering if staff might be able to, answer that question about the thoughts about timing and relating it to any type of tier.
Vice Mayor Kamei, so as we all heard in the COVID update, pretty much the entire state is in the purple tier right now. So one of the things I think that we are working on that we've all been talking about is this Homekey project. Also, we have another potential project, as I mentioned earlier, that will likely be coming up hopefully in January or February that would assist. So as far as the tier goes, we are already in that tier, and I think that we are trying to put these other measures in place that will assist our most vulnerable residents.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. Following up on Councilmember McAllister's questions, the enforcement of the ordinance could only happen once the signs are posted, correct, on that street?
That is correct.
And so really we wouldn't have city-wide enforcement until all the signs are installed throughout the city, which is about the end of next year.
That's correct.
Okay. And then I did have some folks ask about the enforcement, and they were asking if it was enforcement by like complaint driven or not.
So we do have representatives here from our police department that can help respond to questions about enforcing the ordinance once the street signs are installed. So Sergeant Nelson, did you want to take that?
Hi, good evening. Sergeant Scott Nelson with the Mountain View Police Department, and I currently run our Neighborhood and Event Services Unit. So the way that we've handled enforcement of oversized vehicles since the COVID-19 pandemic started has primarily been by complaint-driven process. So we're not actively going out and looking for issues with oversized vehicles. We primarily respond to areas where residents have called in and described certain issues with oversized vehicles. And the primary tool that we've been able to use when talking with folks in oversized vehicles is voluntary compliance and voluntary cooperation. Since the pandemic started, we have not towed any oversized vehicles. We've been able to work with the residents and find solutions to some of the complaints that have come in. We've issued probably less than 10 tickets for oversized vehicle ordinance violations, but we have not towed any vehicles. And I anticipate the same type of education and outreach and voluntary compliance approach when we do start enforcing the oversized vehicle ordinance.
So when the signs are installed, are you saying it would still be complaint driven?
I wouldn't be able to comment on how we're going to start enforcing it, but I would think if we waited till all of the signs were installed and then started trying to do enforcement, that would take several months to go through the entire city at that portion. So I would think that as the signs are put up, we would start working in those areas.
Sorry, yeah. I wasn't expecting you wait until all the signs are up. I was thinking as signs go up, would it be complaint driven to do the enforcement where the signs are already up, or would it be, as you go around the city, you see infractions?
I would anticipate that we would go out and have conversations with the folks that are in the oversized vehicles, letting them know of the ordinance, trying to give them as many options as they can, whether it be the 3 safe lots that we have in Mountain View, maybe getting on the Project Homekey list. We do have actual formal courtesy notices that we give oversized vehicles, and hopefully citations or tows would be a last resort.
And Councilmember Matichek, if I may, Chris Shung from the Police Department. We would likely follow our past practice as well, which would be some education. But as the signs go up, we would enforce and work with obviously trying to drive compliance through voluntary measures, as Sergeant Nelson mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I have, I guess one, maybe it might end up being a couple. It's just a confirmation on some numbers. So I looked up in the staff report, it had a list of the number of our oversized vehicles on current streets that are considered narrow. Let me see if I can find it. I think I added them up and it totaled 79. And then I went back to look at the memo on homeless services, and I believe I read we had a total of 191 oversized vehicles when we did the last count. So then just adding it, and 55 were in safe lots. So that leaves, I believe if I did my math right, 57 on streets that are not considered narrow. So that I just wanted to confirm those are the accurate numbers that I'm looking at.
So, Mayor, if you're referring to the information given in the council questions and answers.
Oh, that's it. That's right.
These are actually the streets that that are not narrow.
Okay.
And a number of occupied oversized vehicles that were on those streets last July, and they did add up to 78.
So they're not. So those would, let's say, would not they would not be restricted, or they would not have to move.
They would not be. They're not on streets that would be subject to the narrow streets ordinance.
Okay, so then the ones that are, if I just did my math, out of the 191, we had a count of 55 were in safe lots, and then minus the 78, so that comes out to a 58 vehicle or oversized vehicles that would need to potentially move off of narrow streets. Is that accurate, the way I calculated that? And then the second part to the question is Project Homekey. And I guess I keep getting different numbers, because originally I remember when I met with them, I thought they mentioned 124 doors, or it might be beds, but I was hoping I can get clarification on that. So even, let's say, with 100 doors and potentially 124 beds, like 58 is, a little more than half of that. So I know this is a conjecture, but do we feel confident that we could probably have them placed in Project Homekey? The way the Life Moves folks explained it to me was that we could potentially have 300 of Mountain View's homeless folks in Project Homekey. So I guess I felt pretty confident. I know there are many steps, but pretty confident that we would get Mountain View folks into Project Homekey. So is that an accurate assumption, conjecture, whatever you want to call it, based on the information we've received? Kimberly, your hand is up. Are you able to speak?
Yes, I'll try to decipher all of that. Let me take the latter part, which was the Homekey question, and I know we addressed this earlier. Assistant Community Development Director Wayne Chen highlighted that the 100 doors is the number for the facility, and then it will have up to 124 beds, and those beds can serve up to additional, up to even as high as 144, but it depends upon the complement of the family. So that's where that number comes from. And then what we've talked about is the 90 to 120 or 180 days, that is the average time that it takes for Life Moves to be able to assist a client, usually the 90 to 120. And that's where the number comes from for the facility to be able to serve up to 300 clients. Again, up to. So that's an estimated number there. On the council question that came in, just a point of clarification. That question was in relation to the number of RVs that were parked on the streets. It wasn't specific to align with narrow or not narrow, to my knowledge, based upon how I replied to it. And that number includes the additional 54 RVs that are in the safe lots. 54 is not a subset of the 191. So I hope that helps clarify those two numbers.
54 is in addition to the 191. Is that what?
Correct. Correct. Okay. And that was discussed in the safe parking report for September 8th.
Okay. So then the total was more like 246.
I don't have that number right in front of me, but that would be roughly what it would be on the RV side, somewhere in that range.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
Of course.
Any other comments? If not, I will open this up for public comment. I'm sorry, I meant questions from council members, but I don't see hands, so we'll go to public comment. If you are in the attendee box, please raise your blue hand, and if you're on the phone, please hit *9 to raise your hand. And again, we will do 1.5 minutes, and we'll start with Catherine Hedges. Please unmute yourself to speak. Let's see, Catherine. There we go. Hi there.
Thank you very much. My name is Catherine Hedges. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I know a lot of people in Mountain View. Measure C move RV residents off of narrow streets, but it should not displace RV residents from Mountain View. Everything I already said about Vespadat is true, and rushing implementation during the COVID-19 crisis puts our entire community at increased risk of infection. SAP alternative number 3 is an unhurried and less expensive option with reduced community disruption during COVID and more flexibility to adapt to future fiscal needs. We call on the city to implement Measure C with care so that no one is displaced, and we urge the city to expand safe parking lots and allow overnight parking on wider streets, as people are talking about in public comment earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to Kevin Ma. Please unmute yourself.
Evening City Council. My name is Kevin Ma. I'm also a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice Sacred Heart, and I'm a resident of Palo Alto. But Measure C will move RV residents off of narrow streets. And it's a very disappointment that we do not have actual information of where RVs will be actually allowed to park, given the whole mishmash of parking requirements we have in the city, and that the fact we're coming back with recommendations to actually ban them from more streets. as for COVID-19, we recognize that we're at the most drastic measures since the start of the pandemic. And clearly, there are vaccines coming out, but who knows how long it's going to take out. And we know that it's actually very hard to provide enough decent health care to our unhoused, our RB residents in general, with how our health system is set up. And as such, we should probably delay this until we have a better understanding of where we are with this pandemic when we get there. As we know, we need more housing as the end of the solution, and we should be funding more projects like the Eden Housing Project from that, rather than kicking people out of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Tim McKenzie. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so yeah, there's a pandemic. There's a once-in-a-century pandemic occurring right now. It's against CDC guidelines to move people from unstably housed situations. This is terrible, terrible from a public health perspective. We heard earlier today the earliest rollout we're expecting for vaccines is spring or summer. This is a once-in-a-century thing, less than once in a lifetime. We need to act like it. We can't do business as usual. We need to rise to the moment. Please delay any implementation of Measure C until after the pandemic has ended. That is when we return to in-council, city council meetings, and we can look each other in the eye and have these discussions. Please, this is a public health crisis. And I want to contrast the speed with which you're rushing to implement this Measure C with how you've been dragging your feet on doing anything related to policing despite many, many public comments. It's a stunning contrast. It's really remarkable. And so please wait until after the pandemic. It's dangerous. Please stop pretending that this is not real and ongoing. It is not, I don't know how else to say it. This is dangerous. People are at risk. Police are at risk with enforcement. I yield my time.
All right, we'll go to Tal. Please unmute yourself. Tal?
Hello, my name is Tal. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I live in Mountain View. Measure C will move RV residents off of narrow streets, but it should not displace RV residents from Mountain View. Rushing implementation during COVID-19 puts our entire community at increased risk of infection. Staff alternative number 3 is an unhurried and less expensive option with reduced community disruption during COVID and more flexibility to adapt to future fiscal needs. We call on the city to implement Measure C with care so that no one is displaced, and we urge the city to expand safe parking lots and allow overnight parking on wider streets. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Leslie. Please unmute yourself. Hello.
Hello, my name is Leslie, member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, Mountain View resident and voter. Implementation of Measure C should not displace RV residents, like the MVWSD and MVLA students whose families live in RVs. Especially at a time when COVID infections are rising, rushing implementation puts our entire community at increased risk of infection. And also with the upcoming eviction moratorium coming to an end, we can't do that. Staff alternative number 3 is an unhurried and potentially less expensive option, which will provide flexibility to adapt to future fiscal needs. We call on the City Council to implement Measure C with care so that no one is displaced. And we urge the city to expand safe parking lots and allow overnight parking on wider streets. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Robert Cox. Please unmute yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay. I'm Robert Cox, 25-year resident of Mountain View. I want to thank the council for crafting the Narrow Streets Ordinance, which provides safe streets for all, and for providing temporary safe parking lots for those seeking to transition to more stable housing, and for Project Homekey. I would also like to thank fellow voters in Mountain View for approving Measure C. Finally, I would like to ask the council to adopt the staff recommendation and outsource the production and placing of the street signs to get them in place by the end of the year. We have been waiting more than 5 years to move forward on this. The council owes it to the voters to act expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Scott Hayden. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, Scott Hayden, Mountain View resident. Given the testimony about the out-of-control spread of COVID and the reason there's no reason to be fast-tracking Measure C right now, we need to allow our neighbors to shelter in place per public health guidelines instead of taking their shelter away and forcing them to move somewhere else. In the middle of a pandemic and an economic meltdown in which millions nationwide are without jobs or income, and given that even Mayor Abe Koga warned about stretched city resources preventing us from expanding safe parking, we don't need to allocate city or police resources to knocking on all these people's doors and telling them that they're not welcome in our wealthy town, putting everyone involved at heightened risk of the virus, to say nothing of the many other compelling reasons that people have been speaking on. In 2016, Mountain View declared itself a human rights city and adopted the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Article 25 states that everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of themselves and their family, including food, clothing, housing, and medical care. Instead of working to kick our neighbors out quickly, let's take human rights seriously and treat our neighbors with dignity for a change as a council, even temporarily. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. We'll go to Cheryl Ho. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Cheryl Ho, again from the Board of Directors of Move Mountain View. I wanted to give an update of the operations since 2020 and provide some numbers. So since the pandemic, Move Mountain View has opened up 3 lots in the city of Mountain View, serves 68 vehicles, which comprises 148 individuals, which includes families with children. We have been 100% full for quite some time, even before passage of Measure C. And we currently have a waiting list of 26 RVs and 9 cars. Of the 148 individuals on the lot, all meet the Safe Park Ordinance requirements that have been set out by the City of Mountain View, which include families with children in Mountain View schools, individuals who live and work in Mountain View, as well as seniors and those with disabilities. We have seen that safe lots are successful, but it's clear that they are full and that the demand clearly outstrips the current supply. And I just wanted to state that while we are satisfied that these safe lots are in existence, they by no means meet the actual demand. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Leslie Murdoch. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. My battery is running low, so I'll be very fast. I would urge you to implement Measure C as quickly as possible and focus on the offending streets, allocate a smaller budget and just allocate it to the offending streets. And then in the spring, see how it's gone and then allocate a larger budget to move forward with a city rollout. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Blaine Dwansik. Please unmute yourself. Hello, Blaine? Oh, just... Well, Blaine, you should be unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, there we go.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, Council. My name is Blaine DeWanzik. I'm a Mountain View voter. And I'd like to say that it was great to hear from Sergeant Nelson that there has not been towing of vehicle residents during the pandemic. And that's a great sign to me because towing and displacement has such an impact on vehicle residents who are often the most impacted people in our community when it comes to COVID, as people who are unhoused, sometimes disabled, sometimes elderly, and sometimes children. I also want to encourage the council that there is not urgency for displacing people from our community. There is absolutely urgency to use $980,000 for a wide variety of a number of other public health needs during a global pandemic. I really want to encourage staff alternative number 3. I also want to support removing the no overnight parking signs from wider streets in Mountain View. Also, shout out to Move Mountain View staff and council for the successful implementation of safe parking lots. The fact that there are waiting lists for these lots means there is need for them, and we cannot push people out while there is still need for safe parking lots and alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to KD. Please unmute yourself, KD.
Hi. I just want to say, let's remember that this issue has been going on in Mountain View for greater than 5 years. It was forced to a vote, and 56% of the voters voted yes for these parking restrictions. And this happened about a month ago. So to now say that COVID has impacted this and there's new circumstances, it's not relevant. This is a parking municipal code restriction. So we need to listen to the voice of the voters, and we need to implement the parking restrictions, and we need to give the Mountain View Police Department the authority to make sure our streets are safe and clean, and that everyone has a good quality of life, and that we can use the housing options that Mountain View has provided. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Albert Jeans next. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. Actually, Katie said a lot of what I wanted to say. Yeah, I think the course is quite clear for the council. The voters spoke, regardless of what I or you or any of the other speakers tonight think. The measure passed by a large margin as a whole. If you look to the Registrar of Voters site, which I'm doing right now, it passed by that margin in every precinct except 2. And one precinct that failed by 2%, and the other one that passed by 2%. So that's a pretty overwhelmingly support for Measure C. And I don't think implementation should be delayed, as staff said. Delaying it will actually cost more. And I congratulate staff for a well thought out plan. I think they're sort of rolling it out in a very methodical order so they can kind of get used to how it's done before they hit the really large numbers of vehicles. And I also would strongly encourage enforcement to be proactive, just as it is for a lot of other safety issues. You don't wait for a big roadway to flood or something and then wait for somebody to complain about it before you fix it. Same thing here. If enforcement turns out to be very spotty because people aren't willing to complain about certain areas, then the ordinance will just lack teeth and Mountain View will still be saddled with the same problem it has now. So I heartily recommend staff recommendation, and yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Sally Labor. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm very dismayed about the cost and the fact that that was not surfaced to voters or really surfaced to the public before this agenda. This was actually a very narrow election on this measure. And I think that would have been a salient point, that it's more than $1 million in implementation, the $980,000 plus it's going to be a significant amount going towards communications. Also, it is an inescapable fact that the CDC has issued an advice that encampments should not be moved during COVID, and HUD does define areas of parking as encampments. I'd like to also know how homeowners will be notified about the proposed signs and about what contractors will be doing in their neighborhoods. That is going to be very disruptive, and where will they have a voice about whether or not they have to have the sign forced on a small street. I also think that Project Homekey should not be used as a fig leaf. No person that is completely unhoused should be turned away to have someone who is an RV dweller move into that unit. And so I don't think that Project Homekey should be used in that way as an excuse. And I hope that council can live within the 200,000 to start.
We'll go to Megan Fraley next. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you, council. Yeah, I just wanted to echo some of what I've heard. So it is within
It's council's responsibility clearly to implement Measure C, but it's also council's discretion how to do so and on what timeline, and with much to consider. There's 46% of voters that did not vote for Measure C, and I would imagine it would not have passed if people had understood the tax implications. Measure P, the progressive business tax, however, did pass with over 70% voter approval. This was a measure that raises significant amount of money and gets to the heart of income inequality that we face in this country and in Silicon Valley. When voters passed Measure P, a progressive business tax, this was about fighting for equity. So it would be a travesty. I mean, this is very sad what's happening. I think we all know that and should feel that as it happens. But to put money that voters it said on the ballot 80% is intended to be used for transportation, 10% for housing, and 10% for other general city services. I think we would be in violation, and I think it would be important for the city attorney to potentially look into that. It's not binding that, but it would be it would lead to mistrust of the voters to spend Measure P tax revenue that is meant for equity and a better world to put our public health at risk and implement another measure that was not transparent. Thank you. I yield my time.
We'll go to Eva Tang next. Please unmute yourself.
Hey, it's me again. So I hate everything about this, and well, that's besides the point, because it seems like my neighbors really like to criminalize poverty. Wait, I'm sorry. Poverty on just narrow streets, which makes up almost all of Mountain View streets. I think that the best way to do this would be for you to delay this implementation, because I remember very clearly about a whole presentation on equity-based budgeting. And so if your race, equity, and inclusion subcommittee is anything other than a sham, you would allocate budgeting to implementing this measure that would not take up a significant amount of this budget. This measure is just so fiscally and environmentally irresponsible for us to be putting up 2,600 signs, a sign on almost every city block, just like a painted piece of metal on every city block. It's just absurd to me. So yeah, once again, if we are a city with any sort of compassion, please consider delaying this implementation, rolling it out over, I don't know, 3 to 5 years, and making sure that our most affected residents are not affected immediately. I yield my time.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Steve Chesson next. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, my name is Steve Chesson. I'm sorry, Mayor Abekoga, Vice Mayor Kamei, council members. My name is Steve Chesson. I live over on Lloyd Way, and my pronouns are he, him. I've lived in Mountain View since 1985. I can't believe the heartlessness of some of my fellow residents. Earlier this evening, you had a presentation that indicated that most of the city wouldn't be vaccinated before next summer, yet you want to start kicking people out of Mountain View beginning in April. And even after people are vaccinated, we don't know how long it will take the economy to recover. Please don't be Ebenezer Scrooges. Don't kick the Cratchit families out of Mountain View, at least not until the pandemic and the economic crisis are over, and people can get jobs that will let them afford more permanent housing. Please delay the implementation of Measure C until the pandemic and economic crisis are over. Also, if I remember correctly, earlier you said you didn't have staff resources to start looking into more safe parking, yet you seem to have the resources to start kicking people out of town. That's backwards. Find more safe parking first, then you can start thinking about moving the RVs off the street. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. We'll go to Tessa Kay next. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Tessa Kindle, and I live and work in Mountain View. First, I'm dismayed at the cold and emotionless sentiments that some of the other people living in Mountain View tonight have. We're talking about human beings, our neighbors, who will be thrown out onto the street with nowhere to go. The enforcement of this measure during the extreme rise in COVID cases is going to be a public health disaster. Evictions of this kind are also against CDC recommendations. The proposed assistance for the forcibly relocated people, such as Homekey, is inadequate. In practice, many of these residents will not be helped by these programs. The safe parking lots are already at capacity, and that situation is only looking to get worse. Immediate enforcement will end with police forcing people from their dwellings and onto the streets. We also need to face the reality that COVID has jeopardized the living situation of many of our Mountain View residents. This is further exacerbated by the eviction moratorium set to expire after January. We must wait, at the very least, until the pandemic has passed and until we have a plan for our vehicle resident neighbors can move and how to support them in that move. Thank you. I yield my time.
We'll go to Joe Ho next. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Yoho, and my pronouns are they, them. I'm a Mountain View resident and the co-chair of the Silicon Valley chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. Council, please do not implement Measure C until the pandemic and economic crisis is over and until everyone is safely housed. We can't act as if the pandemic will be over soon. We need to listen to the CDC, which advises you not to evict people from encampments. It's cruel in normal times, and during this pandemic, it's a public health disaster. We can't act as if people aren't losing their homes to evictions and the economic impact of the pandemic. We can't act as if there's alternatives for people living in vehicles in communities like Crisanto Avenue. Safe parking's full. Project Homekey in Mountain View will pull from a long wait list and should prioritize people without any roof over their head. Neither option is open to everyone. Rushing Measure C is unsafe, expensive, and cruel. We're talking about $1 million price tag. There's so many places that that kind of money should be put that are not displacing people from Mountain View for, frankly, unclear reasons. The cruelty of some of the preceding comments is unbelievable. We're not talking about, quote unquote, offending streets. We're talking about human beings. Some of them, I know as friends. I implore you, again, please delay the implementation of Measure C until the pandemic and economic crisis is over and until everyone is safely housed. I yield the balance of my time.
We'll go next to Ronnie. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, Council. Thank you for listening. My name is Ronnie Zeiger. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I live and vote in Mountain View, and I'm a physician. I'm concerned that displacing people while the COVID pandemic is still getting worse will have the unintended consequence of putting our whole community at higher risk for COVID. We are all connected, and the city should ensure that there are enough safe parking lots and sufficient street parking on wide streets for all current RV residents of Mountain View. Making assumptions or conjectures about future parking or housing options is not good enough. More responsible and humane would be to ensure we are all safe before proceeding. Please implement Measure C without causing avoidable harm to our residents. Thank you.
We'll go to Kelsey Baines. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, City Council members. My name is Kelsey. Everyone. Like many other speakers tonight, I was really disappointed with the outcome of the Measure C vote. RV dwellers are among our neighbors who are bearing the brunt of our housing shortage, and I believe that we have a duty to help those residents, but at minimum, I think we have a duty to not actively harm those residents. And forcing people to move, displacing people can be a very traumatic experience. So I think at minimum, we shouldn't be asking people to leave without having a defined place for them to go. So I think it's great that Mountain View has moved forward with safe parking, but given that it is at capacity, we need to think about where do we expect people to go. And then the other thing that many people have already touched on is just that COVID-19 is getting worse right now. We don't know if people will be vaccinated by the spring, so it could be a public health disaster potentially to be making a bunch of people move around and spreading COVID to more community members. So I would just think about that in terms of, do you want a year from now a story to be about your actions to make COVID worse?
Thank you. We'll go to Connor O'Brien. Please unmute yourself.
Thanks. Connor O'Brien, Mountain View resident. I'm asking the council not begin enforcement while the pandemic is still ongoing and uncontrolled. We know that at best only a fraction of residents are likely to be vaccinated by April, and public health is still probably going to require that everyone be able to socially distance and shelter in place. Like other folks have raised already, the CDC's guidance says that displacing unhoused residents will put their health and overall public health at risk. There is no April deadline for starting implementation in Measure C. Mountain View voters were not asked in November whether this council should rush to make sure that enforcement starts during a pandemic. That's your decision whether the priority is to make sure that they overlap like that. And if you do decide that it's urgent to make that happen, I hope you'll direct some of that same urgency to opening up some of the city's wider streets where parking is currently restricted.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Lenny Siegel. Please unmute yourself.
I'm a 48-year Mountain View resident. One of my first political campaigns was the No on 14 campaign in 1964. There was a statewide Proposition 14, to overturn the state's fair housing law. My high school friends and I traveled to Watts to help register African American voters. Unfortunately, we lost the election by a 2-to-1 margin statewide. However, 2 years later, the U.S. Supreme Court threw out Proposition 14 and fair housing was restored. The lesson for us today is it's not just up to the voters, a measure has to be constitutional. In September 2019, the Law Foundation, the ACLU, and the Disability Rights Advocates wrote a letter to the city saying that they were prepared to challenge Measure C, what became Measure C, in the courts because it was unconstitutional and violated state and federal law. Based on the briefings I received when I was on city council, they are very likely to delay the measure significantly and perhaps keep it from being implemented at all. So my suggestion to the city is not to enter any contracts for making signs or installing them if that's going to cost us money when the courts say you can't do this, because you can't. It's unconstitutional to throw people out when there's no place for them to go. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to Celine Daramerji. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Salim. I work on the border at Mountain View in Sunnyvale when there isn't a quarantine. And I guess that's quite relevant, actually. So I think it's really disappointing that voters were misled as to the actual cost of Measure C. Everyone I've talked to from any political strike thinks it's ridiculous to spend $1 million on this. And I would be surprised if voters would have voted for it if they knew that was the price tag. And if we're honest with ourselves, we know this is just a jaw-dropping number. Voters also didn't know that we would enter the purple tier. The pandemic right now is worse than it's ever been, and California has the highest rate of transmission of any state. There's no reason to risk the health of police officers or RV dwellers in enforcing these rules as quickly as possible. So the pandemic's third wave and Measure C's exorbitant new price tag are both two huge factors that undermine the case we've heard earlier from two people that there's some mandate to implement Measure C as quickly as possible. There is no implementation deadline in the bill. It is absolutely your discretion to decide the pace of implementation. So you are making a decision when you decide tonight the pace of implementation. Just do the smart and compassionate thing by ensuring the pace of implementation aligns with when we are confident there will be safe parking for all who need it, and that the enforcement of this will be safe because there will not be a pandemic. So there needs to be enough safe parking, not just for RV owners, but also the renters. Right now, RV lots are full, and it's wise to get the safe parking program where it needs to be before completing implementation of Measure C. It'll also help us make sure that we're not in the midst of the spike of the pandemic. I yield the rest of my time.
You have no time. Let's go to Valerie Fenwick. Please unmute yourself.
Hi there, Valerie Fenwick. I'm a member of the BPAC, but I am not representing them or my employer at this time. I would like to thank the council for all the work that you have underway to provide temporary transitional housing and low-cost housing and permanent supportive housing, but those do not yet exist. Additionally, my neighborhood is Rex Manor, or as the staff report called it, Farley. We have no easement between the street and the sidewalk. That is, our sidewalks are directly against the street. If any signage is put in, if there's not an existing pole, it goes into our yards. And I'm sure most of the people in my neighborhood are not aware of that. Finally, as it came up in the September BPAC meeting, as well as tonight, it is clear that city staff has already many critical projects that they are working on and have insufficient staff hours and funding to pick up any additional work. I urge you to please be cognizant of the residents, budget, and staff, and go for the slower option. Please be mindful that many of the folks that are living here are disabled or have other multi-generational poverty issues. I was in front of this council about 4 years ago when I saw a consent item pulled and then rejected to do ADA sidewalk repair for about $100,000. So looking at that, and we would have gotten ADA sidewalks, and now we're going to get signs for $1 million. Thank you.
We'll go to Anna. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Council. My name is Anna. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I live in Mountain View and will vote for the first time next election. I'm thinking about my peers and other kids in the school districts I've come up through, Mountain View Westman and MVLA, who we cannot displace. They are Mountain View youth just like I am. Our lives are intertwined. Rushing implementation during COVID hurts us all. The voice of the voters said move RV residents off of narrow streets, not displace RV residents from Mountain View. Do not take shelter away from our residents. Let's be responsible with our public health and money. Delay the implementation of Measure C until we can do so without harming our people. Thank you.
Paying Lee, please unmute yourself to speak.
Hi. Thank you, council members and city staff, for your work and regional leadership in addressing housing and homelessness. Please consider implementing Measure C slowly and with a less costly alternative. Safe lots and Project Homekey have been mentioned a few times. Thanks to Move Mountain View for the current update about capacity. My concerns would be about capacity of current housing options rising to people's needs and whether or not those options will serve potentially displaced community members in time of COVID. Slower implementation could allow time for people in RVs and other oversized vehicles to transition. Also time for Project Homekey in the application process. I do wonder if slower, less costly implementation can also offer flexibility in cities' financial options, possibly to reserve funding for food and rental assistance, for example. I'd really like to echo previous comments and emphasize the uncharted territory theme through this pandemic environment. The course isn't clear. The impact and risks of COVID-19 affect us differently. COVID-19 has exacerbated health disparities, especially among low-income communities and communities of color. COVID-19 continues to disproportionately burden community members who are experiencing housing, employment, and financial insecurities. As we know, pandemic changes are happening rapidly. So as we heard earlier, the progress for COVID-19 might not come realistically until spring or summer 2021. Moving forward, I do strongly hope we continue to urgently and simultaneously consider anti-displacement strategies and expand investment in homelessness prevention. Any opportunity to increase and find options in the continuum of care for individuals who are homeless or for individuals who are living in vehicle, those opportunities matter. And I think we can improve public health by protecting our most vulnerable neighbors. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll go to Roheen Ghosh. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, speaking today on behalf of the California High School Democrats, and I'd like to point out that there are almost a dozen high school students who currently reside in RVs, and rapid implementation of Measure C displaces them. If you think that that is doable, then I encourage you to try imagining what doing online school without a roof over your head is like. Further, I would like to point out that there was a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruling upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court in 2019, City of Boise, Idaho versus Martin, that ruled that that enforcement against anti-homeless enforcement without a reasonable guarantee of a place for these unhoused neighbors to go is a violation of the U.S. Constitution's 8th Amendment. Now, if the city chooses to go ahead with rapid implementation, spending $1 million on enforcing against our unhoused neighbors without fully expanded safe parking, I mean, that is a choice, but there is clearly court precedent saying it's unconstitutional.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go on to Trey Bowman. Please unmute yourself to speak. Trey, are you there?
You got me?
Yep.
Sorry, Zoom issues. Thanks. Trey Bornman again, president of the Santiago Neighborhood Association up in the North Bay Shore. I have a couple issues here. Well, first of all, why are we being Scrooge at Christmas time, right? This is a terrible news to put out there right now. Just think of, first of all, think of just like people's mental trauma and well-being right now, and then dropping this on them. It just boggles my mind that we would do this to people's mental health in this time right now. But if you guys want to be Scrooge, you can do it. My situation here is, it sounds like you guys are saying we're going to kick them out of Mountain View. Where are they going? They're coming up to the North Bay Shore. We've been telling you for 20 years the problems we've been having in the mobile home park here. It's mostly elderly people. It's disabled people. It's people highly susceptible to COVID. You're going to send everybody from these areas up here. Who is liable when somebody gets sick and dies? Who's paying that hospital bill? Who's covering these costs? You need to think about these things because there's going to be lawsuits. Another little interesting fact is when I was reading the rebuttal that you made, like why people should vote for this, 2.5 million has been spent on rent relief. Yay, Mountain View. We're going to spend half of that on signs right now. Are you kidding me? And that's like an acceptable answer. Just boggles my mind that we spent 2.2 million on homeless. That's it. We're about to spend $1 million on signs to be Scrooge McDuck. It boggles me. Thank you.
We'll go to Mary Beth. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name's Mary Beth Bird, and I'm a 15-year Mountain View resident. And I, like others have said, really, truly believe that if the community knew that it was going to cost $1 million for signs, that the outcome might have been slightly different. To me, 2,600 signs on our streets is an eyesore. That's a lot of signs. I encourage staff and council to look for a different way other than 2,600 signs that cost $1 million. Just come up with something different. I really agree with a lot of people that have spoken tonight, and I really ask council to really listen to everyone that has spoken tonight. There is a pandemic, and I just ask to please show empathy for these people. They're our community members, and we really need to think about that and protect them during a pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Sherry Emmeling. Please unmute yourself to speak.
If people, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good. If people protesting Measure C implement.
Sherry, we lose you? We may have lost you. Oh, Sherry, are you there? Let's try to unmute you again. Okay, let's see. Sorry, this is, okay. You should be able to speak now.
Okay.
All right, let's start over.
All right. What I'm saying is if the people protesting this implementation really wanted to help the RV dwellers, they would be attending the council meetings in Santa Clara, Los Altos, Sunnyvale, Menlo Park, all those cities that absolutely prohibit any living on the street. So all of the empty threats about lawsuits and all of that stuff, you have inconsistency, which would throw anything out of a courtroom, and anyone who knows anything about a court knows that. So spend your time with these other cities. If you had actually come to a council meeting and seen the people say, I lived in Sunnyvale, but I moved here so I could live on the street. I lived in Menlo Park, but I moved here because I can live on the street. We don't even know who's living on the street because a lot of people don't open the doors. So the way I feel about it, I'm proud of what the town has done. I'm proud of what the city has done. Right now, people are living with sewage in the streets and no running water. And if they move to safe parking, they get a much better deal. So that's what compassion is. That's keeping them safer. That's keeping a cleaner environment. Telling people to live on the street with the living situation is not compassionate, and I think it's very, very misdirected. So I thank you as a council. I expect you to follow the lead of the voters, which you are assigned to do, and thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to Jordan Grimes next. Please unmute yourself to speak.
Hi, good evening. Oh, I guess it's actually good morning now. Good morning. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm a member of Peninsula for Everyone. I want to echo the comments of others and urge council not to implement Measure C until COVID has passed. It's bad enough that Mountain View voters saw fit to pass such a punitive, shameful measure at all, but the idea that this would be implemented during the worst public health crisis our area has ever seen is frankly unconscionable. I urge you to listen to public health and housing professionals, to not make things worse than they already are, and to implement this once conditions have stabilized and once additional housing options are more readily available. This is a moral imperative, and I hope you will treat it like one. Thank you.
You will go to Alex Brown. Please unmute yourself.
Hey. All right. There's nothing more attractive than signposts, especially with big wordy signs on them all over, just everywhere. Because who needs trees? At some point, the sign canopy will be dense enough to support its own ecosystem. So for the sake of safety, you're draining funds from sidewalk repair and infrastructure that improves our lives to add a bunch of sidewalk obstructing signs on most of the streets in the city. The speakers in favor of this, advocating for clean streets, are telling on themselves. We're uglifying the city and creating pedestrian hazards despite people living in RVs, all for the low, low price of $1 million. And then paying to notify the vehicle residents. Then we get to start paying for enforcement to actively displace people. Yay! And then there's the climbing litigation. I assume that your attorneys won't work to defend this pro bono, but what do I know? But I'm pretty confident that they're not going to do that. Wow. Very priorities. Many wisdom. So leadership. Much proud. Also, hi, Sherry. I yield my time.
And finally, we'll have George Duque. Please unmute yourself to speak, George. Did I lose you, George? I may. Oh, there you are, George. George, can you?
Yes. Hi, my name is George Duquesne. I'm a 33-year resident of Mountain View. And I'm a mental health clinician with the Santa Clara County. And I work with people who are dealing with severe mental health symptoms for the first time in their life due to COVID-19. And so displacing people out of Mountain View will only exacerbate the stress and the symptoms that people in our community are facing for the first time. So please postpone implementation of this measure until after the pandemic is over. The $1 million plus the $1 million plus proposed for implementation should be used for meaningful solutions. As a mental health provider, I've signed up dozens of people for the VSPDAT and have only had 3 clients placed in housing. It could take years for someone in the VSPDAT queue to get housed. So please do not criminalize poverty and work on meaningful solutions rather than displacement of the town that I've grown up in and love. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, it's now one more hand. Arnold Leon, please unmute yourself to speak.
My name is Arnold Leon, a 50-year resident of Mountain View.
In 2019, the Mountain View City Council voted to implement a sound and balanced plan to remove health and safety risks existing on our city streets. I call it Mountain View's plan of safe streets and safe parking lots. The first phase to achieve safe streets was the successful implementation of the oversized vehicle parking ordinance on bike lane streets. The second phase will hopefully begin tonight with the council's vote to implement the oversized vehicle parking ordinance on narrow streets by installing required ordinance signs. Your approval of this staff proposal as written will achieve a long-standing desire of most Mountain View residents to have a community with safe, clean, and neat streets like Cuesta Drive next to beautiful Cuesta Park. One of the complex issues with Mountain View's oversized vehicles is the historical reality that over 95% of these vehicles have parked on streets located on the north side of the city across from El Camino Real. Essentially, the north side of Mountain View residents have suffered for years with these health and safety risks. Tonight, as council representatives of all Mountain View residents, you can choose to bring safe, clean, and neat streets to all its citizens and to all residential neighborhoods. Let the desire and the vote of the people be expeditiously implemented and enforced. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak? We'll have one last call here. I don't see any more hands, so I will close public comment and bring the item back to council for deliberation and a possible motion. Anyone like to start? Let's see. Hands. Councilmember Hicks. Are you able to unmute?
Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties, pretty big ones. So, let's see if I can stay on the screen. So I actually agree that oversized vehicles shouldn't be parking on our narrow streets, and I'm proud of the many projects that we're pursuing to help get people housed. Probably 2 years ago, I wouldn't have said that, but now we're really piloting a lot of projects which have been mentioned tonight, the Safe Lots, the Homekey project, and some others that we're exploring, and we'll be able to tell the public about more, hopefully, in a month or two. But at the same time, being that we're in the middle of a pandemic and that we don't know how things are going to play out, I would strongly prefer that as we follow up on this ordinance, we have some kind of quarterly check-in, hopefully maybe starting in March, for several purposes, to make sure that we're on track with the projects that we have in front of us, and to make sure that people in the oversized vehicles are actually getting housed and moving to the parking lots, and that there aren't unforeseen circumstances regarding the pandemic. So that's one thing I would like, is a quarterly check-in where we can adjust as necessary. And then the second thing is in the staff report, there's a street analysis where we would, let's see, it says in September 24th of 2019, council provided the following direction to staff: return to council with an analysis of existing restricted parking on streets greater than 40 feet wide. I would like to do that before we start installing the signs so that we know what we have available to us. So that's the second thing. And then my third preference is to not use Measure P funds, because they were passed to the 80% for transportation was to combat climate change. and make it easier for people to drive less. And I don't believe that what we're doing here is, you know, the oversized vehicle processes that we're going through are not going to combat climate change and are not going to make it easier to drive less. In fact, quite the opposite. If we don't use Measure P for things like bike lanes and tree canopy to allow people to walk more and so forth, I think we'll be doing the opposite of fighting climate change. So those are my 3 stipulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'll go ahead and say my comments. I want to, first of all, as always, thank staff for the hard work on this item. I know it's taken many different staff from different departments to come together to bring this forward, and so I want to thank you for that. And I also want to thank this council. It's really been this council in the last 2 years that has moved forward and quickly on the safe lots, opening the safe parking lots, Project Homekey. It's a, you know, it's really a beta. It's a kind of a first time type of project. And sometimes you just have to take, you know, bold steps like that to make things happen. And so I appreciate this council for doing that. I think that we have come up with good solutions. There's another project that we're exploring that we should hear about in a month, as mentioned before. So I think that we've really made quite a bit of progress in the last couple of years. You know, this is an issue that's been going on for many years before that, I think at least 5 years, and had the, you know, not to disparage, but if earlier councils had moved more quickly rather than taking a wait and see approach, we probably would not have had an issue as large as we do now. And that's really the challenge here, is that, you know, I've always believed, and I believe our city is compassionate. I believe that this council is compassionate, and that's why you know, we have worked hard to come up with solutions. This is not about kicking people out of Mountain View. We're actually, in fact, finding places for them to go. And we are doing that, and we will continue to do that. And I think we have you know, multi-pronged approach. I know I remember Assistant City Manager and Ms. Tom is talking about our approach to homelessness being a 3-pronged approach. And I think that we've made huge progress in each of those prongs. So we have a continuum of care, of you know, of housing opportunities, and so I think there's much for us to be proud of, and I am proud of that. When I was out on the campaign trail, frankly, I did hear from residents, and as the vote showed, was the majority supported the parking restrictions, but they were not. They did not want to. They were very clear. They didn't want to just, you know, have us move them out. They really wanted us to find ways to assist them, and I think that we are doing that. You know, I do rely on Project Homekey and some of these other projects because we're putting quite a substantial city funding into these projects. So I expect them to serve our community. If they don't, I think we're going to have, you know, some other issues and we're going to need to have some conversations, because frankly, you know, my interest is helping our residents, our folks in Mountain View first, with especially the funding that we're providing. And so I believe that within 2 years' time, I've done the math, I've looked at the numbers, we could potentially be helping every homeless person from our 2019 count with these programs. And I think that's quite an accomplishment that very few people can, very few cities can say. So the voters have voted. I think that we should move forward with this. It isn't a rushed approach. It's going to take at least a year to complete.
the fact that the first set of signs will probably not happen until April. Things are changing day by day, frankly, with the pandemic. We are in a pretty severe time right now, but I do have hope with the vaccine. And frankly, I'm going to, ask everyone to be diligent in practicing distancing, wearing your mask, and following the orders, following the stay-at-home orders. It's really incumbent on every one of us to follow the orders in order for us to get out of this situation. And the more that we do that, the more quickly we can get out of this. So we're doing the Mask Up Mountain View campaign, and I really take this seriously. So I ask for everyone's cooperation in that manner. But in light of the fact that it's going to take some time, I think it makes sense for us to start the process. As far as the budget it goes, I can support not using Measure P funds. We could use I think it's the construction conveyance funds. And I support, contracting with outside vendor to do the signs. When I talked earlier about resources, not having resources to open more safe lots or expand our lots, I was really talking about staff resources, and that if we are able to, contract and get outside resources to do the work, I'm fine with that. So I think that's how we should move forward. I hope that we can continue to, press forward with our, affordable housing projects. I also would call upon our neighboring cities to do the same. I know that I'm looking at the attendee list. I'm starting to recognize the names because I see them, time and time again in our council meetings, which is absolutely fine. You're always welcome to come and to, give public comment. But I also see that some of these folks are from Palo Alto or other cities around us. And, as much as we welcome you to come to Mountain View, I would ask you to go to your own city councils and, ask them to start safe lots or expand lots. Like Palo Alto's doing 20. Can they do 100 like we're doing? So that's something that I would call, ask the public to assist us with. We can do, I've been very proud. We do our part. We do more than our part, but there are limits to what we can do. This is not an issue that we can solve on our own. And so we do need every city to participate. And that's really what it comes down to at the end of the day is, with our projects, with Homekey, Safe Lots, we really can probably help almost everyone who wants to be helped. But we can't continue to have that number increase. And that's what we've been seeing. And we just can't keep doing that. The other thing too is that, there are folks who want assistance, and we definitely want to help them. I was actually thinking, I don't know if we can do this or ask this of our, I don't know if it would be our safe lot operators or our caseworkers, CSA, but if we can start reaching out to the RV dwellers, even on the streets, not just the ones in the lots, to see who's interested in signing up for Project Homekey, I'd say, why don't we start doing that sooner than later? So when these projects open up, we're ready to go. And, I don't know how much advocacy we need. I really do expect that we should be able to get our own folks in these projects since they're in Mountain View and we're paying for them and much of it. So I would expect that we should be able to get folks into these projects. But, I do want to say, I think, and I, as I was, again, on the campaign trail, one thing I realized the difference, for me, it's about moving folks into a better opportunities, better, more stable housing. I do not believe living in a vehicle is a solution or a stable housing solution. Frankly, though, I realized that during this campaign, some folks, some of my opponents thought that was okay. And I think that's a fundamental difference. My interest is to help folks get out of the situation to a better one. I don't think letting folks live in vehicles for, an indefinite amount of time is a solution. Frankly, I think that is, it's not helping folks. And that's what we want to do, is help folks. So I think we have a plan. We have a good one. It's a balanced plan. And I think it's a compassionate plan. So again, I want to thank everyone, staff and my colleagues for being collaborative and getting us to this point. Thank you. And we'll now go to, let's see, what do I have? I have Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. Well, Mayor Abekoga, I think you pretty much said everything I would say. I agree with your perspective on this. The council has been talking about this for quite some time, and we have always said that when we have safe parking, we would have parking regulations. And we do have safe parking. We are the leader in safe parking with more spots than any other city in the county now. And I think that's saying a lot, given the size of Mountain View versus, some of the larger cities. We do need to address the public health and safety issues, and that's what the parking regulations do. It was approved by the voters, and it is time to implement this. I completely agree that it isn't compassionate to say to folks it's okay to live on the streets. We want them to move to safe parking, get help, go to Project Homekey, move to other opportunities there might be, get into a more stable situation, so they're not living in a vehicle. And there are caseworkers and others who are doing great things to help folks move into more stable housing. And that's really what we're trying to accomplish here. I appreciate city staff coming up with so many other options here. Homekey and the other one that we're going to see in January. And we just have, more affordable housing that we've had in the past. We've got more projects in the pipeline. We're doing a lot, but it is time to implement this. As I said, it was passed by the voters. So I am prepared to support the staff recommendation. And I've heard a couple of folks talk about funding, and I'm open to a discussion about which fund is the source of funding. But I am prepared to support the staff recommendation to get the signs made and have a contractor do the installation. So I will move the staff recommendation, and with the caveat that I'm open to talking about the funding.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Did you have other comments, Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, I agree with just about everybody that spoke. This is a tough time. Well, no, it's not a tough time. It's a hell of a time. Unheard of before. And it's, we're learning as we go. It's not something we had a book we could look at or talk to people in the past. But to me, and Tim, you're going to disagree with me on this one, just give you a heads up, that we had an election. We are a democracy. We go by what the people say and how they voted. And I disagreed with one measure that we had earlier in 2016, but I implemented it. I didn't delay it. I didn't put any caveats on it. The council just voted and implemented it as fast as it could. And I think when voters vote for something, It's not like they say, well, yeah, I want you to delay this. I don't want you to do this. My impression is that, and I've been around in Mountain View for, I put 63 years, so everybody else has been here a little bit shorter than I am, that when we make these, when people vote, they expect, they demand that we implement the law that they voted for. And if you disagree or agree with it, that's part of democracy. The majority rules. And so I would like to see some other things possibly be done, but I'm here to represent the voters, the majority, and do their will. And so I will support the city staff because this is what they asked us to do. And so I'm going to do it. I can't delay it. You know, we hear stories where people say, oh, we're not going to implement it, and you get recall petitions or something. And I just don't see us doing that. I think we respect the law. We respect everybody's right to their opinion. And in this particular case, the majority opinion prevailed. So I also agree that we're doing a hell of a lot. You know, we get $5.7 million we put into Compassion. And if you guys ever hear when we start talking about CSA, I'm one guy that's been jumping on rapid rehousing. I say give the city, give CSA the money to get them going, get them started, help them, because that is the best route for people for success and a quality of life. So I think that rapid rehousing is a great way to go, and we're doing that, and we're spending the money. So it's a sustainable progression by doing that, working with CSA and getting these people moving. I say leaving on the streets, again, it's not sustainable. If you have a family, I know you want to move somewhere else and get a better life for yourself. So that's what I'm going forward with. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Thank you. So as you all know, I didn't support this ordinance when it originally came to council because although Councilmember Matichek's right, we did say, and I said personally that you know, I was committed to having parking regulations once we had safe parking. I wasn't committed to this level of restrictions, and you know, I felt this particular ordinance just simply wasn't the best approach to the safety issues our community was concerned about, and cost was one piece of that, although to be fair, I think the estimated cost at the time wasn't what we're estimating now. So I think like, I'm especially sad that this is probably the last major vote I'll take as a council member, but that doesn't change the fact that you know, the majority of Mountain View voters voted for this. There were a few public comments about, you know, this being a narrow win. I just want to remind folks that in 2016, Measure V passed in a major presidential election year and high turnout year with less support than this passed with. So, you know, to say that this was a narrow win and that somehow we should take that into account in our implementation of it, you know, we moved expeditiously to implement the CSFRA in 2016. In 2017, we had, I believe, the Rental Housing Committee set up in April of that year, if I recall correctly, and we should do the same here. But to the public comments, you know, we should do it very carefully. We recognize that we're in a pandemic. To the mayor's comments, you know, it falls to us to think about what the voters were thinking when they passed this, and I don't think that anyone wanted to throw anyone out on the street or create situations where you know, this had a significant negative impact on folks, especially during a pandemic. So while I don't always agree with the majority of Mountain View voters on issues like this, you know, I have an obligation to faithfully implement their will, regardless of my personal opinion. And so, you know, that's what I'm moving toward here. But I want to do so in a way that is prudent and respects staff's recommendation about how we handle this in an appropriate way, and that we put a lot of planning and thought into the ordinance's implementation. And the last thing that I'm thinking about is to Councilmember Hicks' suggestion of talking about quarterly check-ins and those sorts of things. Really what I'm looking for here is a path forward that ensures that the next council has the resources and the flexibility that it needs to make, a more detailed implementation and enforcement plan and decisions at that time. I don't think we should be talking about, when things will be, when we'll start enforcing things or how we'll be enforcing things at this point, because the pandemic is simply too unpredictable to make those decisions at this time. And so what I'm moving toward here in terms of supporting the staff recommendation with perhaps a few modifications is that, we move forward with the infrastructure that's needed over time to implement the will of the voters, but we provide the council, the next council when I'm not here, with the flexibility that they need to enforce these provisions, and not just these provisions, but other parking enforcement actions related to this, as we have already, that are tailored to the pandemic and local emergency that may be in place at that time. So that's a very, very long way of saying that while I disagree with the majority of Mountain View voters on this, and certainly other issues, don't always agree with them, but we need to faithfully implement this in a way that we feel is most appropriate. And I think the path forward here, I'm trusting staff on what needs to be put in place in terms of infrastructure and timing. I'm flexible in terms of the funding for it, whether it's Measure P or other funds. I'm completely open to construction conveyance funds instead of Measure P, if that makes folks feel better. And I just want to make sure that the next council, that we aren't making decisions today about when and how things are enforced, that we're really moving forward with implementation and infrastructure. And the next council, when they have more information in April, and when some of these, or Q2 of 2021, when they have more of that infrastructure and information in place, they can make decisions at that time about how to proceed. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I haven't been enthusiastic about this as a policy solution to several of the problems that members of the public identified, and why Councilmember Clark didn't support this when it went before us last year. But I agree with the sentiment of the members of the council who have mentioned that we have an obligation to implement the will of the voters. And I'm not sure if it's merely just a right thing, but I think probably more likely a legal obligation to do so. And that the discretion that we have in implementation is probably more limited than most would like. So I feel I don't envy staff in trying to anticipate divergent views of the council and craft a recommendation that balances, I think the perspectives that we've all shared. And I think that the recommendation that we're evaluating is probably the best possible that you can come up with. It's not, as some members of the public had feared in the emails that we received, something that will be implemented this year. We're not going to be conducting enforcement measures before Christmas. And the soonest that enforcement could begin is April, and that's assuming, that we're able to find a responsible bidder who is interested and able to carry out this work. And it's not the entire city that's being impacted in April, but an implementation that occurs over time. And with some of the most heavily impacted areas addressed last, right? Providing us an opportunity to work with very vulnerable people and giving them the time that they need, I think, to transition into whatever the next step might be for them. One of the things that was very important to me when we discussed this was implementing enforcement measures in tandem with making available viable alternatives. And I couldn't say that that was the case last year, but I actually feel pretty good about where the city is and where it's going. Last year, we didn't have 24/7 safe parking. Now we do, and we have a lot of it. We didn't have the Project Homekey opportunity, and we didn't have, potential other opportunities that others have referenced. And my hope is that all of those viable alternatives will be, expanded and made available to vulnerable residents who need them, as implementation is conducted. I feel cautiously optimistic that that's the case, that will be the case. So I'll be supporting a variation of the staff recommendation. I think, unfortunately, I'm anticipating another round of comments based on the funding source, because I have a strong opinion that we should use the transportation reserve and not construction conveyance tax. And the reason I've come to that conclusion is based on the information that staff provided earlier, that the universe of things we can do with the transportation reserve is smaller than the universe of projects that you can fund with construction conveyance tax. So my thinking is the more flexible, the more discretionary the funding, the more valuable it is. So using transportation reserve funding, which is restricted to the purpose that it's been identified for, makes a lot of sense. And not having to worry about which CIP projects we're going to have to postpone or eliminate as a consequence of using some of the construction conveyance tax funding. So that's my strong opinion. I am not comfortable using construction conveyance tax. The balance of the recommendation, I'll be supporting it. I don't know if it's a check-in per se. One of the things that I would be interested in is some kind of tie-in to enforcement beginning when not Project Homekey is fully occupied, but when occupancy is ready. So that way we have a place. So that many folks had referenced the CDC guidelines. If we provide a place for folks to go, that is consistent with the CDC guidelines related to I hate the term, but homeless abatement. And that's sort of the implication there, that you can't just sweep an encampment, but you have to provide a place for folks to go. And I think Project Homekey is that opportunity. So that's the one thing I would like to suggest. If a check-in is appropriate and that helps with that, I'm comfortable with that. But really, the two things I'm most interested in are using the transportation reserve to fund it, and then sort of having that more formal tie-in of once Project Homekey is ready for occupation, not full implementation or full occupancy, but just ready for. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So, first I do want to thank staff and all of those who have provided public comment and our greater community that has reached out to us. I think how we help the most vulnerable in our community and those who are unstably housed is, something that the state, our region, and, our city, this is the most difficult and tough policy issue. And when thinking about tonight, I really seek to try to find a balance of respecting the voters, meeting the housing needs of our community, which I know are very great, and taking into account the unprecedented circumstances that we now find ourselves in with the pandemic. So, I really appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I think that the discussion that I'm hearing is moving towards a version or a variation of staff recommendation. For myself, when thinking about this topic, what the question really is kind of implementation timeline. I think that the voters have made it clear their position. So how do we implement this in kind of with care, compassion, and kind of giving it its due consideration? So hearing from Councilmember Hicks and Councilmember Ramirez about potential check-ins or greater communications and information, I think will truly be critical to the implementation of Measure C. Something that, I think the flexibility that Councilmember Clark mentioned is also very important. We're living in times where we kind of 2020 brings us one thing and then brings the next. And so having that flexibility to also be able to augment is going to be really important. I'm comfortable with the kind of funding, not using Measure P and then using the funding source, which Councilmember Ramirez mentioned. For me, what I think is going to be or highlight is our collaboration with CSA. One of the things that I feel like I've heard a lot this year is how our collaboration with CSA, in particular the county and the caseworker model, has been very helpful with not only rental relief, but working to get people into more stable housing situations. And so when we talk about implementation, one of the things that isn't being discussed really tonight is that, and I just wanted to put that out there as something that is top of mind that will be important. Staff mentioned, outreach and communication to the community, but I think it's also going to be kind of more viable solutions that the city provides. I think one step tonight was we, approved 100% affordable housing with Eden Housing. I know Project Homekey has been mentioned quite a bit, but I think it's going to have to be multiple things. We can't rely on any one project or any one thing. And so I know that we have more on the horizon. So I don't know if I see Councilmember Matichek's hand up, so I don't know if we're going to hear any openness to kind of some of the other amendments, but I'll leave it here for now.
Can I get clarification before we move forward? And so the motion was to move staff recommendation. I think the funding piece is what we need to maybe talk further, but is the recommendation that $485,000 come from construction conveyance tax, and then the other $485,000 comes from the transportation reserve, and then $10,000 from shoreline?
That is what was written in the staff report. The thinking was to spread out the funding sources to create the least amount of impact on any particular funding source. One point of clarification too, which I may have confused a little bit in my presentation as well, is yes, we are recommending the transportation reserve, but we should realize that the money that's currently sitting there that we'd be spending would be that initial seed money that I talked about, which actually came from general fund surplus funds. The Measure P business license money doesn't even start to flow in until later this year. So I know I even referred to it as Measure P money, but the money we're talking about spending is not Measure P funding, but it is currently in the transportation reserve.
Great. So Councilmember Matichak, going to you, you made the original motion. Is that to keep the funding formula the way it is?
So I made the motion, the staff recommendation, but I said I was open to talking about the funding sources. I did have a question about that, and I appreciate the clarification on the original source of the funds in the transportation reserve was from the general fund. But are there projects on the list, are there capital improvement projects that we currently were thinking would be funded with CIP funding that could be funded from the transportation reserve? Just like we were concerned about the opposite direction, you know, is it true that some of those could be funded?
Actually, yes, I was looking at that, and I did notice that in next year's planned CIP, there are 3 biped projects that we're showing being funded by construction conveyance tax that technically could be funded by the transportation reserve, because, and that is in line with what was presented to the voters related to Measure P. It's talked about community shuttle, it talked about the grade separations, and it talked about bicycle and pedestrian projects.
Sorry, I said CIP versus construction and conveyance.
Absolutely.
Boy, I guess, you know, I could go for 100% funded, sorry, not 100%. We do 10% from the shoreline, 10K from the shoreline fund, and then the balance from, and I think it's okay to use 100%. Sorry, the transportation reserve for the rest. I keep on saying 100%, but it's not. Because that funding is not from Measure P, and we can use the funds from the construction and conveyance and the transportation reserve for projects that are in the other bucket right now. So I'm not sure it makes a huge difference. So if folks want to do 10K from shoreline and the rest from the transportation reserve, I'm fine with that. And I actually, if I'm going to make the motion, there is something I have to read. So do you want me to read that? Or do we want to finish this discussion?
Sure. Why don't we finish this discussion? Is there any dissent? I agree. Honestly, I feel like you know, we have different pots of funding, but they're flexible. And I was thinking too, like we have that. I think we still have funding in that strategic land acquisition fund. I mean, if we needed to use that money to move around. I mean, those were general fund surpluses that we put into these reserve funds, and we can always. I'm
an old man.
Revisit that if we need it. So I'm not as concerned, and especially with the clarification on the transportation reserve fund, I'm fine with staff's recommendation to just spread it out and divide it up. So yeah, I would support that. But Councilmember Hicks, do you have some comments?
Well, on the funding, I was originally leaning in the other direction. I could go along with that if we add, I don't know whether this would be a friendly amendment or if the motion is not completely composed yet, but if we add the thing that several council members have brought up in slightly different ways, I think Councilmember Clark said a Q2 decision on how to proceed. I think I called it a check-in, and I think Councilmember Ramirez and the Vice Mayor also mentioned a similar thing in different words, and maybe they can tell me it was a totally different concept when they said it. But my concern is not just that we wait until Project Homekey is kind of ready to go. I want to kind of have check-ins to see if it's actually, if the various components here are actually working, including what the Vice Mayor said about, we got a letter of concern about our major partner in service provision, CSA, and we've also gotten a lot of comments tonight from the folks who operate our safe lots. So I would just like to have a way of checking and evaluating that everything is going as planned. And of course, that includes going as planned with the pandemic. My experience with the pandemic is every month is something unexpected happens. So my hope is that everything will get better in the spring and the vaccine will be out there and so forth, but I don't feel that I can guarantee that. So for all of those reasons, I'm asking for a friendly amendment for, call it what you will, a Q2 decision or a check-in. I would just like something like that, and then I'll be able to support the motion, whatever funding decision you make. Thank you.
Great. Any other comments? And then I'm going to ask Councilmember Matichek to read the motion, and if you'd like to accept the friendly amendment or not. Vice Mayor, did you have comments?
I was just going to ask before Councilmember Matichek read the motion if she would be open to that. What Councilmember Hicks said. I don't know how to frame it, but I see the city manager weighing. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Mayor, Councilmember Matichek. So I think that staff will need clarification on what decision we're talking about. So from what I'm hearing, the recommendation is to move staff's recommendation. We have changed it to all be funded from the transportation reserve. I've heard a check-in as to what the timeline is and a decision. So I'm unclear as to what decision the council would be making versus a check-in or an update. So I think we would need that clarified just before understanding what you all will be voting on.
Councilmember Clark?
So I'll make a suggestion, and you can either accept or reject it because it won't pertain to me at that time. My suggestion would be that basically at the point at which the first set of signs have been installed, staff sends a memo to council. The city manager could just send a simple memo to council and say, here's the point at which we're at this point. Everyone will have their context at that point, just in their own minds about where we stand with the pandemic. And as you'll probably recall, over time, we've suspended various parking enforcements throughout the pandemic or certain portions of the pandemic. And basically, the council at the time can use that memo to decide whether they want to use an item 8 to bring up to basically say, raise their hand and say, are there 4 people who want to push this out because of the pandemic, and maybe some other parking enforcements as well. It doesn't necessarily just have to be this. But at least that could be the check-in. Like you get a formal memo from the city manager, and you can just, as opposed to a study session or something like that, and you can decide at that time whether they're, someone wants to raise it in item 8 and try and find 3 other people to put it on the agenda or not. That would be my suggestion. I don't know if there are others.
Yeah, I just have a couple comments about that. The option for any council to explore suspension or modified enforcement of any parking or traffic ordinance is always available to them. I just want to be cautious about adding something to the motion here where it is dependent on expeditious implementation of the ordinance, and also any future action by a future council that's informed by either the pandemic or other circumstances shouldn't single out this ordinance for suspended or modified enforcement. It really should be a consistent approach across other traffic and restrictions in the city. So I just want to be careful and reiterate the city manager's point that we do need clarity on this. But I don't think it's advisable to have a check-in, if that's what we're calling it, suspend the implementation of this ordinance. And again, I think a future council could always, on their own initiative, take up a discussion of modified enforcement of a number of city ordinances, depending, say, for example, if the pandemic gets even worse, then, but again, it wouldn't be focused just on this ordinance.
So that's what I meant, is the memo would highlight sort of what enforcement is occurring at this time with respect to all the parking, which we've had in the city before. There have been modifications over time based on the state of the pandemic, and maybe it could highlight both what is occurring at that time, as well as, you know, the state of the installation of signs and other things that would that might allow for enforcement of this. But another option is just to allow the council to request an update in March, as opposed to now. So maybe that's a better option. I don't want to jump the gun and presume what the next council will want.
All right, Councilmember Matichak, if you can decipher all of that.
Yeah, so I'm not sure we completely came to a good agreement on the funding, but I actually think it's okay to just go with the staff recommendation because there is flexibility, and because the original funding for the transportation reserve came from the general fund. So I know Councilmember Ramirez said he really wanted to use the transportation reserve for the whole thing, but I'm wondering if you're okay with the original staff recommendation now that we all have more information about that.
I guess that's directed at me. So I'm okay with that if they're truly interchangeable, but I feel like if we're moving transportation reserve funding to CIP, it can only be used for transportation projects. For construction conveyance tax funding can also be used for facilities and, you know, park improvements and that kind of thing. So that's where I'd like to make sure that we were truly. Oops, did I sign off? Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but you're frozen. The picture, the video.
Okay. So the Zoom client just crashed, but I'm glad you can still hear me. So the long and short of it is, I want to make sure that the funding is truly interchangeable, and that we're not having to sacrifice funding for a non-transportation CIP. Does that help clarify?
Well, I don't think they are 100% interchangeable, but we heard that there are some projects that are currently scheduled to be funded from the construction and conveyance bucket of funding that could be funded by the transportation reserve and vice versa.
Right. So then my specifically not that the any projects that are impacted, those are projects that could not be funded through transportation reserve.
So if I may, if council goes with the original staff recommendation, we are talking $485,000 from the construction conveyance tax. And to Councilmember Matichak's point in her previous question, I was looking over next year's CIP planned and saw things like the El Camino Real bike lane project was shown to get $3 million in construction conveyance tax. That project is right in line with the intention of the transportation reserve and the Measure P business tax. So I'll be perfectly honest with you, no matter how you end up splitting this up, we will end up working it out as part of the 5-year CIP in the spring, because we will then start shifting around the projects. And to Councilmember Ramirez's point, we'll probably give first priority for construction conveyance tax to the facility projects and the other types of projects. And lean a little more on the transportation reserve for the transportation related projects.
And could we also say that as you do that, if you run into an issue, can the council change the funding for this project partway through the project?
I'll be really, really nice to finance so that, yes, if we have not expended the funding, we would come back to council. You'll have to take action because to change out, to move funding among the CIP projects and their sources, it's council action. But yes, if we've not expended the funding, that is also another way to go.
Okay. So I will move that I will move the staff recommendation, including the staff recommendation on funding, and also adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View designating streets or portions thereof where oversized vehicle parking on narrow streets is prohibited pursuant to Mountain View City Code Section 19-79-4 to be read in title only, further reading waived, and that's attachment 1 to the council report. And I feel like I'd like to leave it at that because I trust staff, and I think as staff starts working with this, if there are any issues, they will let us know, like they always do if they run into issues. And, if a council member wants to ask about it during a council meeting, they have that prerogative. So I feel like all the avenues are still open, but I think I'll just leave it at the staff recommendation.
Thank you. And the original seconder was Councilmember McAllister. Do you hold your second on the motion? All right, thank you. Any other discussion, Vice Mayor?
Sure. I just wanted to clarify. I think that perhaps as this discussion was going on, that my interest was more in an update of all of the different suite of options that the city will be having coming on board in Q1 and Q2, because it sounds like those are also in flux. And so as we discussed earlier, we might be able to talk about more safe parking lots. I think we were talking about Project Homekey. It sounds like there's a couple other things in coming up for 2021. And my interest was more in an update of the different things that the city would be providing as we take into account the implementation of Measure C, and just being able to provide that information in an open and public way so that people know about it. That was my interest. And I just wanted to clarify that.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yeah, so I would agree with that, and it's for me we've been saying we would like or expect, for example, Project Homekey to house a good number of the people currently living in oversized vehicles, but I would like a check-in to, if that's not happening, I would love it to totally solve the problem, but if it's not, I would like a sort of a prearranged check-in on all of those elements so that we can, so that it just happens automatically.
So I guess I have a question. Ms. Thomas Kimberly's presented or given us updates by memo and also through, I think, like a study session in the past on all of our homelessness efforts. Could we just expect to get another update like that in the new year as these projects happen? I don't know how we need to actually vote on that, or can we just ask you to provide it's a periodic update?
So, Mayor, I think if I may, yes, I believe that we can provide council with an update on the status of those projects or any of the potential projects that will be coming forward within the next month or two. I would say that having a study session and turning that around within 2 months is a pretty big lift. We will also have pretty heavy agendas at that point. So I think we could provide updates similar to what we've done in the past, where we can make sure that not only council has the information, but we're also providing that information to the community and interested parties that we have on our list that I know that Ms. Thomas currently already provides to those interested, whether they're community groups or individuals. We can certainly do that. I think that we'll have enough data, and we'll know what's happening with Homekey and the other option by that time. So I think the best thing would be a memo, some sort of update, not only to council, but the community.
Thank you. I'm fine with that. I think now with our communications director, we're able to push out information to the community more. So whatever update we get, we should be able to share that with the community. So I'm fine with just keeping the motion as is and having that update by memo. Is there any dissension or any other discussion on that? Nope. All right. Well, in that case, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abekoga.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff, and thank you to members of the public for your input. We will now move on to item 9, council staff committee reports. Do any council members have items to report out? Yes, Councilmember McAllister. And please unmute yourself.
Oh no, what the hell, this is my last go around. I'm like, what the heck? No, so I had a VTA meeting on Thursday. That was an important one. We did discuss the measures, B money and funding, and there was a lot of concern about it. The staff was so that was discussed. We gave a talk on SR 85, and we will be getting updates on that. And I thank the SR 85 committee for working on that. The CFO of VTA is moving on to Atlanta, where he'll be the CFO. That's Raj. And so he'll be moving there. So that will be another going on. But that's with the update. But I do want to say a quick notice to 2 people is well, we got here to congratulate Sally Lieber for her victory. I didn't get around to talking to her, but publicly I'd like to congratulate her, along with Margaret and Lisa and Pat Showalter. I wish you guys the best. Mayor, you did knock it out of the ballpark, like mentioned, so there was a lot of, it says a lot just by that. And to Joan McDonald for your continuous support of council and staying in there till the very end like the rest of us. I give you a shout out. It's amazing what you do. And we don't agree on much, but I appreciate everything that you say. So that's my thanks. Thanks to all of you. It's been a tremendous pleasure and honor to work with all of you. We get along. Some of you will go crazy, but one thing I'll leave you with, and I get to talk a couple more times next January, but try to, be remembered for getting something done. Don't sit there and just go get an agenda and get it accomplished. So thank you all. Have a great holiday. Those who are going on vacation, get your vacation, stay at home, go get your ice cream, get that comfort food, Kimberly. And to Chris, congratulations on that soon-to-be promotion. The next time I see you, you may be the man, the captain. Oh, there's Pax and Max going, no. Congratulations on that. And so, everybody, it's been a great, well, it hasn't been a great year. The year sucked, but working with you guys is an honor. And I continue to say that Mountain View is the best city, the best organized, the best staff. We get things done. We may not all agree, but we get everything done. So you're the best, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Any other reports? In the spirit of unity, I wear my hat too, but I believe this will be my last meeting as running the meeting, and I just want to first of all thank Councilmember McAllister and Councilmember Clark for your 8 years of service to our community on our city council. A lot has happened, and you've accomplished a lot in that time. It's certainly been a pleasure to work with you again the last 2 years, in addition to, I think it was 4 years before. I had a 2-year break, but it's been great to work with you again, and so much to be proud of. I really appreciate your dedication to this community, as well as your work on regional boards. Councilmember Clark served on ABAG, and of course, Councilmember McAllister was on BTA and a number of other boards, but you've definitely helped to put Mountain View on the map and help Mountain View become a leader in so many areas. And so it's just been a great honor to work with both of you, and I appreciate the good humor, and I know I will certainly miss both of you dearly, but I also want to thank all of you, all of my colleagues. This certainly has been an unusual year, and you know, it was a hard one. It was definitely a challenging one, but I've been thoroughly impressed by the willingness of everyone to just hunker down and do what we have to do and pivot quickly, be flexible. And what we accomplished this year was really quite amazing. They say government is, slow, but I think we proved them wrong this year. And so I just want to thank you all for all of your support, your cooperation, your dedication, and wish you all happy holidays, as well as to the community. Please have happy holidays, although, yes, please stay home. Please follow the regional stay-at-home orders, and let's hope for 2021 to be a brighter new year. So with that, thank you again, everyone. I'm going to ask our city attorney one last time if we have a closed session report.
Yeah, I'm terribly sorry. My computer crashed. There's no closed session report tonight.
Great. Thank you. So with that, again, please have wonderful holidays, and I will adjourn this meeting at 1:11 a.m. on December 9th. Please take care, be safe, and again, happy holidays. Good evening.